we will be in this screen until until I do my intro and the show starts.
him. You could be a Bradley's baddie too. You could be a Bradley's baddie too. So join Jovan and get your critical cap on. 'Cause there's a Bradley's baddie inside of me and
What's up, everybody? Welcome to stream. I hope you guys are excited for today, since we have joined with us. You know him, you like him a lot. I won't say love, that feels like too, go on a first.
No, they love me
first. Oh, true. Shit. Fuck, you're right. Shit. So true. Everybody say welcome into Dalton, the Bible guy. Dalton, what's up? How you been, bud?
Man, I am doing so fucking good, and I'm so happy to be here and ready to tear into some theists.
Oh my gosh, it's gonna be a fun day. Guys, we have a theism. Oh, they are very loud. Dalton, you're very loud.
Oh, here.
Hold on, let me turn automatic gain control on for you, and that should help too. Speak.
Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3.
Anything? Does that sound better at all, chat? I can also just turn him down on my end. That sounds better? Okay. We have a couple of topics on the board, guys. Topic number 1, God is real. Sorry. Let me rephrase this. We want theists to convince us of these topics. Topic number 1, God is real. Topic number 2, convince us the Christian God is good. Convince us that Christianity is true. Convince us that the Bible is historically accurate. Or convince us that Jesus was resurrected. Can you do any of those? If you can, the number to call in is 219-327-8005. That number, again, is 219-327-8005. Someone on YouTube said, I'm not a fan of intro songs generally, but the fact that Jovan sounds corny like the introduction to Full House saves it a bit. Well, that was the plan.
Hell yeah. That's why I've always kind of like jived with your little theme at the end, because of that very reason. It sounded like Arthur or something like that. And 100% totally down for it.
Yeah. So we're going to have our fun little stream day today. Hopefully we can get some theists to call in. Listen, I love a good conversation with a theist, ones that know what they're talking about. We do have something new that I did steal from Dalton, that we've now implemented onto the show. So when theists call in, guys, they will be if we notice that a theist is Philbroing, they'll be hit with this, which is the Philbro commandments. The Philbro commandments are as followed. Thou shalt speak at a measured and steady pace, neither rushing thy words nor overwhelming the listener. Thou shalt not utter technical jargon without plain explanation. Yea, thou shalt make it simple and clear, even as thou wouldst explain it unto thine own grandmother. Thou shalt seek not victory in debate, but rather the convincing of the listener through understanding and clarity. And thou shalt keep thy discourse within 5 minutes and not exceed the time appointed unto thee. So if we get into it with a Philbro, they will be hit with the Philbro commandments. Those are passed down by the highest of all high gods, me and Dalton. The actual true highest of all high. So W those. 219-327-8005 is the number if you want to call in. One more time for those in the back. 219-327-8005. So we can get some people to call in.
Jovan, I created the Philbro rulebook specifically because as I started watching all of these debates with all of these Philbros, I started noticing a pattern that they were using certain tactics in order to try to rhetorically overwhelm their opponent. And if you just get rid of those weapons, then you find out, it turns out they don't really have an argument at all.
Well, because to Philbros, you want to know my biggest issue with Philbros? My biggest It has nothing to do with like the condescension. Has nothing to do with the delusions of grandeur or the superiority complexes they all have. It's that they're such a bore. They're so boring. And this is why I think there's like one or two Phil bros who like become big in like online spaces, but most of them all just debate each other on Discord because nobody watching from the outside wants to watch them because they're boring.
No, yeah, I totally agree. Half the time, they sound bored of their own arguments. If they're not doing the fast-paced talking, they're usually talking like this, and they sound extremely bored. Like they're tired of their own arguments.
And they use very common phrases. Very common phrases. If it were the case.
The state of affairs is another good one they love. If they don't like you, call you low tier or a slow boy. Yeah, very typical.
Yeah, it's so annoying. Well, this is just going to be an unfalsifiable. And if it were the case that you rejected my premise, well, then you would need to engage with the premise that and I'm like, shut the fuck up.
Or if they really don't want to actually engage with the dialogue, they'll say something to the effect of, well, it's the impossibility to the contrary.
Where do you post to get people to call in? Well, I'm live on YouTube Shorts, so anybody randomly scrolling through YouTube Shorts is going to see it. Which, if you're watching on Instagram, you should move over to YouTube or Twitch. They're better platforms. Instagram sucks, but I mean, it's okay to go live. I can't stop eating these mini M&Ms. I got a big old cup of them. Ready?
Oh, I've got some banana chips over here.
Oh, you're eating healthy.
I'm trying.
No,
I gave up
M&Ms.
soda this week, and
I never liked soda. It's too spicy.
I do got some Skittles, but I don't really care for Skittles all that much.
Does M&Ms are owned by Hershey, right?
I
Maybe.
wouldn't know.
Does the company that own M&Ms also own Skittles? Because if you go to the M&M store, you can get these cups, and then you fill these cups up with the giant tubes of M&Ms. And on the end of the tubes are 2 Skittles tubes.
I wasn't aware that there were M&M stores. I don't live somewhere cool like that.
Where y'all been?
In my small town, the biggest innovation we had was Sonic.
We have an office hours question. We have an office hours question for you, Dalton. So let's bring up Elias, 23 from California. Elias, hello. What are your pronouns, Elias?
He, him.
Wonderful. Elias, he, him. Elias, what was your question for Dalton?
It was essentially just like what his history is with religion. I've never listened to Dalton before. So I just kind of wanted to know what kind of like expertise or knowledge and context basically about like where he's coming from when listening to the debates today.
Man, Elias, I have I've been around, spiritually speaking. I've dipped my toes in a lot of spiritual pools. I've been evangelical Protestant. I've been a member of the Hebrew Roots movement, Catholicism, and even Judaism as a Noahide, and because I was on the path to looking for whatever was true, and so I tried out a lot of different things, and I learned a lot of different things from my time in those different sects and religions, which is kind of what helps me be able to debate the way that I can about the topics that I can debate on.
I got you. Okay, so then what would you say was like the thing that made you kind of drop off all that?
Yeah, well, in my Bible study group, there were people who started proposing that the earth was flat, and they were using biblical support for it. And, even though I was like a young earth creationist, so I was already some brand of crazy, I wasn't willing to go to the length of saying that the earth was flat. And so one night I'm laying in my bed and I'm thinking to myself, light has a speed. I remember learning that in high school. And so I Googled what the speed of light was. And then I Googled what was the furthest star we could see with the naked eye. And when I found out that it was at least 16,000 light years away, I was like, oh shit, I'm off by at least 10,000 years, which began, my
yeah.
process of like actually relearning the science and finding out why it is that the Bible isn't true.
Right. Yeah, whenever I was growing up, I grew up Baptist, and we were taught, well, my grandfather taught us that the earth was only like 7,000 years old. So that was definitely something that, was questionable for me as well. So, yeah, I totally understand that. That was basically my only question. I just wanted more context as a listener going forward when you're talking to other theists.
Oh, well, there you go. I've got a background in Protestantism, Catholicism, and Judaism, so I'm able to cover my bases.
Awesome. All right, thank you guys, and thank you for saying my name correctly. Most people don't.
Oh, come on now. I'm a G. I got you, dog.
I appreciate it. Y'all have a good
I've
one.
read the
I'll be
King James
listening.
Bible. I know how Elias is pronounced. Yeah.
Hey.
Sweet.
Thanks,
Talk to y'all
Elias. Have a
later.
good
Bye-bye.
one. I need to hear. So people are like, oh, the callers are a little quiet. Here's the issue. When Call-In Studio did an update that I actually like, what happened is they now pop out your audio thing. And what I used to do is I have a Google Chrome extension that I can increase the volume of my browser. So I don't have that anymore. Because when it pops out, it goes into a pop-out window in which I cannot adjust browser volume. So you guys are just kind of stuck with, I'll just ask people to be louder, but I can't really make the callers literally I can't make them any louder. It's stinky boo-boo garbage, but unless there's a way to get my extensions, then yeah. Oh, there was. I could just click show as tab. Oh, I'm an idiot.
It's all a learning process.
Never mind, chat.
Jovan, I still have my original Bible from back when I was a Protestant Christian. This is the Bible I brought on March 22nd, 2011 on a Good Friday, and I still have it to this day. And I mean, for any of the Christians calling who don't think I know my Bible, look, this guy has been read. Look at that. It doesn't even have a fucking
open to
spine
my
anymore.
favorite passage when God sicks those bears on those kids because they called that one dude bald that one time.
Yeah, here, let me just pull that up. Oh my god.
It's truly one of the best parts of the Bible.
And because it's this is the King James Version Bible, I'll just go ahead and give it that extra oomph. And he went up from thence unto Bethel, and he was going up by the way. There came forth little children out of the city, and mocked him, and said unto him, Go up, thou bald head, go up, thou bald head. And he turned back, and looked on them, and cursed them in the name of the Lord. And there came forth 42 she-bears out of the wood, and tare 42 children of them. Thus saith the Lord.
Thus saith the spider. Guys, there's like 300 of you on YouTube and only 79 likes. And then y'all are going to complain we don't have calls. We don't have calls because y'all ain't liking the live. Boost the algae rhythm, bro.
Oh yes, my favorite musician, Algae Rhythm.
Algae rhythm, bro. He's a G. Let's do this thing, bro. They never taught that in Catholic school. They don't tend to teach you the stuff they don't want you to know. You know?
Luckily, I was a Catholic student who actually read his Bible.
Dude, these
Have you
M&Ms
ever
are fire.
read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
No, I just watched the movie all that long time ago.
Well, then you know that the ultimate answer to the ultimate question is 42. And
Hold
now I
on,
guess
hold
we
on,
know the
Dalton.
question.
Hold on. Power Hustler, here. I'm going to make it so simple for you. I'm going to tell people. There have been occasions where I've accidentally shown Call in Studio on stream. Everybody knows this, and I go back into the videos later, and I erase the information from the replays and all that. Everybody knows this. I've never hidden that it's accidentally popped up sometimes, because I might have Call in Studio on a different screen than usual. But if you're going to be a little whiny bitch, I'm going to do us all a favor, and I'm just going to block you, Power Hustler. It's so simple. You don't have to be here. You come on the stream into the chat for some fucking reason. You're ignored in the chat, by me especially. So I'll make it simple for you. I'll block you from the stream. You never have to watch it again. Everybody wins. Power Hustler, have a shitty rest of your day.
Love that.
Come on, bro. What a fucking child.
I know, you gotta love the whiners. Whiners are wieners, as we say.
And then he's like, they won't let me call in with a VPN. Yeah, so I can ban your number if you start doing shit I don't want you doing on my call-in screen. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that is a sketchy work out there. Don't be
Do you
calling
know
in
what-
with a VPN, you weirdos.
Do you know what people who've called in who think they've beaten me, do you know what they tend to do? They don't show
racial
back
slurs?
up. No. They don't show back up. They feel satisfied
yeah.
that they've beaten me, so they leave and they never come back. When the people keep coming back into chat, it's because they know they didn't win. So they keep coming into chat to try to egg you on. Do you know what I do when I've debated someone and I'm like, all right, have you guys seen me in Euros chats? No, because I relevantly smacked his ass down. What would be the point? It's so annoying. And I'm gonna keep eating these goddamn M&Ms. Melt in your mouth, not in your hand, bitch.
And that's funny. But if the ultimate answer is 42, then the ultimate question must be, how many kids did Elisha kill? It's 42.
True, that's the question. True.
Here, while everyone's waiting for a caller. Oh,
You keep trying to show shit on your green screen.
I know. I keep forgetting about the goddamn green screen. Wait a minute. Oh, well, she's walking away now. I was going to show everybody Bible Dog, but she's gone.
Holy shit. Chat. Can we get major W's for Alec for the $250 Venmo at the top of show? Said this is for you and your co-host, so part of this is for you, Dalton, so you got to get me your pay stuff so I can send to you. Love listening to your
Absolutely.
thoughts and deconstructing these arguments. Everybody give a big
Thank you,
fucking
Alex.
W to Alec. Part of this, Alec, also goes to pay our call-in screeners and keep our call-in lines open, so thank you so much.
Love that. Yeah, who has the cleanest call-in show setup? It's Jovan Bradley, everyone.
It's me. It's me. I love the lines. Don't get me wrong. And because of the line and Jimmy and all that, I've been able to make mine better. But let's be real. I have perfected this bitch. Look, I can switch to me. I can switch to Dalton. I can switch to both of us. I can fucking bring up the super chats, but let's not do that because there is nobody to talk to. I can do the Philbro timer. Bitch, I've been playing in this bitch. Technically, I can do a whiteboard
Christians-
too, but I don't have my iPad in here.
Christians, y'all have to call in now because Jovan's getting a God complex, and we gotta. And if y'all have good arguments, y'all could take us down a few pegs.
Christians have never had a good argument in their life, Dalton.
You never know. Today could be the day. Today could be the day that Jovan and Dalton both become Christians. It's
Today's
very
the
unlikely. but you know.
Yeah, it's pretty probably not going to happen. Oh, was that Billy? Billy, was that your Venmo? Oh, that was Billy. Everybody, that was Billy Sipes. That was Billy. I didn't know that was you, Billy. My bad. The names were different. That's not on me. Love you, Billy. Billy knows we love him. Billy, you're still coming to, and Dalton, if you're not in my Discord, let me know. I can put you in there. But tonight, remember guys, tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern, we're having the first of our weekly discussions where everybody who's in the Discord is invited. And this week's discussion is going to be on functional communism. So any questions you have about communism, anything that you would usually call for office hours, come join us in the discussion. And it's open to everybody, so you won't just get answers from me. There are people in the Discord who are better read on this stuff than I am. So come with questions, come with comments, come with concerns. And we'll big W
Would you suggest the manifesto as a good read? For
I would always suggest starting with the manifesto if you want just a baseline what is communism. But I personally, I don't think you're going to get much more than that from the manifesto. Past like just what is communism, you know? For those wondering, my Discord is for paid supporters. So if you're a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch, soon when I bring back the Patreon, Patreon will be a way you can do it. But yeah, that's for the paid members. I need studies for validating trans people. Studies wouldn't validate trans people. You don't need anything to validate trans people except for the fact that they exist, and we should respect them. But if you're looking for studies for specific things, that let me know, because that I can walk you through. Is there a horizontal stream? Yeah, on Twitch. 219-327-8005. Where are our debaters? Day 3 of 4 of wanting to debate the best Halo game. It goes Halo 3, Halo 2, Halo Reach, Halo ODST, Halo 1. I don't give a fuck about any of the newer ones. That's the way I would rank them. I might even put ODST over Reach. I really can't let you know how much I loved ODST, but that would be my list. And that takes into account everything. If we're just talking like campaign, that list changes. But that takes into account online, Forge, all that stuff.
What do you think of the newest RPG style Assassin's Creed games?
I haven't liked an Assassin's Creed game since Syndicate. Literally, I just don't find them fun anymore. Yeah, here's my issue. I was so hooked on Assassin's Creed on the past and present thing. Like I liked the overarching story that it told, and then it just stopped doing that, so I stopped caring.
The new ones do that, past and present, and also
yeah, but it's not Desmond, so I don't care. They killed off my boy.
Desmond. Okay, I don't want to do a spoiler. Let's just say there's a Desmond thing in Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Ooh, I might play Valhalla then. Black Flag is the best. Black Flag is the best Assassin's Creed ever made, so I'm really hyped that got remade. It is the best Assassin's Creed ever made. Guys, 219-327-8005. Come on, where are our people that are not scared? Where are our Christians? Christians, where are you at? Don't you want to make yourselves known?
Are y'all too afraid to talk to the Bible guy? Guys, I'm Dalton the Bible guy, and I'm an atheist who became an atheist because of the Bible. So, you know, I think the Bible's bullshit. You're more than welcome to come up and try to change my mind, though.
If you guys played Halo 3 online, like if you ever played Halo 3 online, you probably got killed by me. I was really fucking good at Halo 3 online. Like, disgustingly good at Halo 3. It's probably the last time I've been good at a video game was Halo 3.
I've never been one for playing online games. I think the only game I've ever played online was Elder Scrolls Online once, and Star Wars Battlefront.
Jovan, I need passive aggressive books to give my MAGA stepdad about racism in our justice system. Give him white guilt and see what he does. Passive aggressive ones? I don't know. All the ones that I read are pretty on their face, you know?
Love that.
That's true. Every time Dalton's here, the calls are very slow to get in because Dalton knows more than these callers do on the Bible. The Bible.
It is my curse.
I could need the study that proves that self-harm is based on social stigma and not because of the identity. Truthfully, look up every study on causality of trans suicide. Every single one. Every single one says the same thing. I've never seen a study that says differently. So I can't even give you a study, just all of them. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull one up.
It seems so obvious to me. Like every time I've had someone call in and they say, you know, trans people have like these really high suicide rates. I'm like, well, stop being assholes to them.
Yeah, literally just stop being a dick. It's so simple. I don't know why my parents wanted me to believe in God. Like, what's the point? Let me tell you what the point is. Because if you can convince someone to believe in religion, specifically like the Judeo-Christian religions, you can convince them to fall in line. Religion is a tool of the oppressor to keep the oppressed in place. That's why do you think like religion teaches you to be subservient?
Trust in the Lord and lean not on your own understanding, says the good book.
Nah, fuck that shit.
Yeah.
I got into it the other day with somebody because we were having a conversation on whether God is evil, which you know is one of my favorite topics. And he was like, well, how do you know if God's intentions are unknowable, then like, how do you know he's evil? I'm like, well, if his intentions are unknowable, how do you know he's good? He's like, because I just do. I'm like, but his intentions are unknowable. He's like, yeah, but he told us he's good, but he could have been lying because we don't know his intentions.
That is the killer question that I always end up asking these theists is, if God were evil, how would you be able to tell? And at the end of the day, they have to shrug their shoulders. So I wouldn't be able to tell because they don't have they haven't developed any like ability to like rationalize and understand ethics. So they shrug their shoulders. I wouldn't know. So you could be worshiping evil God. You just don't know it.
Someone said off of my teaching subservience thing, they said in communism doesn't, which tells me they've never read a single piece of communist theory. Communism is literally anti-state. There is no hierarchical power. The whole point of communism is that everybody is on equal footing. So I know you've never read theory.
Yeah, I think the problem is, and I understand it because I used to be like that, is that they think that they mistake communism for what's pseudo-communism, like people who are using the word communism in their name, but like are a state. So like, you know, not that thing.
Fanatic said, I know someone who, whenever the topic of trans people come up, they always go to God made male and female. I guess I then need to get him to prove there's a God. Yeah, he's presupposing there's a God in his argument. So by his logic, if God is not real, then there's nothing. But also like, there are more sexes than male and female. We're mammals, so we only have two sexes. But that's not all that exists in like nature.
Also, if you really want to get pedantic about it, the text talks about Adam and Eve. God made them male and female. That doesn't say anything about anyone else who comes forth from their loins. It's not prescriptive. It's just describing something.
Someone said, so nobody thinks that people who struggle with gender dysphoria might not just get to a point they don't want to deal with it anymore. Well, the reason why they would get to that point is because they're not given access to gender affirming medical care because of societal and familial stigmatization. The success rate of lowering gender dysphoria through gender affirming care is fucking high as shit, bruh.
There is a book. If you're a Christian out there, or you got Christian family members and you're struggling to get them to be more accepting of members of the LGBT community, I suggest a book by a pastor called Unclobbered by Colby Martin. This guy is a pastor.
What was
this
it called?
Is a pro LGBT Unclobbered.
That sounds like the autobiography for the thing.
Basically, the idea is that, there are these very specific verses that get used by Christians to clobber members of the LGBT community, and this book is about unclobbering them, showing how these verses are used, sometimes out of context and in order to oppress people for no good reason, obviously.
It's so interesting watching the comments, especially when I know the comments have never studied anything before. Like, it's fucking hilarious.
There are so many Christians in the comment section, and yet none of them are calling in, which makes me think that they know they don't have any good arguments.
Especially for God is real, guys. Isn't it the one you always want to talk to me about? Come on. What if we are all wrong, though? Those stakes are really high if the Bible is real. If the Bible is real, no, here's what it actually is. That's like saying we should all dragon-proof our homes, because what if we're wrong and dragons exist? Huh? But on the flip side, if the Bible is real, I don't want to worship that God. What?
Also, it's just a false dichotomy. This is Pascal's wager. I mean, we're no matter what position you're in, you're always going to be in high stakes. Whether or not you accept, if you accept Christianity, it turns out Judaism is real, then you were worshiping a dude as if it was God. Guess what? Have fun in hell. If it turns out the Norse gods are real, have fun freezing your ass off in Helheim for not dying a warrior's death. I mean, no matter what you do, you're always going to be in a high stakes situation. Might as well just be intellectually honest and admit that we don't have any good reason to think any of that stuff is real.
You know, it's so funny. I actually think Rick and Morty did a really good episode on heaven and how heaven in that universe, whatever your societies or cultures collective, like your collective consciousness just travels to a, like, almost like a tulpa. Collectively, you kind of create your own heaven and consciousness. And so in atheists, because they're not connected to any of that, they just go the way of an atheist. People who believe in Norse mythology go to Valhalla. Christians would go to a version of heaven in their collective. I thought that was fairly interesting. It's like a way that they did heaven. It was just your consciousness connecting to a bigger collective, essentially.
That's what they do in the MCU, by the way. I mean, if you watch the TV show, what was it called, Moon Knight, that they basically did the same exact thing. Like, if you believed in the Egyptian gods, you would go to the Duat.
I know people with DID weren't big fans of Moon Knight. I fucked with Moon Knight.
I cried.
That was a good show.
It was such a good show.
Someone said that Jovan believes in like the perfect version of communism. Nope, I just believe in what was written down. I believe in what communism is as a theory, as a practice, as a political concept. Pretty straightforward. I believe what's in the book.
Yeah, I think we're all allowed to like strive for a goal, even if the goal hasn't yet been met historically. Set out a goal and work towards trying to achieve that goal.
Hashtag goals. Rick was trying to die a warrior's death to get to Valhalla. Yeah, because you had to get to their heaven, and so he had Bigfoot kill him, which is honestly
so funny.
Rick, I did a complete rewatch of Rick and Morty. Literally, I just finished it yesterday. I refinished like all the episodes. I actually take it back. For the longest time, I was like, God, some of these seasons are just so bad. No, I disagree. I think it's actually a really solid show all the way through the 8 seasons. It's just every season has some stinker episodes. But there were episodes in that middle where people were like, Rick and Morty fell off, where I'm dying laughing. And then there are episodes in like the newer seasons with the new voice actors where everyone's like, this is terrible. Or I'm like, this is one of the best episodes they've ever done. So I am fully on the train of Rick and Morty is actually pretty good all the way through. Except for all the incest stuff. That I agree with. Don't understand that. I don't like the episode with the giant incest space baby. I don't like the episode where they're all fucking the dragon. I don't like the episode where the fucking Easter episode where everybody's having an orgy. That I'm just like, somebody's kink is shining through, dog.
You didn't care for Slut Dragon?
I think that's one of the worst episodes they've ever done. But the bee story in that episode is one of the best. The one with the talking cat. The talking cat bit is so fucking good that it brings that episode up. But no, the Slut Dragons episode is terrible.
Perfect. Yeah.
The fact that the episode with Hugh Jackman, they actually got Hugh Jackman to play himself is crazy to me.
Man, yeah, if I had to pick a favorite episode of Rick and Morty, ooh boy, oh boy.
I think the Fear Hole might be my favorite episode, and that's from a very, very much later in the series. It's so good.
I do like the Planetina episode. I quite liked.
Planetina is pretty good.
I like any episode where it's Rick and Morty versus the president. Like the president.
I think they overuse the president character way too much. He's in like 3 episodes a season. At this point, I'm like, just give him a spinoff. You want to use him so badly. Just give him a spinoff at this point.
He's so funny.
There is a peak where his episode gets real good, and then, but even episodes I don't like the Easter episode has one of the funniest jokes in it. And that's what's annoying, is that even the bad episodes have banger jokes. Macca, if you believe Christ is king, call in and prove otherwise. The Easter episode, Rick is like, yeah, we have to go to Andromeda. That's where the thing is. And Morty's like, to Amadabra. Rick's like, are you fucking with me? Shit is so good. Wait, I need to find that clip real quick. I need to play that because it's legitimately one of the funniest moments to me on the show. Just like, to Amadabra.
But Christ is the only thing Christ is king of the worms, because he's a dead guy. Jesus is dead. Get over it. Unless you can give me a reason to think he was resurrected.
All right, here.
They got the egg! How will we know where to go?
Morty, it's one word. We just said it. Andromeda.
All right, to Amadabra!
Are you messing with me?
You told me once about an experiment with rats when I was, quote, wasting time brushing my hair.
Rat Utopia. Morty, it's exactly like that. That's you did science. Good job. Nice little mini arc.
And all it took was a trip to Amadabra.
I don't know why that gets me so much, dude. That's so fucking funny.
Oh my god. I really like the Purge episode. Morty just finally losing his shit.
Yeah. You really, Morty's body count is high as fuck.
Yeah, no, for real. Just watching nihilism slowly creep into Morty's pure little heart. It's so funny.
He said to Amadabra. Shit is so good, dude. We have some callers calling in. They're being screened right now.
Finally. At first, it took me a second to get into the Rick and Morty show, but as soon as by the time I got into 5 episodes in, and I saw that there was an actual arc that was happening, especially with the Prime Rick stuff and the multiverse of Ricks, I was like, this show is so fucking awesome.
I never got into it. I think it was almost the end of season 2 when I finally got into it, because I saw a clip of the Roy bit. And that clip from when Morty was playing the Roy game sold me on the show. I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna watch this.
Yeah, that's a really good episode. Do you like Doctor Who?
Yeah, God, I have such a complex relationship. I loved it, and then I hated it, and then I liked it, and now I'm waiting to see what it's gonna be. I love everything up till Chibnall takes over. And then I think Chibnall ruins the show. And then everything post Chibnall, I'm just like, show's relying too much on magic and it's pissing me off. I'm tired of magic.
Who's your favorite doctor? Who's your favorite doctor?
Probably 11. Probably Smith. Smith. I like Smith. And then my ranking would probably be Smith, Capaldi, Tennant, and just whoever. I have no fucking. I don't care who's next.
Smith is also my favorite doctor. I quite liked what was the name of the actor who he's the one that split from David Tennant and he's part of the newer show.
Ncuti Gatwa.
Yeah, Ncuti Gatwa. I
really like Ncuti. I don't think he was given good stories. I like his seasons. I think he's okay, but I don't want to watch the doctor deal with magic. That's not why I watch that show. Save the magic for a magic show.
I agree. What I think I liked about his doctor was that they were so emotionally open, it seemed. That's what I liked about him.
But you ready? Small little mini rant. Music's going off because this is what pissed me off. I'm a little upset about Doctor Who. Slight spoilers if you haven't watched the newer stuff. They split the Doctor using the bi-generation, which I think is the stupidest shit ever fucking introduced in the show. They split the Doctor in two. And the whole thing is like, oh yeah, it like your body knew you needed a break. So I'm now the healed version of you. That's not how healing fucking works. You still experienced all of that shit and you still have all of those memories. So what do you mean you're now some healed version of him? No, you can't just do that. And the only reason you're doing it shows because you want to like restart continuity. No, fuck you. That's not how mental health works. You can't just become a new person who still has all of the memories and experiences and go, now I'm healed. No, eat my ass.
Well, the regeneration I'll mark that off for my list of ways to deal with my problems. All right.
Sorry, I get really annoyed about that.
Were you for or against the timeless child?
So against. But, had they made the timeless child the master, would have been so for it. It being the doctor is stupid.
I actually love the timeless child reveal.
I think the timeless child would have been a dope reveal had the master been the timeless child. It would have explained so much fucking more. And I don't need the doctor to be, I liked that the doctor was just some dude who took the TARDIS. I don't need him to now be, oh, now he's the most important person in the universe. No, fuck you. Fuck you, Chibnall.
What I did, the one thing I really didn't like about the new Doctor Who series was starting with 13 was the fact that they kind of went back on the Masters. Like Missy had her redemption arc.
Missy had the perfect story arc, and they said, fuck all of it. We're bringing the Master back in immediately. Fuck you, show. We have a call out, by the way. All right. Let's bring up our first guest of the show. 48 minutes into the show, we have... Oh, wait. Huh? Wait. Return that person to queue. That person wasn't ready. Hold on. That person still needs to be screened. Wait, do they? Pillow, call number 3. Was that one done? Because like, okay. So if you could get that one through, then we'll take this other one, which is, I think, from somebody who's so annoying, but I'll take the call anyway. I don't care. Coming up is Fanatic, calling from California. Fanatic, you're on air with Jovan and Dalton, the Bible guy. Please provide us your age and pronouns.
My age is 41 and my pronouns are typical. You know, he, him.
Hold on. Hold on. We have to give our stuff first. Fanatic, Dalton and I want you to try to convince us that God is real. Neither of us believe God is real based on current evidence. Do you have any evidence to convince us that God is real?
I do. But before we do that, I wanted to just ask you really quickly, is there any way that you and I can actually have a conversation? Not today, obviously, because this is not what this topic of the show is, but I would like to have a conversation with you about the trans thing, because I felt like last time we didn't really have an opportunity to, because there was two people, it was you and another person. There was a very short amount of time. Someone paid for me to get off at 20 minutes. And we just really couldn't get into the actual conversation. Would you be willing to have an actual conversation on that topic?
I mean, I'll have a conversation on anything if you'd like to schedule an actual, like, moderated debate. We can do that. We can get a moderator. We can have an actual. Moderated? It doesn't have to be. I think it would be helpful. But I would say you gotta be better understanding of analogies for that conversation to go a better way.
Sure. I'm like hyper civil. When we're having an actual conversation, I will not interrupt you a single time. I will literally address everything you say.
Well, let me just. I'm okay with being interrupted if it's of substance. Sure. Substance interruptions, people can interrupt me all day. Dalton does it. I don't care if Dalton interrupts me. If the interruption has no substance behind it, or if you're interrupting me to clarify that I got something you said wrong, or if you're interrupting me to add context, substantive interruptions, I'm totally fine with. Substantive interruptions, I think, are a waste of time.
I see. Okay. Well, so just tell me how we can schedule that, and then we can get into the God stuff. Where do I contact, or where do I?
Who do you contact? I would just DM me on Instagram, and we can figure out a time.
Okay, I'll do.
Because if we're scheduling a debate, then there will be no pay to kick. That's only on the call-in shows.
Sure thing. Okay, I'll hit you up on Instagram. Instagram DM. I'll hit you up later on today, actually. Okay, so as far as the God is real thing, I subscribe very much to the Kalam cosmological argument by William Lane Craig. I think it makes literally perfect sense. I think the idea that from nothing comes, I think is pretty accurate. Mm-hmm. I think that there had been a creator of sorts, an intelligent mind, for time, space, and matter to come into existence at once, that it would have to be, for them to exist, something that was timeless, spaceless, and matterless had to be able to create them, something that existed outside of them. And I think that points to, the creator. Lastly, as far as my personal belief, I think the Kalam cosmological argument only leads you towards deism of sorts, some reason to believe in a God and whatever. But the reason why I personally believe in God is because of my personal experience. I know him on a properly basic level. I've had enough experiences and encounters directly with God that nothing could ever convince me that God doesn't exist. With that, I understand that it would be really easy for other people to not want to believe God exists, or what they couldn't share my belief.
Yo, chat, you're funny right now.
If they haven't experienced my experiences, then yeah, I can understand why they wouldn't know for sure which God is God. But
so just so we don't get too far from it, what I want to I want to touch on the cosmological argument, because I don't think it's convincing. Because the whole crux is just presupposing that the universe has to have a beginning, and I don't necessarily believe the universe has a beginning. I think the universe could have always existed. There's no evidence telling us the universe has a start. There's evidence that tells us the observable universe does, but that's not the universe as a whole.
So why should we think the universe had a beginning?
Well, I think science has pretty much come to that conclusion. It has. When you look at the universe, we obviously, sure it has. When you look at it,
fanatic. Science has only determined that our observable universe, so the state the universe is in currently, had a pre-existing state, which was the hot, dense state that the universe existed in prior to the Big Bang. But all of the universe still existed in that. It was just in a different form. There is no scientific evidence of anything of that form having a start. There's no evidence of that form existing in another. All we know is pre this form, it existed in this form, and that's it.
So I think so. When you look at the Big Bang model, right? There's a that's space, matter, all of those things, right? And like something obviously you had to create those things, but just as far as the beginning is concerned, we're
Nope.
looking at the fact that the universe is expanding, right? The universe is expanding,
Well,
and because it's
I would
expanding,
say
we know that
it's not
eventually.
obvious that something had to create those things. It's not obvious. I would say that those things weren't created. They just at best it's perhaps it goes through cycles of expansion and contraction, or there's any number of possibilities. But like that, it was created. I don't think that matter can be created or destroyed.
Yeah, I feel like you're ignoring our key contentions with the cosmological argument, which is that
I'm sorry.
the
Say one more
expansion of
time.
the universe currently, right, is what would have been after the Big Bang, but we still believe the universe existed prior to the Big Bang. We don't believe that the Big Bang was the start of the universe. It was just start of the expansion of our current observable universe.
But like when you think about the Big Bang, right, which is which causes this massive expansion of the universe, galaxies, drifting further and further apart, and all that stuff. When you run those models backwards, you eventually get to this, singularity, right? You get to the point where the universe is at its like densest, most whatever, so on and so state, and time and space and all of those things, like everything is infinite at that point. So if everything is infinite at that point, then that means there's no time, right? And
Infinitely dense.
Time existed in the state prior to the Big Bang. It had to have, because actions occurred in sequence. So time had to have existed.
No, but there was no
then.
space time. Like
There-
in like
There
the
was
general
it was just
relativity
extremely-
model.
It was no, it was
In the
it did
general
exist, it was
relativity
just
model.
infinitely dense.
In the general relativity model, when you run the model backwards, time space breaks down. There is no time space. It is infinite.
No, the math breaks down because the numbers get so astronomically large. But like time, space, and matter exists prior to the expansion. It's just infinitely dense. That's it.
I guess we're just going to disagree with science there, because science specifically says that time space breaks down at the beginning of that model. That's not me coming up with that. That's not my area of study, but this is literally what science is. This is the consensus.
I've got several friends who are
the experts in that
physicists,
field.
and they would disagree with you.
Yeah, maybe your friends might disagree with me, but they would be disagreeing with the consensus, because the consensus is that time
No, they
space
wouldn't.
breaks down at the beginning.
Again,
I'm not going to argue with you what the scientists say.
No, but all it's saying in general relativity is that it gets so big that mapping it out becomes physically impossible. Like a good way to, I wouldn't even say physically impossible. A good way to visualize it is like if I'm mapping my hometown, it's going to be way easy for me to give detailed information on everything versus when I'm mapping the universe, right? I can't give detailed information on everything in the universe because the map is so large. That's what it's talking about when it talks about time, quote unquote, breaking down.
Yeah, I think it's pretty. I think the science generally supports the idea that the universe did have a beginning. And that,
Where are you getting this idea?
Like,
Who told you this?
I mean, again, this is like there are plenty of like I said, when the consensus of physicists, of astrophysicists, like literally is that during the Big Bang, like when what preceded the Big Bang was just like infinite density, infinite whatever, where like the time space is broken down, and because of that, then that's the beginning. It's not an individual told me that.
The math breaks down, but like time, space, and matter still exist. It's infinitely dense.
The time can't be infinite.
Why not?
Because time has a function, and it's finite, and there's never been an infinite time. Infinite.
No, you need to give
infinite
us a
time would
reason
be
to think
eternal.
that time is finite. Yeah, I don't have any reason to think that time isn't eternal.
I don't have to give you. I don't have to give you a reason why time is that, because that's just what it is. Like time is a measurement. So wait. Time is infinite now. Like time has time. That doesn't make sense.
What do you mean doesn't make sense?
Time is measurable. time is measurable.
Time in the current model, we can only measure time up to a certain point. There's nothing suggesting that time is finite. We just don't know because we can't measure it past a certain point, which I think is like, it's like 10 to the 43rd or something seconds after the Big Bang.
The
We can only
Planck.
measure time. Yeah, the Planck, what is it? Planck E, it starts with an E. What's the second word?
Epoch.
Yeah, Planck epoch. We can only get it to, we can only measure it up to a certain point. We don't know what's after that point. So by
Yeah.
claiming that what's after that point is God is essentially just doing a God of the gaps, because we don't
I'm
know.
not, right
It
now, we're
must
not
be
even talking
God.
about God. Right now, I'm not talking about God. Right now, I'm just talking about time, right? Like, because that's where you guys had a disagreement. Like, and I think this, yes, eventually we will get to God, but like right now we're talking about the existence of time and whether or not time is infinite. And according to general relativity, time is literally directly tethered to space and matter. These three
And space
things
has always
all
existed.
function together. And so if time is perfectly related to space and matter, then that means that
Mhm.
time is finite, right? And then furthermore, when we're talking about time, space, and
No,
matter in
because
general
time
relativity,
time
hold on,
isn't finite.
one last thing. If
I mean, it might be
Okay.
finite in the sense that, like the universe was infinitely dense, but time goes back ad infinitum, just like matter has always existed. Time has always existed.
Yeah. So when talking about general relativity, time is directly related to matter. Like space-time is
Mhm.
going to be finite because general relativity is finite. General relativity believes that the universe came into, like, time, space, and matter came into existence with the Big Bang.
I want you to show me
General
where
relativity
the theory of
begins that time, space,
show me where the
time,
theory
space,
of
and matter
relativity demands
began
that the
with the Big
universe
Bang.
came into existence.
I mean, this is just known things. I can Google it if you need me to.
You can find me a peer-reviewed paper that supports that position. That'd be fantastic.
This is like literally like a fundamental understanding of general relativity. What are we talking about? Like,
General relativity
it's
doesn't
really
doesn't
not.
claim
that
the
time,
universe came
space-
into existence.
Okay, what is your this is crazy. I never.
Do me a favor, just Google does the theory of just general relativity state that the universe came into existence?
I said I asked this according to general. Oh, I didn't type general relativity. I'm sorry. But it filled it out for me anyway. I asked according to general, and I meant to put relativity. Did time, space, and matter begin with the Big Bang? And then it says yes. According to a pure interpretation of general relativity, space, time, and matter all began at the Big Bang. The event is mathematically described as a singularity, a point where the density of matter and the curvature of space-time become infinite. That's what I was saying. It was, infinite. At this point, the standard laws of physics break down,
it, and
making the concept of before the Big Bang nonsensical with that framework.
General relativity does not explicitly state that space, time, and matter came into existence, but rather predicts they began at a singular point, known as the Big Bang, roughly 15 billion years ago. The theory treats space-time as a connected 4D fabric. It says, does not explicitly state that space, time, and matter came into existence.
But again, this is what I think.
No. Read it one more time.
No. But this is what I think the breakdown of understanding is here. It's essentially stating that the way space-time works in our current universe, you can trace back that beginning, but that doesn't tell you whether space-time has existed prior to this current state of the universe. All it can tell you is that this is the beginning of space-time in the current state of the universe.
Okay. Can you read your source one more time?
Yeah, although I would say my source is it's AI overview. It's just
Google AI.
Reddit.
I got you. Yeah, I got you. Sure, it's fine. Read it one more time. What did it say?
General relativity does not explicitly state that space, time, and matter came into existence.
Keep going.
But rather predicts that they began at a singular point known as the Big Bang, which is a contradictory statement.
I know. Because, the second part is, but rather predicts. Hold on. But it rather predicts, right? Because general relativity is a theory, and it does have predictions. And according to general relativity, it predicts that time, space, and matter began, To began means to come into existence. It began at a singular point known as a singularity, which is literally the same thing that mine is saying. Yes, according to a pure interpretation of general relativity, space, time, and matter all began
it
at
says
the
that
Big
it does
Bang.
not explicitly state that space, time, and matter came into existence.
It doesn't have to
So you're
explicitly state that, but
so
what
you're
it
only
does do is
focusing
it
on the
says
latter
this is
half
where
of the
it
sentence, and
began.
you ignore the former half of the sentence because you like the latter half of the sentence. It says does
Nope.
not
Let's go
explicitly
ahead and
say
break
came
that
into
down in English.
existence.
No.
Wait,
It doesn't
I feel like
explicitly.
again,
It doesn't explicitly
we're
state it. It
ignoring
implicitly
the
states it.
part that it's only talking about the way that space-time works in our observable current universe.
Yeah. So again, I get you, of course, because time, space, and matter are literally directly tied to reality, which in reality is our universe. But to be clear, it doesn't explicitly state, but it implicitly states, right? Because this, like, that's why I kept saying when you run the models backwards, when you like run the models, like then you run the math, then at that point, this is where you get these conclusions. General relativity might
The
not
math breaks
directly
down.
state. By the way, this yada 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 yada, but but these are the implications when you run the model, which is why I'm saying this is what contemporary science
the math
agrees with,
breaks
because
down.
contemporary science
That doesn't
and
mean that time,
and
space,
general
and matter
relativity
came into
cannot be
existence.
divorced. I hear you, but general relativity cannot be divorced from the math. So if the math breaks down, either general relativity is incorrect, or you get to these implications.
No,
such
general
as
theory,
this
general
singularity
relativity is just
where there is no.
it's incomplete. It's incomplete. That's why the math breaks down.
I get you. I hear you. I think I understand why you would prefer to believe that general relativity is incomplete and just inconsistent, because then it makes it comfortable.
No one's saying
to
it's
be able to rest on
incomplete,
your
and no one's
position.
saying it's
However,
inconsistent. That's
you
not the
just said
claim
that.
being made. No, that's not the claim being
He
made.
literally just said those words. He said those words verbatim. General relativity is incomplete. He said those words directly, like verbatim.
The claim that's being made here, and I feel like I keep repeating it and I keep getting ignored, is that when we're looking at a universe model and we're measuring time and we're measuring space, we can do that in this current model up to a specific point. And we can't measure it afterwards. That's not stating that after the stop of our measurement, we can no longer measure it, right? Or that it didn't exist. That's like I have a tape measure that goes up 24 feet, and oh well, the tape measure stops, so clearly there's nothing after that. No, it's just the math becomes almost impossible to formulate.
That's okay. I hear your interpretation. As I said, I asked the AI. That is what a pure interpretation of general relativity is that yes, space, time, and matter all began at the Big Bang, as my source and your source both said. And so then at that point, that's why I have that conclusion that yes,
but it
universe
also
had
said
a
that
beginning.
it did not come into existence, and you seem to be ignoring that.
No. I'm sorry. It did not say that it did not come into existence. What it says is it didn't explicitly state, which is why I keep saying it implicitly states it, because it is implied by the math and by people running the models.
And we're telling you that you don't understand the people doing the models, because it's not what they're saying.
I'm saying you don't understand the people doing the model, because I just asked the AI, and both the AI for both of us, your AI and my AI, both stated, according to space, time, and matter all began at the Big Bang. Your source said it, and my source said it. So yes,
the math
I
is
do
only
understand the model.
and that
Again,
the
keep
math
ignoring.
can only take us back to the Planck time, and after that, the math just sort of falls apart because we need more information. It's kind of like how it's Newton's law, Newton's understanding of like gravity, like only was able to take us so far. General relativity can only take us even further, and we need something even further to take us even back further.
Yeah. Yeah, I get you. So it's just but that. So here's a key takeaway that the AI continues on to say. Okay, general relativity predicts a definitive beginning for time and space, but until we have a proven theory of quantum gravity, we cannot say for certain if anything existed before that moment. So I mean, look again. You can choose to interpret general relativity in an entirely erroneous way and say that no, it's not.
Hold on.
Sorry,
Again. I'm not interpreting it because I don't understand it. I'm interpreting it what the science and the the actual PhDs are saying. So like Sean Carroll, who is literally a PhD in astrophysics, literally has said the Big Bang is not a moment in time, it is a moment in space-time. It's a point where our current theories break down. Not that it's a point where this stops, but just that we can't measure it past this point. Robert Wald, the occurrence of a singularity indicates a breakdown of the theory. That's all they're saying, is the math can't measure past that. And you keep saying, well, AI is telling me this. And I'm not worried about what the AI is saying. I'm worried about what the actual science is saying, which is that we can't measure past this point. The math breaks down.
Got you. So let's go ahead and name drop then. Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking is perhaps the most famous advocate for the beginning of time concept. In the 1960s and 70s, Hawking works with Roger Penrose to prove that under the laws of general relativity, the universe must have begun at a singularity.
Incorrect. Wait. Stop. Hawking's is quoted in saying, the classical theory of general relativity breaks down at a singularity. One cannot use it to predict what will come out of said singularity. No, he doesn't make the claim you're claiming.
Hey. No, one cannot use it to predict what will come out of a singularity of in general. But what he is saying is this is what the beginning of it is. So Stephen Hawking literally was saying that time and space began at the singularity. He's then saying you can't use that to be able to say for sure this is what will come out of any other singularity. Like this, we don't have evidence to be able to say that this is the exact way it'll work every time. But he does believe that time and space began with that singularity, according to general relativity. That is what he purported. 100%.
No,
So,
all he's
right.
no. All
okay, do I need to find direct quotes from him?
You can go read A Brief History of Time. He literally says the beginning of the universe would be a point where the laws of science break down. Not that this is the start of anything. This is just where our stuff breaks down. Like, I don't know. Like, it's like you keep ignoring everything we keep saying.
You're trying to use the phrase break down.
I would say that the mainstream view in modern cosmology holds that the classical Big Bang model, or whatever you want to call it, it calls it like a point of infinite density, but this is like a mathematical artifact. It's not saying that this was an actual there's an actual like what do you call it, singularity, but that this is just a mathematical artifact, and that's because the general relativity just needs to be refined.
You can even take what Hawking said in 1983 when he was talking about this. He said there would be no boundary to space-time. There would be no beginning. If there's no beginning to space-time, what does that tell you?
All right. So Stephen Hawking definitely believed that the universe had a beginning. And here's from his estate on his website. Although the singularity theorems of Penrose and myself predicted that the universe had a beginning, they didn't say how it had begun.
I don't think you understand what they mean when they say the universe. They're not talking about the universe in every state. They're talking about this state. They're not talking pre-Big Bang.
They're talking about space-time.
They're not talking pre-Big. They're talking post-Big Bang. Not pre-Big Bang.
They're talking about time, space, and matter. The three things that I mentioned to you. They're talking about space-time. And in space-time, which of course is literally calculated by general relativity, they're saying that it begins at the singularity.
A quote from A Brief History of Time: the universe would be completely self-contained and not affected by anything outside itself. It would neither be created nor destroyed. It would just be.
I get you. So, all right. So, yeah, basically based off of, like I said, you can look at modern cosmology, like the general consensus, especially based off of the.
Wait, can you address what Dalton just said? I don't know why we're skipping past that.
Because it just seems like a non sequitur. It seems like you're just saying the exact same thing.
We're using your own source.
It's a quote from Hawkins.
You brought up Hawkins. We're using your own source.
Yeah, and I quoted something from Hawkings that you guys kind of we're just glossing past it. Like we're just
nope. I haven't glossed past a single thing you said. I've addressed every single thing you said.
I'm reading a quote from Stephen Hawking, and you go, yeah, but I don't think you understand what he's saying, and then you start literally.
So that's not glossing past what you said. That's addressing what you said directly.
And And then, okay, maybe I shouldn't use the phrase glossing if you want to get semantical about it. The fact of the matter is, every time I give you a point, which I think very clearly dictates exactly what the hell he's talking about, you then say, I just don't think you understand what he means.
Here,
and then you
what-
literally just
here,
go on
what
and
are-
reaffirm
what are
what
we-
you're
And then
what
we
are we
explain what he
misunderstanding?
meant.
Times.
And then we explain what he meant.
Could you explain what Hawkins means by saying about the universe that it would neither be created nor destroyed?
I don't know. I'm sorry. Can you read the context surrounding it? Read it one more time, please.
One could say the boundary condition of the universe is that it has no boundary. The universe would be completely self-contained and not affected by anything outside itself. It would neither be created nor destroyed. It would just be.
Sure. I mean, I guess that's like the idea that that's him arguing basically that there's no creator, that there's no like
It's
no
not
intelligent design,
created.
there's no separate mind. That's what I said that would be his argument, because if it's not created, there would be no creator. That there's no like separate mind or separate entity that created it, that it just kind of exists in and of itself. I think that's what his argument is. It doesn't change
like an
the fact
eternal
that the
state
universe had a
universe.
beginning. It doesn't change the fact that it could have had a beginning.
doesn't
Our
actually.
present universe, our present cycle would have a beginning, but the cosmos wouldn't.
It directly contradicts the claim you made at the start of the call, which was because the universe must have been created and had a beginning, there must have been a creator.
But that was a speculation on Stephen Hawking's part. It literally opens up with one.
It's also a
could.
speculation
Now it's
on
a
your part.
speculation.
No. It is a speculation on his part. He does say the universe could.
As
soon
as
this
Stephen
is like
Hawkins disagrees with him, it's speculation.
These are
Bradley.
musings. These are musings and speculations. Like, hey, one
Then
could say
then
this
why
thing.
did you
One could
then
say
why
such
did
and
you
such.
bring up Stephen
He's
Hawkins in
arguing
the
that.
first place? If you're just going to
Because
like dismiss
Stephen
him now, why
Hawking's-
did you bring him up in the first place?
I'm not dismissing him. I'm just taking his words into account. He said in that thing, one could say, which implies that this is a speculation. However, he literally set out to study and prove that the universe had a beginning. So when I'm taking into consideration that the universe had a beginning,
And what did
now
he
I can
mean by
also
the
take into
universe?
these things are not contradictory. To be able to say that the
And-
universe had a beginning and to also say that it didn't have a creator, these two things are not incompatible.
And
I'm
it's
just taking
also
him
not
at his
contradictory
actual
to
word.
say that the universe had a beginning, but that the cosmos have always existed.
The cosmos is the universe. I don't understand. Like, what does that
No.
mean?
If the universe
The
goes
universe
through
has a beginning. The
cycles
cosmos
of
is the universe.
expansion and contraction, for example, then our present universe would have a definite beginning about 13.8 billion years ago, but like there's still something before it.
So there you go. So were you just reading a quote from him right there? What was that?
Nope, that was just good old fashioned Bible
I'm
guy.
just gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it again, and this is the last time I'm gonna say it because I feel like you keep ignoring this, fanatic. When Stephen Hawking talks about the universe, he is talking about space, time, and like physical matter and physical laws within said universe. When he says that there reaches a point in gravitational singularity where where all of this just sort of begins, what he's saying is the current models that we have cannot go past this point. At this point, the current laws of physics that we know to be true, they break down. We can't move past them. There's none of this. He does not make a claim that the universe came from nothing. He does not make a claim that there was any of this happening. All he and the rest of the people that are making these points are claiming is that we cannot account for the math past this point. That's it.
Okay, that's your interpretation. I entirely.
That's not my
disagree.
interpretation. That's what they all say.
Okay. I hear you. I disagree. So we can talk about the God of the Bible. Let's do that.
Well, it's
great
too late.
concept.
Someone paid to boot now, so you took 30 minutes on that. You wasted 30 minutes on not understanding what Stephen Hawking and the rest of them are saying. Fucking wish we had Blitz here. On God.
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
Like, I don't know how many quotes we could pull up.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to just ask him for like sources for these things so I can bring him up
But
in the future.
it's not, it wouldn't matter because every one of these theoreticists say the same thing, that when they say beginning, they're just talking about the boundary of the current model that we have. They're not confirming any sort of creation in that. So I don't know, like I can bring up quotes from a million different physicists who assert this.
Yeah. Oh well. Maybe next time we can talk about the God of the Bible with him.
Let me read some super chats to get us through. Pseudo V Science said the Copenhagen survey proves the caller wrong. I guess that's true. I don't remember what questions the Copenhagen survey specifically, like how they phrased them. But essentially, the Copenhagen survey, for people who don't know, it was just a survey on the Copenhagen quantum mechanics like interpretation. If I remember I don't remember the questions. But 42% of all the people they surveyed were in favor of it. But yeah, I don't remember the specific questions the Copenhagen survey asked. Katie Pope said, I thought he was going to tie into God somehow, even if I hate Christianity, was hoping it would eventually tie in. He wanted to tie in after the fact, after 30 minutes. Merlin said, please God, kick this moron who's incapable of listening. Dusk Frame said, I love seeing Jovan and Dilophosaurus stream together. That's funny. Chase Ford said, Rain of Fire, cool / silly movie about dragons. That's funny. We'll take some more calls. We actually have some people on the line now, so we can take some calls. Hopefully this time it's on actual, And I wasn't gonna start the Philbro timer on that because there was no Philbroing happening. It was like mostly just a misunderstanding of what the physics models are currently telling us. Coming up to stream next is Brian. Brian is calling in from Indiana to talk about the history of the Bible. Brian, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
47 and a hymn.
All right, great. Now, Brian, you're calling in to talk about the history of the Bible. Do you think you're going to be able to convince us that the Bible is historically accurate?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Brian, go ahead. Give us your best. You do have a lot of background noise. Are we on speaker?
Yeah. Hold on.
Can you take us off speaker?
Give me a second. Hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you now. And significantly better. Brian, convince us that the Bible is historically accurate. Give us your best argument.
So historically accurate would actually mean that so I've listened to many of theories of how this world came to, and Scripture stays more of a logical ideal of how it came to. So sorry, I have this genius playing around. So when I go into like scriptures, I don't go into like anything past Paleo-Hebrew. Paleo-Hebrew is more accurate to exactly our Heavenly Father was.
Oh my God.
In its original text.
No, Paleo-Hebrew is not more or less accurate than the Hebrew we have now. The only difference between the Hebrew Bible we have now and Paleo-Hebrew script is just that it's a different script, but all of the words are exactly the same.
So Paleo-Hebrew was before the fall of Babylonian, so that would not make sense. Anything after that, anybody could have changed.
How would this? Wait. Just take a pause. How would any of this prove that the Bible is historically accurate?
Well, let's say let's talk about the Noah's Ark, right? They've already found it.
They have not.
I mean, yeah, they have.
They have not.
So you haven't been following up what they've actually been discovering, and they actually have found it.
They have not.
It's actually buried into the mountain.
It's not.
That is a natural.
I can't change what they found.
That first and foremost, that is a natural formation. Secondly, that's not even. We don't even know that that's supposed to be the location.
Yes.
Yeah. By the way, Noah's Ark. wasn't a ship in the Bible. Not once in the Bible does it call it a ship or a boat. It actually tells us that the shape of the ark is like a box, and the mount and the formation you have on what we now call Mount Ararat is not shaped like a box. It's shaped like it's shaped like this, and it's a natural formation made of earth and rock and not made of wood. And again, like it's not even like when the Bible says
You made out of
that
gopher wood, you
Noah's
mean?
ark, yeah, it's not made of gopher wood. It's just made of earth. That formation.
Gopher wood.
It's
They
not made
actually
of gopher
identify
wood.
it as gopher wood.
It was not.
Nothing's been identified because nothing's been found.
So do you believe? So when you say that the shape of this actual ark, so you actually believe in the flood, right?
No, of course not. But I've read the Bible, and the Bible describes the shape
That
of
just
the ark
contradicts what you just said.
like a box.
There's no evidence of a flood. There's no evidence of a worldwide flood.
So it's just basic concepts, okay? Let's say with the basic logics here. You're telling me that this big old giant box was on this waterfront, float with all these animals and all this weight.
No, not
That's
in
what
real
I'm
life.
saying. That
No,
would not
only
make
in the
sense.
myth.
Yeah, we're telling you that
No,
there's a
not in real life.
story, and that story claims these things happened, but there's no physical evidence of these things ever actually happening.
So
Why do you think
when
Noah's
the Bible
Ark is
speaks
called
of giants,
Brian? Why do you think Noah's Ark is called an ark? What do you think ark means?
a shape.
It means box. Like the Ark of the Covenant is a box that they've kept the 10 Commandments in. Noah's Ark was also supposed to be in the myth a big ass box. It doesn't have sails, it doesn't have rudders, it doesn't have a mast. It's just a big ass wooden box covered in pitch with all the animals in it. And nothing like that has ever been found in reality.
Here's a good question for you. What year, Brian, did the flood take place? What year did the flood take place?
I don't have scriptures on me. I'm driving.
Okay, you want me to tell you?
Go ahead.
Okay, so Noah's ark, or Noah's flood, the flood of Noah, is said to have taken place around 2348, between 2500 and 2000 BC. That's typically where it falls in the interpretation. Do we have any evidence of societies that existed at that time that weren't destroyed by floods?
Nope.
Yes, we do.
How? So now, let's back us up real quick. When you're doing your identity of all the stuff that was actually not hit by the flood, which is there was nothing around, was you doing this concept of saying that the world is round, or was you saying the world is flat?
The world
Well,
is
I
round.
believe the world is a globe.
Now,
yeah.
Like, because
if
it
you say
is.
the world's a globe, are you going off the CGI picture, or are you actually going by facts? Because
I'm going by facts. I'm going by facts. Is this my first flat earther?
I'm going to go by actually the guys that actually said they went to the moon, and one of them came back and said that was actually a lie.
No, they didn't.
So I'm going to go by the guys actually.
Never
Brian.
happened.
Don't you lie on them,
So
Brian.
you're saying
That's not right.
Really? Could you not see the actual newscast when he actually said it?
No, Brian, I don't.
What about the guys in the Challengers? What about the guys in their Challengers? They said that died in the Challengers.
Now, are we about to spit on
They
the
did an interview,
dead
one of them.
bodies of those who died? Are we about to spit on the dead bodies of those who died in the
No, I'm
Challenger now?
asking
Is
you
that
a
what we're
question
getting
here.
to?
I'm asking you a question. How
They're
do they
dead,
interview
Brian.
somebody
They're
who's
dead.
dead? How do they?
You don't, because
Really?
they didn't.
And did you see them?
Hey, here's a quick question. Brian. Maybe.
See, no, I'm asking you a question here, me, because I'm calling you. You're not calling me.
Because that never happened. Brian, how come when ships disappear over the
Says
horizon,
you.
they disappear bottom first?
Bottom first. Let's see. The same reason your sun and your moon disappear, it doesn't go up and down. It goes from afar. I forget the name of it, but when something goes at a far distance, it starts shrinking. What is that called? You should
No,
know
no,
you
no.
guys are
How
more
come-
intelligent.
how
It shrinks. It doesn't sink.
How come we can't see the bottom of boats, but we'll be able to see the top of them when they get far enough across the horizon?
So this is the water.
Because the
Brian.
water reflection.
I don't know if you can see me or not.
You
And the
said the
ship will
water's
just go-
reflection. There ain't no way.
Will look like this. When objects get further away from you, they don't go down. They just get smaller and they stay
Yeah.
right in front of you.
There you go. I just said that. What's it called?
But that's not what happens to boats, and that's not
There's
what
a
happens
formula
to the
called.
sun.
What's it called?
What happens to
No
boats is that
way.
they don't just get smaller. They dip under the water. Well, from our perspective, they're really just going over the curve of the horizon.
Let's just go
Why
through all the.
under-
Let's just go through all of them. Let's
So
just go through all of them.
there's
How come?
scripture.
Yeah.
How come it gets dark in certain places on the planet, like, and it's still light in others if the Earth is flat?
Because the sun reflection and sun and moon rotate on a circuit.
Because the sun and moon rotate on a circuit.
But that doesn't explain why it is that parts
Your
of the
North
Earth would
Pole
be dark.
Would
Because
actually be.
do you think
So
the
your
sun is a
north-
sphere?
So there was, what I'm trying to tell you is that the North Pole, that you think is at the very top of the Earth. is
Yes,
actually
I know
at
you think it's in the center. I
and
know.
actually
I
the
know.
magnetic field.
Anyway, yes, I get it. Brian, you're dumb. We get it. Okay. Do you think that the Earth? Do you think that the
Dumb?
sun is a sphere?
You have not proven it
Yeah.
wrong.
Do you think?
You
do
don't
you
want to
think
argue
that
with
the
a
sun
guy
is a
that a
sphere?
rock fell from the
You have
sky
proven me wrong.
and made a bigger
Honey,
crater.
chill out, honey, chill out. Do you think the sun is
I
a
ain't your
sphere?
honey, playboy.
What do you think the
How
sun
do
is
we
a
get-
sphere?
Dalton, if I wanted to fly, what model map do you use for flat Earth there, Brian? What model map do you like to use?
Okay, pretty good representation. When you use the UK symbol, right? You know what UK is? United Kingdom.
Yeah,
He's gonna pivot to
never
something else?
never heard
Look
of
at
it before.
their symbol. What is it? What is it? What is that symbol?
What is their
What is their
civil?
logo?
Their sigil?
Logo.
Their logo?
You know, like symbol you have on the. Yeah, you know the same symbol you see
Sigil.
on your
Sigil.
Yeah, you see the flat Earth. You don't see a round globe. You see a
Brian-
flat Earth.
Brian.
So your
pictures
theories
show
are
the-
wrong because
Brian,
you're going all.
hey, Brian.
Brian.
Wait,
Brian,
Dalton,
Well,
Dalton,
here-
real quick. I just want to point out, Brian, you know pictures are in 2D, right?
You're right. That's exactly what I was about to say.
2D, huh?
Yeah, pictures
Brian, how
don't
do you
tend to be
show
in
the
3D.
entire
Budgie.
planet? How do you show the entire planet on a two-dimensional photo? If the Earth is a globe, how would you show the entire planet?
Why would they need to show the entire planet? Wouldn't it be like everybody else's show partial, but it's just being a round thing?
You don't need maps?
No, because guess what? Even your Heavenly Father says the truth will be out in front of your face, and actually they have
Oh,
to show
God.
you it. So they actually rub it in your face. Oh, hey, what about this? What about this? You guys said you guys don't know much about history, okay?
Every single
was the
day, I
fishbowl?
lose
No,
more
hold
and
on.
more faith.
Also, I think
in
he was talking
humanity.
about. I think he was talking
Hold
about the UN,
That's
not
what
the
I'm
UK.
No, I'm saying,
wait. Were you talking about the UN,
1929.
Brian? Were you
Hold
talking
on.
about the UN,
Hold
not
on.
the UK?
yeah, you. Sorry, got the
Yeah.
wrong
What
one.
is the what does UN stand for? What do those two letters stand for?
United Nations?
Okay, so
Oh,
why?
man.
What do you think? There's
But
a
anyways,
reason why
Okay.
the Do you think there's wait? Do you think there's a reason why the United Nations would like to have a map that shows all the nations on it?
No. I wanna
You
show
don't think?
exactly what the world looks like.
Jesus, fuck, Brian. They're the United Nations. They
Why do
want
you guys?
a map
Hold on,
that
hold on,
shoes
hold on,
all-
hold on. Let's back
No,
up. Let's
Brian,
back up.
Brian,
Let's back up
I'm
what
not-
you
we're
just
not-
said. No,
Brian,
we're gonna go
I'm
by
not-
No,
what
no,
you
let him
just
go.
said.
Let him go, Dalton.
We're
Let
gonna
him
go
go,
by your
Dalton.
words.
Let him go, Dalton.
No,
Let him
no.
Let him go. Let him
Let's
dig
go
his own
words.
grave.
Let's go words.
I'm gonna need some tea.
You
dash
guys
for
are
this.
always like this. You guys
Uh-uh.
claim you guys are against the Heavenly Father. You guys say he's not
True.
real. But
True.
every time you guys
Sure.
get angry and stuff like that, you call out his name.
We say,
Oh,
"Oh my
God.
God, yeah." Oh.
I don't just
Makes no sense.
To be fair, Brian, I don't just call his name out when I'm angry. I call his name out in bed too, because I'm
No,
English speaking
what I'm
American.
saying is that
I didn't
Why-
know that me saying
No,
a
I'm saying-
common expression proved that God is real. My bad.
But really,
Yeah, crazy.
because when I get upset with somebody, I don't call anybody's name.
I sometimes say
That's
by
weird.
the 9 when I get angry. Does that mean I believe in the 9
Well,
divines from Elder Scrolls?
even
When
when
I say
saying
good
is,
lordy
if I get
Lucifer,
excited,
what does that mean?
I don't get if I get excited, I don't call anybody's name unless it's a woman in front of me, and then I call her name. That's about it. But I don't have to
Never had
call
a woman in
out
front of you.
somebody's name that I don't believe in. Remember?
Hey, how long would it take me
Don't
to
make
fly
sense.
from? How long would it take me to fly from Alaska to Russia?
Huh. I think someone actually did these maps that you're talking about on real flight time and
Well, I mean,
actually
I
real
don't.
flight scales. It's actually all over. Hold on.
I
Hold
don't
on.
need the
So
maps.
I
We
don't
have
have the
flights
actually
that
right here
fly
because I'm not
direct.
actually do it. No. Some guys actually did this and actually showed you emergency flight schedules and actually showed you what it would look compared to a round Earth and a flat Earth. And a flat Earth actually made more sense when they were landed in certain places because when it was
How many
on a
hours,
round Earth,
Brian?
it was actually
Brian, how
further
long?
than the way to go.
Brian, how long does it take to fly from Alaska to
So
Russia?
I don't know. I've never been to Russia.
It's 5 hours,
Ask
Brian.
me questions I know.
It's 5 hours.
Yeah, 5 hours.
So, okay.
That doesn't make sense.
Okay.
That doesn't make
What
sense
does
on a
that
flat
make any
Earth.
point? How does that prove to my Heavenly Father is not real?
How the hell are you doing that on a flat Earth?
Really? Because the flat Earth, guess what would actually align with
By the way,
scriptures? Have you guys ever heard of the
Brian,
firmament? And
The
even
yeah,
Elon
that's why
Musk
we
said
don't
there was
believe
a
in the
firmament.
Bible. Brian, that's why we don't fucking believe
Elon
in the
Musk said
Bible
it too.
because it's a Brian. That's
I
why
thought
that's
for a
why we
Elon
don't
Musk
believe
said
in
it
the
too.
Bible.
I thought for a second that this might be a
Elon-
troll, but he's kind of too
Elon
dumb for it to
Musk
be a troll.
said it.
Elon Musk
Elon
said
Musk
it.
even
Wow.
said it.
Isn't
Genius.
Elon Musk?
Wait,
Elon
hold
Musk
on,
Did
hold
you
on,
not hear the
Dalton,
interview?
hold on. Elon Musk said Donald Trump is
Now
in
you
the
gonna say,
Epstein.
hold on.
Wait, no,
Hold on.
Brian, stop
Hold
talking.
on.
Elon Musk said Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. Do you believe him?
Here, I don't really care about that because here's one fact that you
Yeah,
guys
exactly.
can't actually go against.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm saying here's one fact you guys can't back down. So, what is one thing that Elon Musk has done that you guys haven't done? Tell me.
What is one thing Elon
Not
Musk
the money,
has done that we
not
haven't
the money.
done? Plastic surgery.
Not PayPal, not PayPal.
He's done
and not money.
plastic. I've
What
never
is
done
it?
plastic surgery. He's done plastic
What is
surgery.
it?
Hair
No,
implants.
what is it?
Hair
What is-
implants.
what is the one thing he owns?
restructuring. I've never done any of those things.
What does he own? What does he own?
What does he own? Hardcore drugs. I've never done hardcore drugs.
SpaceX?
Probably some PC if I was to take a
man.
wild guess.
SpaceX? SpaceX?
Here's one thing Elon's done that I've never done. Emailed Jeffrey Epstein and asked to come to
Built
the parties.
a rocket?
I've never done that. I've never
Built a
emailed
rocket?
Jeffrey Epstein
Built
and
a
asked to go to
rocket?
his sex parties.
Hey.
Elon Musk has.
Hey, he built a rocket.
He didn't build a rocket. No, he didn't build a
Yeah,
rocket.
he did.
No.
He designed
No.
it, and it was
He
built.
didn't design any rockets. No.
He just. Oh no, you're gonna take away credit. He did, but it's all. in
He
books now.
did not
did it.
design any
Sorry.
rockets. No.
And also,
Unfortunately.
the guy who actually did it and actually been doing it.
Brian seems to think
So
that
he has
Elon Musk is sitting
experience.
around
No,
in a
we're just going-
garage
We're
just building
identifying
rockets.
he has experience, right? He has experience, right?
He did not build anything. No.
If you could say he ain't have experience and you could prove he doesn't have experience and he's never done anything that was said he's done, then actually show me the evidence he has not done it.
Show you the
Until
evidence he's
then,
not.
He actually done more than you done.
Brian.
So here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying.
Brian.
You guys keep talking over people.
Brian.
Now, how many people get pointed out with you?
Brian. Let me
Can
explain.
you let somebody finish?
Brian. Let me explain
what's
to you
my
how
name again?
Brian.
What's my name?
Okay, I'm just gonna mute you for a second. Let me explain to you, Bri, how burden of proof works. Okay, Brian Nominal. If you are making a claim of something, you have the burden of proof. Now, to explain that like you're 5, okay? When you are saying something happened, you have to show the evidence of it happening, not us. We don't have the burden of proof to prove that it didn't happen. You have the burden of proof to prove that it did. Brian, can you show us a proof that the earth is flat? That
Oh, I'm
beep
sorry.
means you're unmuted. That beep meant you were unmuted. Yes.
Yeah, I unmuted you too because I wasn't even listening. When you show disrespect, I
Okay.
show
Bye, Brian.
disrespect. That's how it works. Bye.
Why would I talk to you if you're gonna mute me?
Every
You
day
don't
I
get to
lose
call
more
into
and
my
more
show.
faith in humanity.
First flat earther ever.
Really?
First flat earther I've ever debated.
Wow. What a momentous day.
What kind of dumb shit?
I don't know. I thought it's crazy. I thought we did leave this behind a long time ago, but I don't know. The internet's great, but it's also like if you don't know how to use it properly, it can make you really dumb.
He straight up said the firmament, bro. Billy, thank you for the other Venmo. Said I can't take his lazy arguments anymore, and I still can't super chat on YouTube. Feel free to bounce. That was for Fanatic. I didn't see that when Fanatic was in here. And then we have some super chats. Resistance said Brian is giving me brain damage. Pat in the chat said little known fact: the dragon's shout for unrelenting flat earther is Fusro dumb. Resistance also said Jesus fucking Christ, Brian is dense. Pat in the chat also said, fellas, save your breath with the flat earther. There's no distance they can't carry a goalpost to or a physics phenomenon they grossly misunderstand. True. Joshua Everett said, as I understand it, caller was correct that Hawkins' equation predicted a beginning, but wrong that one was ever actually found. Possibly. Crack a Killer said his cornbread ain't done in the middle. That's fucking funny. Let's fucking Oh, you know what I never did was Twitch today. Tricky Nia, thank you for subscribing with Prime on Twitch. Simply Rex, thank you for resubscribing with Prime. Chips1313, thank you for resubscribing on Prime. Ramian B, thank you for resubscribing on Prime. Fiona the Foxy, thank you for resubscribing at tier 1. And Poggy Style, thank you for subscribing with Amazon Prime over on Twitch. What a fucking day so far. Ready for the next call?
Well, you bet. Let's see if we get another crazy.
Coming up next is Alex calling in from Spain to talk about Christianity being true. Alex, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Hello, you can hear me?
We can, yeah.
Okay. Age 20 and him.
Great. 20 and him. Just give me 1 second. Just need to. Okay. Now, Alex, Dalton, and I both believe that Christianity is untrue. Do you have a compelling argument to convince us otherwise?
Yeah, basically, I have one main point that I wish to propose to you guys. If you believe Christianity to be true, how do you explain Eucharistic miracles throughout history?
I would say we have no actual verified Eucharistic miracles. None of them have been scientifically peer-reviewed.
I would agree. I don't think miracles happen.
Okay. But what about if they were to be tested by doctors who analyzed them and said that they were parts of cardiac tissue?
Yeah, can they demonstrate that this cardiac tissue was at one point bread?
But the tissue was taken from the bread itself.
What?
Can you show us the peer? Are you saying that there's a piece of cardiac tissue that's found in some bread?
Yes, in the communion bread, yes, found in some churches around the world. There's a few documented cases, but the ones in more recent history have been.
And was provenance was provenance demonstrated?
What do you mean by providence?
Like we know, like every stage from like the bread turning into flesh all the way to being like under scientific scrutiny. Everything was documented. Everything's above board. That this is also that these doctors' work has been peer reviewed by people in the community.
Yeah, it was peer reviewed, yes, by scientists, yes.
It wasn't.
Yeah,
but how do you make?
Let's produce that peer review. Come
on. Okay. So can I give you a few examples then, and you can look into it if you want, Google it and see. If
I would just want the peer-reviewed study.
Yeah, just
Okay.
give us the DOI number for the study.
Sorry, one moment. Okay, could you look up the case of Buenos Aires, 1966?
Yeah, that one wasn't peer reviewed.
But scientists took a look at it. They
Yes, they
tested
did.
it and they found it to be cardiac tissue.
Nope. They made a claim that it was cardiac tissue. They did not allow any independent replication of this. They did not allow anyone to peer review their evidence or their work. That's not nothing. That's
So you
quite
think they
literally
were
nothing.
lying?
Yes, I don't think
You
they were
think the
lying.
scientists?
I know they were lying.
Okay, you believe that the scientists lied, not just the priest, but the scientists that investigated as well.
Yes.
Yeah, if I'm a
What
scientist
reason
that
would?
refuses to let my work undergo peer review, it's because I don't want to be fact checked, which is kind of problematic.
Okay. Well, I just recommend anyone listening to the channel to look up the Eucharistic miracles, look up the evidence behind them, and do their own research.
And I encourage everyone who's listening to make sure that the paper that you're looking at is peer reviewed. Otherwise, anyone could say anything. You get away with it.
Okay, no worries. Thank you. Anyways, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I encourage everyone.
Wait,
please
I'm sorry.
please,
Hold on. Alex, is that really it? You bring us one
Yeah, I
case
just
where there
want-
was no study done. All that happened was this church claimed they sent this off to scientists. They
That's not the
claimed.
only
Hold
case.
on. Stop. Hold on. But we're going to talk about the case that you're talking about right now. This
Okay.
church found a communion wafer on the floor. They put it in water to dissolve and it didn't dissolve. They then said they sent this off to scientists who proved through testing that it had human tissue in it. They never produced any lab results. They never produced any tests. They never showed how the methods of this were. They never told us what the laboratories they sent it to. They never told us any of that. And you're saying I should just take that all on cuff and believe that it's real?
I don't know where you're getting you don't know which lab they sent it to, because there was an actual scientist who tested it.
Who?
Let me find his name for you. Okay, if you're ready to copy down, Dr. Ricardo Castañón Gomez and Dr. Frederick Zugib.
The Frederick Zugaby stuff is all secondhand that they're relaying after the fact. There's no evidence that they actually sent it to him.
Okay, then in that case, the first guy I said, Dr. Ricardo Castañón Gomez.
Again, no evidence they actually sent it to them.
No evidence that they sent it to them.
No.
Alex, is that
Okay,
all
well,
that you
you-
have
I mean, you could
in
look it
regards
up on
for the
Google and
evidence
see that they
for
sent it to
Eucharistic
you.
miracles? Just hearsay and things that you've heard? Have you found any actual scientific papers that you've read that have undergone the peer review process, or are you just relating things that have been told to you by Eucharistic apologists?
But I'm not even hearing it from apologetics. I looked it up on Google. Literally, it's saying they were led by Ricardo Castañón Gomez.
Ricardo
Frederick
Castañón Gomez is a psychologist who organized the sending of the material to labs. He didn't do any testing on it. He didn't do any of that.
Okay.
And again, he's not told us what labs he sent it to. He's not told us what pathologists analyzed these materials. He's doing none of that. This is not evidence that this claim is true.
I agree to disagree.
Based on what? Who Who was Ricardo Castaño Gomez a pathologist or a psychologist?
I think he's a psychologist, as you said.
So then
But
how
the
could
forensic
he,
pathologist,
if he's a psychologist, how could he do tests that would require him to be a pathologist to do?
okay, my bad. Then it was Frederick Zugib, the pathologist. who
And
did
what
testing on it.
evidence do you have that Frederick was sent these material? What evidence do you have of this?
That's like saying, what evidence do I have that I took my dog for a walk this morning? Like they simply sent it to
What?
the pathologist.
What?
Yeah, they sent it to him.
That's not even remotely the same, bud, because if we were talking about scientific peer review, you can go out and find the actual paper, give us the DOI number if you've done the research. It's not even remotely the same. Although if you walked your dog this morning, you could potentially like take an actual video of you walking your dog. Although you walking your dog is not a scientific claim.
Let's also just analyze it. There's no published paper by Zugaby. There's no lab reports to Zugaby. There's no chain of custody evidence showing Zugaby ever had them. Zugaby never made a public statement that he ever had these materials. So you're basing this on nothing. No, I'm sorry. You're basing it on a Google search you did 5 minutes ago.
Well, I mean, like I said, I just agree to disagree. I believe it to be true.
I don't do
As well
agree
as
to disagree on things like this unless you can present evidence, which you can't. Agree to disagree is for
Okay.
things like, well, we agree to disagree that this color red that we're looking at looks differently shaded to both of us. Not on something that would have had verifiable evidence to it.
Okay. And what about the one of the Lanciano in Italy, 8th century?
Oh, wow. Another Google search. Which one?
Italy, Lanciano, 8th century.
And what peer-reviewed paper do we have that confirms that this was a Eucharistic miracle?
Why does it need a peer-reviewed paper if it's part of history?
There's
and it's
no
historically
way.
documented.
There's no way.
Because how am I supposed to know that this thing was ever actually bread that turned into flesh, as opposed to
Because
just
of the
well-preserved
Because of the historical
flesh?
documents.
There's no way.
Because of the history of it.
And how do you know that this wasn't a hoax? We know for a fact that Catholics are more than okay with creating a hoax in order to like prop up their faith. I mean, the Shroud of Turin, or as I like to call it, the Shroud of Tourism, is a prime example of Catholic hoax creating to prop up the Catholic faith. So who's this? How can I determine that the Eucharistic miracle of Lanciano was actually a piece of bread that became flesh?
History, historical documents, eyewitness reports.
How does a historical document from like a fuck ton long ago, over 1,000 years ago, supposed to demonstrate the validity of this claim?
That's like saying, how can a historical document from thousands of years ago that Alexander the Great existed?
Alex, do you
truly
believe in
existed?
mermaids?
No.
Why? We have historical documents of people, firsthand accounts of seeing mermaids.
Because that was fiction.
How do you know it was fiction?
And
There
so
were
is this.
historical documents of people's firsthand accounts of witnessing mermaids.
Because there is no mermaids.
How do you know when
And
there is
there's no-
you're just ignoring the history.
Yeah.
No,
See,
I
but there's
follow
a
God, and God
principle.
does not
There's a
teach
principle
mermaids.
of extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Claims like a guy named Alexander lived and he was a king. Well, we know kings existed. We know that people named Alexander existed. So claiming that there was a guy named Alexander who was a king is not that significant of a claim. Any claim about magic, though, like mermaids or bread becoming flesh, requires a substantially larger amount of data to substantiate.
Like I said, it's going to have to be an agree to disagree.
No,
It's
you're
not.
just being lazy. Agree to disagree is so lazy, dude. It's the most laziest shit on the planet.
I'm saying to your viewers, look up all the recorded cases of Eucharist.
They can
miracles
okay,
and
but
let
what
them
about all the recorded cases of mermaids?
They're free to look them up as well and judge.
Are they
themselves.
real?
They're free to judge that. Your viewers can judge.
You're such a lazy. Goodbye. You're so lazy. Get the fuck out of here.
agree to disagree is the shittiest rebuttal to any point that's ever been made.
Like, what was the point of calling in if you can't actually back up what you're saying?
He was just hoping we'd take his word on it. He's used to talking to people who are
Insane.
just as gullible as him.
True, goddamn. Goddamn if that ain't true. Super chat from Chase Firth said he doesn't know what provenance is. He thought you said Providence. Oh shit.
Providence.
Crazy times. Let's bring up the next call. Coming up next to the show is Freddie from California. Freddie is calling in to talk about God being real. Freddie, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
27, grown ass man.
So what pronouns does a grown-ass man use?
Grown ass man.
None of those words you just said are pronouns.
Male. I'm a
Male,
man. I'm a
male.
male.
Those
I'm a
aren't
guy.
pronouns. I'm wondering what. That's not a. Well, I mean, in some case, people might assume dude is a pronoun, but I'd say it's more of an honorific.
Dude or dude self.
Not pronouns.
Him.
Do you need
There
like
you
a
go.
multiple? Do you need multiple
There you
choice?
go.
to
He
help
got
you?
there. He got there in the
Yeah.
end. He figured it out. I was getting worried there. You know, Freddie. Like I was
You're
getting a
getting
little worried. Yeah, I mean, I
you were.
feel like it wasn't a hard question.
bet
You
you
struggled
were.
to answer
I bet you were
it.
getting
Freddie,
worried
you
there,
believe God
bro.
is real. Me and Dalton believe there's no evidence of God being real. Do you have compelling evidence for us? And if so, what's the evidence?
Well, here's the big problem with that is that when you say there's no compelling evidence of God being real, and then when someone says that they believe in God in a Christian or a biblical sense, they will believe that the evidence is that we are here and we exist right here in front of us. So that's a very hard thing for me to expound to you. But for
that's pretty good evidence that my parents fucked. Not pretty good evidence of a God
pretty good
though.
evidence that your parents fucked. But we don't have there's no evidence on how a single cell organism became a complex organism. We don't know how that happened. We know that
we actually do. That would be called evolution. We have a lot of evidence for that actually.
But there's a lot of evidence that evolution is not accurate.
No, there isn't actually.
Darwinism
like what?
has been disproven by many different scientists, and many different scientists have very
haven't.
ideas on how this happened. But
first off, don't call it Darwinism. We're not living in the late 1800s anymore. We know far more about evolution than Darwin would have ever dreamed.
Theory of evolution. You can't say evolution and then don't say Darwinism. Let's not.
Darwinism is specifically a very early. No, Darwinism is an early version of an evolution model. We don't use Darwin's model of evolution in the same way we do now. So,
like Darwin didn't even know about genes.
So for me to mention Darwinism is not insane.
Darwinism is not the current model of evolution.
Okay, I understand what is not the current model. If you're saying that there's a new model, there's probably several new models. But at the end of the day, mentioning Darwinism is a key component in evolution. Let's not be crazy here.
All Darwin is just the origin of natural selection. Like, that's really it.
The origin of natural selection.
But guess what? There is no evidence against it.
Okay,
you don't have any evidence against it.
Let's get off of that topic. You guys believe in Darwinism, or you guys have?
Do you ever notice, Dalton, that like when we ask them for evidence of God, they always want to pivot to like talking about something else? Like now we're talking about evolution, not evidence of their God existing, just something completely different.
If someone asked me for evidence of evolution, I wouldn't just start spewing off about how much I hated young Earth creationism.
I'm not sitting here saying younger creationism or spewing off anything. I simply said.
Could you provide us evidence of God that isn't just I don't agree with evolution, like positive evidence?
Well, yeah, I can
God.
provide you evidence if you allow me to expound upon what I was saying earlier.
Great.
So
what's the evidence?
Essentially, what I'm saying is we're going to have to go off of our basic anthropological and historical evidence that we have. We cannot go off of any esoteric things that no one can prove to you. I can't pull up
what is the historical evidence of God?
Well, they do have prehistoric slings and stones found between 500 and 4800 BC, right? So that supports early existence of organized warfare that was mentioned in Genesis.
That doesn't prove God.
We do have.
That proves that
but
the ancient Near Eastern peoples engaged in warfare.
It
We asked for
proves
the
that
evidence
what
of
they
God.
said in the Bible happened. And this is supposed to be the basic instructions before leaving Earth.
There's
This is supposed to
also
be
evidence
the
of
thing
things
that
that
Bro
is written
just
about
happened
quoted
in the
Wu
Bible as
Tang.
false.
Bro, you're just quoting Wu Tang.
No,
Like, come on now.
That's what people say. That's what
There's
people talk
all.
about.
Oh wait,
It's
so
a Wu Tang lyric.
Oh my
Freddie,
God,
are you
dude.
aware that
If
we
you don't
have
stop,
evidence for like the battle of Troy? But that doesn't mean that Zeus and Poseidon exist, right?
we have no idea. We have no
Wait,
idea.
are you suggesting that Zeus and Poseidon, the gods of the Greek pantheon, might exist because we have evidence for the Battle of Troy?
I believe that somebody that may have deceived people to believe that they were that believe that they were Zeus and Poseidon, and the belief
Sure,
that
then
they
I'll
were
just say
gods. Yes,
the same thing about Yahweh. Someone like convinced and deceived the Israelites into thinking there was a God named Yahweh, and they went to war with people.
Well, the Israelites believed in one God, and then they believed in another. That's not crazy.
They believed in many gods. They only worshipped one, though.
Yeah, there's multiple gods mentioned in the Bible.
What's the evidence that any of them, including Yahweh, are real?
Oh, sorry, chat. You're right. It's not Wu Tang. It's GZA. My bad.
Yeah, and that's the whole big thing about it. This is the Bible. We're going off if I'm going off of the Bible as a historical,
The Bible is the
and
claim, not the
evidence
evidence.
of God.
The Bible is the claim, not the evidence.
And the Bible
Not the claim,
cannot be
it's the
historical if it makes contradictory claims that are proven to be false by history.
What is proven to be false by history? History has changed.
Multiple things in the Bible.
Yeah, here, let me just give you one, bud.
People lie.
Let's talk about
Jeebus
Crispy first. Let's talk about Jeebus Crispy for a second. Was Jeebus born during the reign of King Herod the Great?
No.
What was that?
He said no.
No. So you disagree with the Gospel of Matthew?
Yes. Matthew was wrong.
I'm gonna get water, Dalton. You're in charge.
Yeah. Well, so you don't believe? So you what? You don't? You're not a Christian. You don't believe? Are you a Christian? Or are you just Jewish? Are you Christian or Jewish?
Me, I am Christian, but I am not.
Okay, so
what you call. I am what you call. Right. A traditional Christian, an Ethiopian Christian.
Okay, and
I believe in the Ethiopian Bible.
The Ethiopian Bible has the Gospel of Matthew in it.
Yes, and I believe that was wrong.
Okay, is the Gospel of Luke correct?
Many of Luke was correct. Some of Luke was not correct.
Okay, the parts that you're going to prove to be historically false is the incorrect part, I'm guessing. That's going to be my prediction. Who killed Goliath?
David.
Because according to 2 Samuel chapter 21, verse 19, it was someone named Elhanan, the son of Jehoiakim. Or was that also incorrect?
It was not a one-man effort. This is a war. So
no.
A lot of people
if you read 1 Samuel 17, it was in fact a one-man effort. David slew Goliath by chunking a rock at his head, and then he cut off his head. No Elhanan. It was a one-man battle. And then Elhanan is a one-man battle as well in the book of 2 Samuel.
See, this is how it's depicted. These are large-scale wars with people fighting consistently.
Did you not read 1 Samuel chapter 17? The whole point of the text was one versus a one man versus it was a one man versus one man battle between Goliath and David, and whoever lost the battle, the other team would become their servants. So it was indeed a one-on-one battle between David and Goliath in 1 Samuel chapter 17. I'm not convinced you read this book, bud.
I definitely have.
Here's another question for you. Did Abraham know Did Abraham know God by the name Yahweh? Did he know the creator's name?
No one knows the creator's name,
Well,
especially at this time.
have you not read the Bible, my dude? Because the creator gives his name throughout the Old Testament. It's 4 letters spelled Yud He Wah He, and it's pronounced Yahweh, and it's used by characters in the Bible.
50 days are used by characters in the Bible.
What?
I said many names are used by characters in the Bible. There are multiple
So
different names that are used by
what I'm getting
characters
from
in the
this
Bible.
conversation, Freddie, is that the Bible is just bullshit, because every time I pull up some sort of contradiction or something like that, you just say that, well, this isn't true. This was just this, and it
It's
sounds like you don't
interpreted
really
from different
read the
lenses by
Bible.
different people at different times.
Yep, sounds like bullshit. Then, like, sounds like this book isn't true. Every single point I bring up,
Sounds like
you
it's
end up saying
very
is not true.
It just has various different perspectives, and you got to realize that these are churches that are broken apart, that are all trying to prove their own different things, and they are skewing
Nope.
the truth that now.
No, when we're talking
like history,
when we're talking about the Old Testament, we're not talking about
It's just
churches.
like
the Old Testament was
history.
written before churches existed, bud.
This is what you're talking about. How is it written before churches existed, when Judaism existed, when all these things were established and they had
Judaism,
their own
Judaism doesn't have churches. Judaism doesn't have churches, and churches didn't exist in the Old Testament time. Churches didn't exist until Christianity came along.
Just like
No.
a motherfucking, all these things are churches. They're just churches.
Synagogues didn't exist in the Old Testament either, bud.
I'm using a colloquial term to describe something, and you're trying to dictate my conversation.
Freddie, chill out. Synagogues did not exist until around the 2nd century BCE. So after the time when the Old Testament was written. There are no synagogues in the Old Testament.
I understand what you're saying. I'm saying churches as a colloquial term, as a group of people who are coming together as a religious group. It doesn't matter if you have a building that you go to or not.
So the Bible's just bullshit. I mean, people are making up stuff about people are just making shit up in the Bible all the time, and the Bible's not true. I 100% agree with you, Freddie. So why should I think your God is real? Because this book isn't really all that good evidence for your God being real.
There's a lot of evidence in there for God being real. There's a lot of historical evidence for things that have happened.
Give one of those
people that have existed.
Give us.
Let me cut in on something. Hey, just really quickly there, Freddie. Did the flood happen?
Oh, you talking about the ancient biblical flood?
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
How come we have no evidence of a global flood happening at the time the claim is made in the Bible?
We don't know the time that it is.
Yes, we do.
We don't know this time. You don't know the day or month. What month was it when the flood?
We don't. No. We have about a 500-year estimate of when it would have happened. 500 years.
What estimate do you have, and where did you get it from?
It would have been between. Oh, here I'll pull up the exact.
How? No, where did you get this from?
I'll pull up the exact biblical scholar. Give me a second. I'll pull the exact scholar up for you.
By the way, the book of Genesis does give us the month and day that the flood occurred.
What month and day does it occur?
Yeah, and the 2nd month of the Jewish calendar on the 16th day of the month. That's in early spring. But irrelevant, but it's just funny that you don't know the Bible all that well.
There's no month. That makes no sense. I've never seen this.
I agree. It also doesn't make any sense, but that's how mythology works. No, you should have read it closer, bud. Genesis 7:11.
In the 600th year of Noah's life, on the 17th day of the 2nd month, on that day, all the springs of the great deep burst forth, and the floodgates of the heavens were opened. Guess you didn't read Genesis too hard, did you?
I've read that 1,000,000 times, and I've never heard that expression ever.
Then you have not read it 1,000,000 times.
I guess we all are reading different translations.
What translation would you like me to read?
Yeah,
Hold
what
on, hold on. What
translation doesn't
translation would
say
you like
that?
us to read? Give us a translation.
We have to read the Genesis and
Give us a translation.
King James.
King James, beautiful. King James version. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, the 17th day of the month, the same day where all the fountains of the great deep broke open and the windows of heaven were opened. So you didn't read it because it was in there too. Is there another translation you'd like?
I've never seen that. I will concede on that you guys have got me on that one. I've just probably skipped over that my whole time.
So the
You
flood
have
is.
because I've read. That's the translation I've read. I cannot concede. I will concede that I have not read that part, and I've never seen that. Maybe I have not been reading as closely as I should have. That's my fault.
So real quick, the flood is estimated to have happened between 2500 and 2000 BC. Except we know that like ancient Egypt existed at this time and they were never wiped out by a flood. And Mesopotamia existed at this time and they were never wiped out by a flood. And Indus Valley civilizations existed at this time and were never wiped out by a flood. And ancient China existed at this time and was never wiped out by a flood. So how could the flood have happened and killed everyone on earth except for Noah and his children, who the Bible says are the only people left after the flood, if all of these other people were alive and well?
You see, this is a big problem with that. It's a bad translation. It's just overall that.
Oh
that
no,
doesn't really
the problem is not with the translation. I can read the original Hebrew, and the problem is not with the translation.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably a big problem with the translation. You probably just have to.
It's not.
Look more deeper into it and figure out exactly when this is supposed to happen. Because I never heard of this happening an exact date close to basic times where people would have been living.
The way that scholars are able to deduce when the flood occurred, Bud, is that, for example, in the a long while ago, there was a fellow by the name of Usher, not the rapper, the Bishop Usher. He was a Irish
Did you call
bishop.
Usher a rapper? No, wait one motherfucking moment. Did you just call Usher a rapper?
We're not gonna get hung up on that.
No.
That's
Anyways,
wild.
there was Bishop Usher, and he used the time and dates in the Bible to come to a rough estimation as to, according to the Bible, how old the earth was. And then using the Bible, it tells you how long everybody lived from Adam to Noah. You're able to deduce when the flood would have occurred according to the Bible. And what Jovan said was on the money, correct. And yet we have no evidence for a global flood at this time or at any time in human history.
Creation would have happened 4004 BC. This is using Usher's model. Noah would have been born 2948 BC, which means the flood would happen, give or take, when Noah is 600, around 2348. But I like to give a range between 2500 and 2000.
Yeah, man. Hey, you got me on that one. That makes complete sense. And I'm looking it up, and it actually makes 100% what you guys are saying. So there may be some serious contradictions in what I believe.
Didn't expect that, I'm not gonna lie.
Honestly, I may have to look into what I've been believing and see if what I believe is actually right or wrong. And I may have to talk to some people at church and talk to some of my family members and actually ask, what does this mean and how does this work and how can this possibly go together? Because intelligently, with my own personal brain, I can't sit here and refute the evidence that you guys are giving me. This is the evidence that I've been given. This is what I came to argue. But I'm not going to argue something that is obviously being presented in front of me, and this is evidence that, you know, what I've been believing has.
Well, let me tell you, Freddie. Let me tell you what I believe the Old Testament is saying. Right, when it talks about Noah's flood, I think the people who wrote the Old Testament, right, while they did write stories, and I don't believe Noah ever actually existed, they wrote fictional tales, parables, to sort of explain natural phenomenon. It's the same thing that the Romans did, the same thing the Greeks did, right? They believed the thunder was thrown by Zeus, right? So what happens is areas of the people who wrote these stories were widely flooded. There were floods at the time that did affect a lot of places. So they wrote that the flood happened because God was angry, and this is sort of a parable to try to get people of the time to behave in the way that they wanted them to behave. It wasn't because a real flood actually happened and God was actually angry, because we now know the global flood at that time is a myth. It didn't actually occur.
Oh, well, that actually makes a lot of fucking sense, and I'm not a dummy, so I actually have to really look into this. Honestly, this is something that is goes against my personal beliefs, but what you believe does not necessarily make you right. And I'm not a deeply
Freddie,
emotional person.
I'm going to be full on with you. Like 10 minutes ago, I would have been right to agree or to disagree with you on the dummy status. I don't think I could disagree with you right now that I don't think I would say you're a dummy. You're doing what should be done. You're getting conflicting information. You're going, wait, this doesn't actually make sense to what I was told and what I believe. So now I have to go back and do more research on this. A dummy wouldn't do that. So
Yeah.
I agree. You're not a dummy.
Yeah, I'm not a dumbass. I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, you're an idiot and you don't believe in this and that. I'm just like, hey, I believe in this. This is what I really believe in. And if what I believe in doesn't stand up, then what the fuck am I believing in? That's what I have to sit there and think now. And I have to talk to some real people who I've been, having deep relationships with for a long time. And, I feel like it's going to be hard for me. And it's really kind of surreal right now. But
let me tell you this, right? Neither Dalton or myself think that people should have to stop being religious. Okay. I think if you're religious because on just blind faith, you want to believe in something, that's fine. All I say is that none of these claims that religion are making have any like factual backing in the universe. And I know people who acknowledge this and are still religious. I know people who are like, well, I believe in Christ, but I don't think anything the Bible says is true. I just have faith because I like what this figure in this religion tells me.
But that's kind of dumb as fuck.
I don't think it's the smartest position in the world, but I respect it a lot more than God got angry and then did a flood,
Yeah, that's true, but that is the dumbest fuck. You can't believe. That's like not believing the instructions. Yeah.
Cognitive dissonance is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, it is true. Like I've seen propaganda and bullshit, and people follow blind things blindly my whole life. So it's like I can't be that person. I'm a critical thinker. I came to find debates on people. I see that you have debates on many things, and I've always wanted to debate you on things. And I found that this is one of the things I, also would love to debate on. And you got me on this one. Honestly.
Okay, well, Freddie, thanks for calling in and thanks for being open and honest.
Yeah, I can see.
All right, have a good one.
Have a good one, brother.
W to Freddie.
I was not expecting that. Is the biggest twist ending of all time.
It doesn't happen often, but when it does happen, it is magical.
What's so funny is people on there were a bunch of people complaining in my Instagram chat like there's never any progress made on these shows, and then literally we make progress. I do have to remind people all the time, the debate, I'm not having debates for the sake of convincing the other person. It's to give the audience information, and so the audience knows how to combat what I believe are weak talking points and weak arguments. It's almost never for the other person to change. So W to Freddie. Did the work. Let me see if we had any super chats between the last one and this one. We do. Hyde said, seeing the Simpsons arcade game in the background is unlocking some early memories visiting bowling alleys in the 90s and 2000s. Yeah, I might move it, though, because I decided on a theme for my media room, and I'm going to theme my media room to be the Simpsons. It's also going to become my studio for video essays, so I might move the Simpsons arcade game into there and just have the Ninja Turtle one in here. I haven't decided yet, but that's a thought. Chase Firth said, Jeebus was born under King Harold. True. Or not true, depending on which gospel you read. Create New Rules said the only thing that he was sure of was that Usher wasn't a rapper. I mean, yeah, Dalton, I didn't want to move away from the debate, but the fuck was that, bro? You're muted. See, even God doesn't want you to finish this conversation.
Yeah, that was a boo-boo on my end. I'll admit, it's been a minute since I've listened to Usher. early 2000s, I think.
Crazy. Cobra Cola, thank you for becoming a tier 4 member over on YouTube. Genesis 9:11, and the plane hit the second tower, then spoke, "Thou shalt not forget."
Yeah, but you think that's
Yo.
funny? There is an actual TV evangelist. His name was something Jonathan Kahn, who made a claim that 9/11 was predicted in Isaiah chapter 9 verse 11.
Insane.
Yeah.
Let's bring up our next guest. And we'll continue on with the debates. We always have the call-in lines are full now. Like, not full, people can still call in, but like once we get going, people love calling in to me and Dalton. So coming up next on the stream is Carl. Carl calling from California. Carl wants to talk about God being real. Carl, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
I'm 36. Just recently had my birthday, and it's he, him.
36 and he, him. Let me just turn your volume back down a little bit on my end. Carl, 36, he, him. Okay, Carl. Both Dalton and I believe there's no compelling evidence for the belief of the Christian God. Do you have any evidence for us? And if so, what is it?
What do you mean by evidence in this case?
Yeah, I would just be looking for something like that can be tested, possibly something repeatable, it could possibly be mass scale, like visual, audio, like whatever you would define as evidence, I would define too. It would just be about like, is that evidence compelling? So an example of this is I believe like external evidence is the best. So like if somebody's like, well, I believe God is real because I've spoken to him, I can never verify that. The conversation just stops there.
Yeah.
Right? There's no way to verify evidence that.
But you would agree that like repeatability of experiment relies on an assumption about reality, right?
Would rely on an assumption about reality, potentially, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. So then we're like, so then you're not asking for like definitive proof in a sense. You have like an epistemic standard that upon using, you say that there is insufficient evidence to conclude that God exists, right? I just want to know about that standard real quick, because otherwise I don't feel like there's a point in having the debate unless how would another
any bit of evidence that just raises the likelihood that Christianity is true?
I'll also rephrase it. No available information. Right? Let me just rephrase it. No available information or argument sufficiently justifies belief in God, in my opinion.
Yeah. I understand what you mean. I'm just questioning. Okay, so do you know like what scientific underdeterminism is?
I feel like we're getting close. I feel like we're getting close to it, Dalton.
Yeah, no, I feel it coming.
I'm waiting to see if it happens. Chat, hit the Discord,
hello?
Dalton, if at any point
me?
you feel like we should pull the button. No, I don't know what that is. You'd have to tell us, Carl.
Okay. So, for instance, let's say let's say we have like a collection of evidence, right? That collection of evidence could, in logical terms, be ascribed to any theory that explains that evidence, right? But there are an uncountable number of theories for any set of evidence, right? Like there are an uncountable number of consistent theories for any body of evidence or any data points. So like when you're saying something raises the probability of like that thing being correct, it's difficult to say, right? Because any piece of evidence lends equal support to any theory that predicts that same data point, right?
Just give us your best argument for God. We'll find out if it's convincing or not, because I think none of us really care for this preamble. I feel like this is just a
Well,
and I encounter this quite a bit when I talk to certain types of Christians. Is it seems to be a way of just sort of positioning the argument as, well, you guys are just unconvincible, and what's the point? Just give us your best argument.
No,
for
it's
God,
not.
dude.
It's not a matter of. It's not a matter of unconvincible. It's the fact that I don't want to get trapped in this thing where I give what I consider to be evidence for God, and then you say, actually, it's evidence for this other theory, right? Which both explain the exact same
So
data
you-
points.
So
but
you don't want to
prefer
have
the
just
other
a
one.
good, honest, old-fashioned dialogue where you present a position and then we critique it.
No. No. I'm fully willing to present a position. I just want to make sure that the standards for deciding whether or not that position is true in your eyes are explicit.
My standard for deciding whether or not Christianity is true is the
conversation.
same as my standard for every other claim.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything to me because I'm not you.
We'll just present the evidence and then we'll get to the conversation. Jesus fucking Christ.
For instance, I think that that like there is I think there's a connection between human goodness and God's existence, right? Now, I'm not saying that there is an exclusive connection, right? There's plenty of theories that could result in human goodness as well. But I believe that is a piece of evidence that.
And by goodness, you mean what exactly?
Like inherent goodness. I don't really know how to define it personally.
I understand good to be a word that we use to describe something which is beneficial towards a specific goal. And for me, my goal is fairness and well-being. So humans would have goodness if they have actions that seem to align and benefit the goal of fairness and well-being. That's what I think human goodness would be.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And you know, maybe we differ on what we mean when we define well-being, right? But I would agree too that goodness is the intent to improve well-being and maybe even diminish suffering, right?
I can hit the button.
We have a different
I feel
definition of well-being.
I can hit the button.
It's getting there. It's definitely feeling like it.
What's your definition of well-being? Well, I don't even know if that's like material to the debate right now. I'm just saying that this isn't exclusively evidence for God, right?
How does human goodness?
Wait, I want to clarify something. I want to clarify something on my position here, right? I think saying God exists is an extraordinary claim. And I think extraordinary claims require specifically proportionally strong independent evidence. Okay, so that would mean that if I'm saying God exists,
sure.
if someone's saying God exists, I would need evidence that's public. So this is like what we said, like they're like external. That's not like some private person's experience. I would need evidence that's testable or at least predictively useful in some like relevant way. I would need evidence that's reproducible, or at least able to be confirmed independently by observers. And then I would need specific evidence that's specific. It's not vague and it's not post hoc. I don't think any of that exists.
Specific. When you say specific, do you mean something that couldn't be interpreted as for some other reason?
I just mean not vague. Not vague or post hoc claims.
Okay. Well, what do you mean by vague? Do you mean
is this
because like there are like
what do I mean
a
by
lot of like
doing
scientific positions will have like I'm just trying to be clear because a lot of debates typically get bogged down in like a mutual misunderstanding of each other's terms, right?
Something that is not clearly expressed, understood, or defined, often marked by a lack of precise detail in distinct shape, or when referring to a person.
So
an absent-minded demeanor.
And anything we say is going to lack precision depending on what the scope is we're trying to say it about. So like,
okay, we know we would be reasonable. We would be reasonable on what specific is. Like,
what does that
mean?
I would love it. I would love if we could actually get to an argument for God instead of all of this.
Should we do it? Should we do it?
Yeah.
Okay. We have to do this, and I'm sorry, Carl, but you've elicited the Philbro commandments. So the Philbro commandments have now been implemented on the stream. There are 4 Philbro commandments. Number 1, thou shalt
Mhm.
speak at measured and steady pace, neither rushing thy words nor overwhelming the listener. I feel you've done this already, so you haven't broken the first commandment. 2, thou shalt not utter technical jargon without plain explanation. Yea, thou shalt make it simple and clean, even as thou wouldst explain it unto thine own grandmother. Commandment number 3, thou shalt seek not victory in debate, but rather the convincing of the
Wait,
listener
what did
through
I?
understanding and clarity. And 4, thou shalt keep thy discourse within 5 minutes and not exceed the time appointed unto thee. So starting now, you have 5 minutes. Please follow the Philbro commandments, and we can continue the
Okay.
conversation.
Okay, so I don't think there is any evidence that can be used to uniquely prove God unless God were to give you that evidence directly, right? That he were like to divinely reveal it to you. So the type of conversation we're having is like a rational debate, and in this form, I personally don't think it's possible to have evidence that only supports one theory, right? And this is just like by extension, like for instance, if you were to draw like a bunch of dots on a piece of paper, you could draw an infinite number of curves to through those dots, right? The
So just to
curves
sum up,
themselves are
you
theories.
don't have good evidence for your God.
No, I have evidence. What I don't have is unique evidence, right? But I don't think anybody does for anything, which is why, like, I'm asking about evidentiary standards, because there's plenty. I assume you guys have positive beliefs about things that you don't have conclusive evidence for, right?
Can you just tell us what the evidence you have is, and then we can judge it on its face?
Yeah, please.
I mean, yeah, the goodness of mankind.
Okay, how does the goodness of mankind lead us to believe that God exists?
I believe that he is the pattern bearer of goodness, and that pattern has been imprinted onto us.
Why do you believe that?
Why?
My experience with other human beings.
How would your experience of other human beings tell you what God's like his pat? How would that tell you that God's the pattern bearer?
Oh, it doesn't tell me. The Bible tells me that.
Okay, so your belief in the goodness would come from the Bible. So you're saying that everything God does in the Bible is good.
I believe that, yes, everything in the Bible that God has done is good. Yes,
including allowing for slavery.
Yeah, I was about to say,
yeah.
If God were evil, the God of the Bible, how would you be able to determine that?
I personally don't think I would be able to determine that.
So you could be worshiping an evil. So you could be worshiping an evil God, and you wouldn't know it.
No, I don't personally ascribe any like credence to that belief, but I know rationally that that's the case. Sure.
So we're just skipping over where he said that slavery in the Bible was a good thing.
Is that the case?
I mean, it's not knowably good, right?
No,
using jargon.
It's not knowable how. It's not knowable how it is good, right? It's just it is good.
Are God's intentions knowable?
God is.
Are God's intentions knowable?
No.
So how do you know that God is good?
Huh?
So how do you know God is good?
I don't know via like rationality.
What would you know via then?
I have a high credence in it, which is just an expression of faith.
Why do you have that
But I
faith?
argue that like everybody has faith in any positive position.
Why do you
because
have
otherwise
that
they
faith?
couldn't rationally justify it.
So this is just all post hoc rationalization.
Yeah, like I don't see how it seems like you have an underdeveloped like ability to like discern the difference between what's good and bad, and as a result you can't really determine if God is good or bad. You just have to like submit.
Oh no, I 100% agree. I think as a human being I don't have access to what it means to be good and bad directly. I have aspects of it.
I think you do have access to it. You're just not utilizing it. It's underdeveloped. It's like a muscle that you've never really put to work.
I think people tend to mistake their own perception of good and bad as good and bad, right? And it comes from like a limitation, comes from like the limitation of their own perspective.
Is
Everyone
something
has a
good?
limitation.
Like if we were not limited in the way God was, we
ask a quick question.
would agree.
Is something good because God commands it, or does God command it because it's good?
Goodness is an aspect of God's nature, and so everything that He does is extended goodness from that,
including slaves.
At that point, the word good
you just
doesn't
don't know
really
how.
have any.
I'd agree. I also don't know how. I'd love to ask.
At that point, the word good doesn't have any meaning. You might as well say God is jibber jab, and it would have the same exact meaning as saying God is good.
Doesn't matter. Time is
Well,
up.
it doesn't have no meaning.
Time is up, Carl. That goes our 5 minutes.
Okay. All right. Good talking to you guys.
Thank you for being here.
Appreciate it.
See, I told you, man. They have atrophied their ethical muscle, and they cannot actually know if whether or not they worship an evil god or not. They just submit.
I don't know how we can say God's intentions are unknowable, but God is all good, right?
And by the way, 1 Corinthians 2:16 says, "For who has known the mind of the Lord so as to instruct him? But we have the mind of Christ." So if you're a Christian, you should be able to like understand God's mind because you have the mind of Christ.
Let's take the next call. What did you think of the very first instance of the Philbro timer? Stolen from Dalton, but I think perfected by me. Coming up next to stream, we have Trip. Trip is calling to talk about God being real. Trip, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
My age is 50. Pronouns. Hold on, because okay, hello?
Yep, we're here.
Okay, yeah. My age is 50. And we said that about pronouns?
Yeah, what are your pronouns?
What I sound like? A man,
person.
a him. Yeah, right. No, I sound like a man. Yeah. So my pronouns would be him. He.
Okay, your pronouns are he, him. No problem. Trip calling in about topic number 1. Dalton and I don't believe there is let me rephrase that. Dalton and I personally believe there is no compelling evidence for the existence of God. Do you have said compelling evidence? And if so, what is it?
Well, the compelling evidence of God is the creation of life, for one. Now, let me break this down to make you understand something, right? So we have let me ask you this. What did man create that God didn't create? See, man ain't created nothing.
My computer.
Hold on, wait, listen.
Rap music.
Now, stay here for stay here for a second, because I want you to understand this, right?
Okay.
We breathe
Which was not
we
created
breathe
by
in
Usher.
oxygen, right?
We believe what?
No, we breathe in oxygen, right? So
amongst
oxygen
other things,
is what
yes.
we live in. Yeah, okay. But I'm not going amongst all this other things as far as smoke, cigarette, bullshit, and chemicals that men have developed to destroy.
Well, I'm just saying
life
oxygen
and
isn't the only thing that exists in the air.
There's also nitrogen and other.
I know that,
elements.
but I'm saying, but oxygen is what keeps us alive in the air, and that's the only thing that keeps us alive in the air is because that's how it's a design. See, people don't understand this, right? It's not about God and all this other stuff people be talking about, right? It's about simply a design, like
Okay,
how your
so we're
body
doing
is a design for.
Huddle
No. Let me finish.
Okay.
Hold on, let me finish. So everything is a design for a purpose. Listen, hold on. Everything is a design for a purpose and a reason. And how do we have all these materials as men? Hold on. How we have all these materials as a man from whatever to whatever so we create things such as cars, electricity, houses. Hold on. Because listen, if there was no God, there would be no reason for order. Everything have an order to it. So if there was no God, there would be no reason for
everything
order.
got an order.
We could just all be walking around here like cavemen, running up in each other's tents and huts or whatever.
You mean like we used to before we as humans developed order because without a God?
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish saying what I'm saying, and then you talk. Then you talk after I finish saying what I'm saying. Because I understand. Hold on, because I understand the creation of things, just like pronouns. I don't give a fuck about nobody goddamn pronoun. dog. Because let me tell you
You
something.
says as
God
he
made
uses a
male
pronoun.
and female. Hold on. God made
Trip.
male. God made male
Why you
and
tripping?
female only. God made male and female only. You ain't made
What
nothing.
does that have
Man
to
ain't
do with
created, man.
anything?
Wait, hold on, wait. Where do life come from? Man do not create life. Yeah, we have sex to reproduce it, but our bodies are designed. Hold on, but our bodies are. Hold on, wait. Let me finish. But our bodies are designed to reproduce because we built like that because God created
Wait,
us
what
like
about
that.
the
Man
people?
didn't
What about the
create
people
man.
who can't reproduce?
No, man
What
did
about
not
the
create
people who
man.
can't
Man
reproduce?
did not create man. Listen, hold on, let me finish. Man did not create
My
man.
dad
Hold on,
created
and
me.
in all fucking
My dad's a
animal
man. He
world, in the
created
whole
me. I'm
animal
a
world,
man.
and in the whole wait. In the whole animal world, it's only male and female. I'm about to destroy all y'all this fake shit because y'all on
Oh
some
no,
science bullshit that
there
you
are
think
other
men
animal
talk.
species that have more than just male and
Science
female.
is,
Trip.
yeah, whatever. But that's in the sea. And guess what? And God designed them to be that.
Dalton, just let him
No
talk.
man came and changed that. Hold on.
Just let him talk. This is so funny.
Transfer from a man to female. God
He can't hear
designed
me.
that
I'm
to
muted to
happen.
him.
This is what y'all don't understand. You thinking about a God. Hold on. Who is Satan though? Who is it? And this not only that, God is not just God. He is the creator. And this is what you're talking. And I won't even say like he, because there's like that's that right there's like fleshly word type to say to describe God as a he or anything like he. I would prefer to say the creator. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
So check this out, right? So even just like the little flood and everything, right? Yeah, people get a lot of things misconstrued under the Bible because they've not been taught right and they don't have the spirit to explain and educate this thing. See, I don't even think y'all even believe that God even talks to people or have people on this earth that's gonna stand up for the truth. But how couldn't he?
Trip,
If
can
he's
I
the
ask you a
creator of
question,
all
Trip?
things, hold on. Even your soul.
Trip,
Even
you've
let me
talked for
finish. Can I
5 minutes.
let
Trip,
me
you've
finish.
been
Hold on,
talking.
let
Trip,
me
you've
finish
been
my rant.
talking
Let me
for
finish my rant,
5
bro. Hold on,
minutes.
bro.
No, you're literally admitting to
Non-stop.
us that you're just
I
ranting right
have
now.
I been talking non-stop for 5 minutes?
Yes,
By the way,
yes,
Wait,
you
bro.
have.
I only feel
Yes,
like I've been talking for
but
2 minutes, bro. You said
yes,
I
you've been
got
talking.
5. I feel like I've
Trip,
been talking for 2 minutes.
There's a timer on the screen. Everyone can see how long you've been talking. Trip,
Well, I'm not looking at the screen, bro. I'm on the
Trip.
phone talking to you.
That's why I'm telling you how long you've been talking. Trip, this is
Oh, man.
all
Man, you gave me
in
2 minutes, bro. I believe you cutting my time off, man.
Trip. This is
Here.
I believe you cutting my time
Trip,
off.
do you have a brother? Do you have a
But go ahead
brother?
on. Let's
Do you have
talk.
a brother? Do you have a brother
Do
at
I have a
all?
brother?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a brother.
Is his name Bad?
Yeah. Is his name what?
Bad.
Dad?
Yeah.
Nah, hell no.
No? Okay. Just making sure. Trip, none of what you've given us is
Okay.
evidence of God. Do you have any evidence of God, or is it
Hold
just
on, man. Now you lying.
Also,
but now you're lying.
also,
See,
Trip,
you're lying.
I
You
want
don't
to
know you're
introduce
lying.
this
You're lying.
concept.
I just
I
gave you
want to introduce
evidence
this
of
concept
oxygen that we
for
breathe to
your
keep us alive.
sentences. It's
Who
called
created that? Hold on, tell me the
punctuation
man that created
and
oxygen.
spaces
Hold on,
between
hold on,
words. Those
bro.
would
Hey,
be great
listen.
to
Tell
implement
me the man.
into your
Tell me the
speech
man that created
so
oxygen.
that we could
Tell me
understand
the
what you're
man that
saying.
created oxygen. Tell me the man created oxygen. You lying, bro, and you don't know you lying. That's what I'm gonna say. Who is Satan? Nigga,
Man,
Satan putting them lies
that
on your
name
tongue.
is so
Satan is putting
accurate to
them
him.
lies on your tongue so you can keep deceiving people like how he did Eve in the garden. So see, Satan go to the weaker vessel. He can't get through the stronger vessel like me. I'm a man. You know what I'm talking about? But he gonna get through these women and feminist ass niggas though. You know what I'm talking about? And that's why y'all keep spreading these lies about God. Hey, but who is Satan though? Let's forget God. Let's talk about the devil. Mr. Pronouns, Mr. Pronouns. Who give a fuck about a pronoun? God made male and female. All that other shit ain't real and it don't exist. Now let's speak on some God shit. Because I'm a God soldier. And now you're talking to a real one though. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I'm talking
Jesus
to a
walks,
real
right?
one, man. You ain't talking to these you ain't talking to these fake ass people that you know. I'm talking about you talking to a real one though. That's here for this mission
Trip,
right here though. You know what I'm
I
talking
haven't understood anything you said because you just kept going, bud.
Yeah, because you came up and like you trying to say oxygen is real. Tell me the man that created oxygen. No man created oxygen. No man created trees.
No one
man
created
created fish
oxygen.
to feed human beings. No man created an apple tree to feed human beings. This is God's creation we living in, dog. And y'all sitting up here talking like this ain't a real thing. You're retarded and you're crazy if you actually believe that. Niggas, God said we are made in his image. Why? Because we are creators too. That's why we can create cars, Wi-Fi, TVs, houses, and all this shit. Because we are in his image. That's what he means when he says we're in his image. Y'all don't know nothing. And because you think fuck science. Science ain't shit but the study of how things work. That's all. But guess what? Man ain't create science. God created it. So everything that y'all searching for and trying to do with science is because of these things that's made by God. The sun feeds the earth. the water feeds the earth, and everything sprouts. We don't have that power as men to do that. So stop lying to people and speak the truth. This is an absolute creation, just like your body is. You have a heart for a reason. You have eyes for a reason. You have a mouth for a reason. You have ears for a reason. If you don't understand that that's created and not just like some random ass Big Bang Theory bullshit, you're lost and you're full of Satan and the devil. And your purpose is to portray
God damn, you
lies
still going,
to the
bud?
people, to keep them. Right. It's only been 2 minutes, bro. Why you keep cutting me off?
Trip, you've
minutes.
now been speaking for 9 minutes, damn near uninterrupted. Did you
Yeah,
call to have a
no way.
conversation,
That's
Trip?
not just-
Trip, did you
Okay,
call
go
to have a
ahead, bro.
conversation
My
with us
bad.
or to preach?
Yes, I did. I'm very passionate. But go ahead on.
I don't think you did. Trip,
Because I
I
don't
did.
remember
I'm just
jack shit of
wondering.
anything you've said
I
to
got
me.
you.
I'm just
I'm
wondering.
about to shut up right now.
I'm just wondering what evidence we have for God. You've told us oxygen exists. Oxygen
Yes.
is what we breathe,
It's a creation
but not what
that's not
all
done by man. So that's proof.
Trip.
Let me let's talk about oxygen. We're gonna stay on oxygen. Okay, first topic oxygen. Okay, go.
Trip.
Okay, brother, go ahead.
Humans
Go ahead.
evolved
Hey,
to
you want
breathe
my name?
oxygen because oxygen existed in the environment. Oxygen wasn't created for us. There are
come on,
species
brother.
on this planet that don't breathe
hold
oxygen.
on, hold on, bro. Hold on. See, that's what you mean. Oxygen is not created for us to breathe in to keep us alive.
Oh my god!
Correct.
You sound like an idiot
So,
saying that, bro.
Trip, what happened was
I'm
that
You sound like a real idiot saying that, though,
billions
dog.
of years.
Definitely
Trip,
me.
Trip, hush, Trip.
Bro, you sound
Trip,
like an
chill.
idiot saying that.
Trip,
Oxygen
Trip,
is made for us to live.
I'm not the one who's ranting,
Oxygen
Trip.
is developed. So who created
Yes,
oxygen?
Cyanobacteria created oxygen, Trip.
What? Yeah, okay, but however it is, how you figured it out, it's still God that put it there. Man didn't create oxygen, is all I'm saying.
No, cyanobacteria
Man has no
created
hand in none of
oxygen.
this.
God didn't make
What
it.
I am saying is it doesn't matter. What you're talking about doesn't matter. All that is showing is how God created oxygen. You see what I'm saying? Have
Cyanobacteria.
nothing to
Wait,
do
wait.
with man.
Cyanobacteria is God? You worship cyanobacteria?
It comes from God. Yes.
No, it does. No, it comes
Bacteria
from
comes from God
abiogenesis.
for purpose. Huh?
It just comes from abiogenesis, not God.
It comes from what?
Abiogenesis, bud.
Yeah, that's what God created to give to us. See, this is a creation, bro.
Abiogenesis is like just a natural occurrence of nature. It has nothing to do with God.
Okay, yes, natural because it comes from God. God is nature. What are you talking about?
God is
so you just
no
answered your own
God.
question.
No,
God
no,
is nature.
God is
whatever is
God
developed
is
in nature.
God is
whatever.
super
So who is
nature.
developing?
Trip.
So who is it? So who is developing it?
Just let
Why
him
is
go
it
at this
developed?
point.
So why is it developed? Why is it developed? Because God developed it for our life. So if He take it away, because man sure didn't create it. So once He take it away, then we
It's
all
gonna be a mad
die.
track, though. You know.
You understand what I'm saying? So He
With
had to
music
put that
behind
in.
it.
He had to put
That
that
was sick.
chemical. He had to
Yeah,
put
that
that
was pretty dope,
chemical into that process of atmosphere in order for us to live.
I gotta say,
You see what I'm saying?
Eccleston is probably my least favorite of the doctors.
I would
Oh,
agree.
go keep going, Trip. We're just
No, you're fine,
over
Trip.
here.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, good. So understand this, right?
I muted both of us on
clouds.
Trips. We'll just see how long he talks for.
What make clouds?
Yeah, that's fine.
What make
That's
clouds?
fine.
How do clouds exist? And what is
Clouds
the
are
purpose
water
of clouds?
vapor, Trip. Clouds are water vapor.
Exactly, water vapor, so it can sprinkle back down to
Mixed
the earth
with
and feed it
dust.
and make sure that we get oranges and apples and everything
All right,
else
we're
to
muted for
feed
him
and
again. Let's see how long he
nutrition and give
does.
us our nutrition.
Yeah,
that is a
it's
When his
creation,
timer
bro.
hits
I'm
zero,
just trying to
he's
get you to
gone.
understand
I'm
because
just gonna move
everything
on.
that we live in is a
Does this happen
creation
often?
from a creator. You don't give
No, that's
me
why I
all this
asked
God
if
and
he
resident.
knew bad,
I'm
because
telling
it just
you
sounds
what
like
is the
my
truth.
caller
You
that
ain't got
calls
to
in all the
believe
time
me. You
bad.
can believe whatever you want to believe. But I
okay.
am telling you
That's a bad
absolute
trip,
truth.
man.
And just like he said, listen, that's how come man is capable of creating. We do not have the power to create a tree. We do not have the power to create
How long do we think he's
an
going to go
ocean
before he
that
realizes we're
feeds
not
us.
talking
First of
back
all,
to him?
both these things
I don't know.
feed the earth, and
We
trees
could-
have a purpose. They suck
I'm
in
sure he
carbon
lasts
monoxide
longer
and put
less
out
than he does for
oxygen.
his wife.
This is the lungs of the earth. What are
Do
you
you know trees
talking
have a
about?
purpose?
You know, y'all
I didn't know trees
because
had
you don't
purpose.
believe in God, don't mean that
I
God
made a
is
tree
not
once.
real.
What's the
You understand what I'm saying?
tree?
See, y'all trying to put this shit off like, just because y'all don't believe that there's no God and you think you got some science to prove some shit because you studied something and understand how God works with the photosynthesis from the sun to the plants and everything. He's feeding the plants through sun. What are you talking about?
My dude has never heard of
That is a design. Just like if you're going to have sex with a woman and a baby come out, that's because your body is designed to spill that seed into that woman.
He drops bars,
Oh, man,
just not
now
space
we're going
bars.
in deep because now we're going to talk about only men and women being developed by God. Why? For the purpose of life to continue on. You know what I'm saying? So, stop me when you need when you want to give me a question. But either way it go, bro. Listen, all I'm trying to say is that everything
No fucking way.
you see
Stop me.
around you is a design.
You tried multiple
Whether
times.
it come from men or God, it is a design, and it comes from somewhere.
Oh God.
You feel me?
I know. I'm getting heavy preacher vibes here.
Did you cut me off?
And the Lord God
are
said.
Are we able to talk now? I feel like, just so you know, Trip.
Okay, as long as we got the understanding that oxygen is just a creation from God, and the oceans is and food that we get free.
Jesus
okay, go ahead, bro. I'm
just
done.
so you
Go
know,
right now. Just for right now.
I put a timer on that moves whenever I talk versus whenever you talk. You've talked for about almost 2.5 minutes. I've talked for less than 60 seconds. Since I put
that
this
means you
timer
ain't got
on.
a lot to say, bro. That means you don't have a lot to say. That's all that means. But go ahead on and finish talking.
Does it mean I don't have a lot to say, or does it mean that you just ramble?
You're just a yapper.
No, I said a whole bunch of things. Maybe that you just don't want to accept because it go against what you believe. But I'm not telling you what I believe. I'm telling you what I know.
I feel like you just
That's
learned
the
how to
difference.
talk
You
today,
telling me
and now
something-
you just can't fucking stop.
Oh no, man! Trust me, I get this all the time, bro. You know what I'm saying? So this is a normal thing for me. I do this every day. You know what I'm talking about? I always got to lay down
This
the
is
law
your norm?
every single day.
Do people walk away from you a lot in conversations?
They try to,
but you won't let them.
but not necessarily.
Brother.
They try to. No, I don't follow them. You know, and I'm not a preacher, man. I'm actually a barber, man, and I'm actually born up in them streets too, dog.
God damn!
You know what I'm saying?
I feel bad for your. I feel bad for your customers. They can't walk away. You're cutting their hair.
We're not gonna walk away. We're not finished, you know. But usually, you know what they say to me though? Hey, bro, you right. You know why? Because they come up with some real shit. And when you come up on the real shit, see, it's different. See, you got to understand this too, right? Everybody ain't the same.
They might
though,
just
dog.
be saying that
See,
to get you to
you
shut
know,
up.
Don, just let him run his
Nah.
at this point.
Nobody do that to really like shut me up except for like the women. Of course, you know the women they full of Satan anyway. So that's all they want to hear is the words of Satan. But the men, the men, man ever tell me nothing. They be like, boy, hey, you on some real shit. You know what I'm talking about? Because when you deal with real, that's what you get real. Because I deal with it in real life. You know what I'm saying? You know, people deal with whatever they want to deal with, and it's all good, man. Like if you believe in science,
I just thought the timeless child was a useless tool. Like we didn't.
But don't worry about it.
You know?
But you can't say that
I like
a tree
that
is created
it kind
by
of like
man.
the doctor seemed like there was no more mystery left to the doctor, and so now there's like this whole unexplored history to her or him or them. That it's just there's a lot of there's not more opportunity for storytelling. I think
that is a creation. That's not an accident. We talking and having an intelligent conversation with one another, whether you believe it or not, by truth, because
changes
we are
all that much
designed
about
to
the
be
doctor. I
educated
mean,
and
they
smart
still
and
are just
understand
that
these
person who
things.
stole the TARDIS. It's just
Nothing
that
is by
there's
foul.
more there. It's like when I first started watching Doctor Who, there was a lot of mystery to
Like
the
your
doctor,
eyes,
and then we started learning more and more about them.
You have ears
But now there's
to
even more
hear.
mystery.
You have a
and
mouth
that
to
is
talk.
like
You have a
interesting, I
tongue to
think.
talk, but it also is for taste.
God
Come
damn
on,
it.
man.
I don't know.
This stuff is way too deep for you to say this ain't no
When
creation.
I think of
Everything is creation.
the timeless
This is
child stuff,
bad.
I just genuinely wonder
Man
if
created
it
bad
truly added
because
anything.
we are from the Creator. People don't
Like it's just
understand
a plot
that. And it's
device
all
that
good,
was used to
but I'm here to
to be
tell
like,
you though,
now the doctor can have more regeneration.
God
It's
is
like that's all it
absolute.
at the end of the day amounted
You
to.
can't. Nobody can. No man
I will say this
can
about the
sit back
Thomas
and act
Child
like
thing.
he can
It kind
study
of
space
renders
from the Earth.
the
That's a lie.
sacrifice
I've
that
been
the
looking
people
up to
Gallifrey
space
made
since I
for
was a
for
kid,
Matt Smith's
and you just
doctor
can't do
on
it.
that Christmas
It's
episode
a
where he's in the
lie.
town called
No
Christmas.
man never went
They
to no
give him
moon.
an extra
Boats don't go
regeneration.
over the
Turns out he
curvature
would have just
of the
regenerated
Earth. They
anyways.
go out your eyesight. Because
Yeah,
if you
but
get
that's
a
just it. That's what I'm
binocular,
saying.
a
Like when he
camera,
was
or something
given
else
those
to
extra
zoom back
generations, we
in,
don't need the
you're gonna
timeless
still
child
see
now.
that boat going straight.
Yeah.
And then let it go out your sight again and get another
So it just
camera
seemed a little. It
that's
just
more
seemed a little
powerful
worth,
and
like a
zoom back
little, like.
in. You're gonna see that boat
I guess
going
defeating is the way that
straight again.
I would refer to it.
You feel what I'm saying?
Is there any
And these
chance
are all
that the
true.
master that
This
we
is true.
got in
You know what I'm saying?
13's run
The reason why people say the Earth is
is
a ball is because
before Missy? Does it ever say
There
that's
have
round.
been
If you look at the
theories of
moon,
that, but I would
that's
hate that
round.
even
So that means the
more.
Earth has to be round. That's a lie. Because there ain't no
Yeah.
human being on this
Yeah, I
moon
just
or the moon.
that's the number one thing on the newest
So the moon
Who's
can't
shows
sit up
that's
in the
irked
sky and be
me.
a round
That's
ball.
my
The sun
biggest
can
complaint is
too.
the way they
But as far
treated
as
the
Earth,
master.
man, you're gonna have your 2 feet
Yeah,
on
I
the
think
ground,
if
dog.
I think if the
What
doc
you
if
talking
the
about,
master
dog?
was the timeless child, it would have been a lot better
That's
in
fact.
terms of like storytelling.
That's true.
What did you think about what they did with
Even when they go to space, don't they be floating? They be
daughter
floating in space.
in
If they
the
floating
new
in space,
Who?
I thought that was
then they land
fine,
on
but
fucking
I
moon.
think the idea that Tennant's doctor would just like stop doing what he's doing and just hang out and retire when people are dying is bullshit.
You gonna shut me down?
Hey, really quickly, Trip. I just want to let you know this has become incoherent and we weren't listening. Goodbye.
Were the audience able to hear anything we were just saying?
Yeah, I turned him down for a little while.
Oh,
he was at like
fantastic.
50% volume.
Oh my god!
What the fuck?
I think my man is talking about oxygen. Meanwhile, taking it all, taking all the oxygen. There's none left over for the rest of us.
That was sure something that happened. Okay. Maybe the next person will bring up, I don't know, an actual argument of some
that'd
sort
be fantastic.
that we can talk about. Coming up to the show is Jay. Jay is calling to talk about God being real. Jay, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Hey, how's it going? I'm 20, and I use he, him pronouns.
Dope. Jay, dope. Now, just a reminder, me and Dalton do not believe there is any compelling evidence for God. Do you disagree with this? And if so, what evidence do you have that is compelling for the existence of the Creator?
First, I wanted to ask, is your name Jovan or Jovan?
Jovan.
Jovan, okay, thank you. I wanted to come on here and just say, fuck Trump, fuck ICE, and if God is real, they wouldn't support that. Thank you for having me on.
Oh, that was
Have
all?
a good day.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, W stance for sure.
I guess, but why lie to us?
I honestly don't understand why any Christian supports this administration. Doesn't make any sense to me. I didn't like him when I was a Christian. Thought he was a prideful, arrogant prick.
Well, it's because they're not. The people that support him aren't actually Christians.
Sure, Pax.
They're Christian nationalists.
Yeah. Whatever gets them more power, I suppose.
Okay, we got one more caller in the queue. The lines are still open, so if this ends up being our last call, it ends up being our last call. If it doesn't end up being our last call, then it doesn't end up being our last call. Who knows what could happen in the next 15, 20 minutes. So let's bring up our last call. Well, maybe not. Coming up next is Andrew. Andrew wants to talk about God being real. Andrew, you are on with Jovan and Dalton. If you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Hey, boss. I'm 30, and it's he, him.
Cool. 30 and he, him. Okay, Andrew. You, as stated before, Dalton and I don't believe in God. We don't believe there is compelling or sufficient evidence for his existence. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
Yeah, I disagree. And science is why.
Can you not be vague for me?
Yeah, sure. I'll elaborate. If you guys will allow me. So it's a scientific fact that there are 11 dimensions that exist, right? And we live in the third dimension. It's also very widely known that in science, when you're trying to measure something that's unmeasurable, you usually take something that's very minute that you already know and expand on that, right?
I just
so
want to,
let's
before
take
we
for
get too deep
example,
into it, there is a theory, like specifically it's string theory and M theory that talk about 11 dimensions, but that's not been like proven or replicatable at all. It's just like proposed that there could be this thing.
Yeah, we only
And
have
that was
verified
done.
four. We've only verified 4 dimensions, and we operate in all of them.
Right. And well, to my point, that's actually very interesting. But to my point, that even then, so if there's 4 different dimensions, right, and we operate within all of them, even outside of that, like there's 4 of them in our world. So to say that there's not more, and that's the reason why the theory is there in the first place, right, is because that there are. Because there's no
when we say there are
scientific fact
4
saying that there
dimensions in
isn't.
space-time, what does that mean?
Say that again. Space. It's space and time. The space-time
No, when
continuum.
we say there are 4 dimensions in space-time, what is being said?
So there's, I would assume that means that there's different dimensional life beings.
No.
Right.
All
So you have
all
the
that the
second
theory of
dimension,
relativity is saying is that
shape,
there's 4 dimensions.
geometry.
No. There's length, there's width, there's height, and there's time. That's it.
And we have no
Okay.
evidence of there being any like sort of organism that exists like in as a one-dimensional organism or as a two-dimensional organism. All we have are these guys, these three-dimensional organisms, and we're not aware of there being any higher dimensions where higher dimensional organisms live. We have no evidence of that, and until we have evidence of that, we're not really justified in believing that. Are you trying to make the claim that God is like a being of one of these higher dimensions? Because if that's the case, we don't have any really good reason to think that that's a real thing.
No, I understand, but also there would be two-dimensional beings relative to our view, right? So relative to us as a entity looking at another organism or a living entity, relative to our vision, they are two-dimensional, right?
Name them. What are these two-dimensional organisms?
A microorganism.
They're all
You
three-dimensional.
look at a microorganism under, right? But when I said relative to our view, right?
But not
So when we're
relative.
looking at them through a microscope, they are
in reality, they exist in all the same dimensions we do.
Okay, well, even then, right? So do you believe in the Big Bang?
Yep.
Okay. And where do you think that the Big Bang came from?
We don't know. But
Okay.
if we stick God in
I
there,
agree.
that's just a God of the gaps fallacy, isn't it? The best answer is to
Right.
say I don't know.
No,
but I will say this. Because you can't get something from nothing, and we do currently have something, and we don't have evidence of the supernatural and only evidence of the natural, therefore, I would just say the universe has always existed in one form or another.
Yeah, and I agree with that as well. I definitely agree with that. I guess where I'm trying to go is everything in the world in our universe is very alike because it comes from the same origin, right? Everything, when it comes to the living beings on Earth, we all have extreme similarities, a lot of differences in unique ways, but for the most part, the core foundation is fairly similar to each other, regardless of the organism, right? Same thing with the planets. Planets are vastly different and unique.
Evolution. It's because of evolution.
Right,
we all come
right,
from
and
one universal common ancestor. It has nothing to do with a god, though.
Right, but where I'm going with this is if everything were to come from one origin and this Big Bang and everything like that, then that means, to your point, that means under your belief that we are here by chance. And what would be the statistical, the mathematical chance for our existence? It would be an astronomical anomaly, would it not?
As long as it's not a 0% chance, then I would say it's 100% because it happened. Also, if the universe has always existed, and therefore you had an infinite number of chances for a universe like ours to arise, then it doesn't matter how low the chances are. Like, for example, Andrew, if you had, and this is a classical example, if you had a room full of infinite monkeys on typewriters, would one of them eventually produce like the entire work of Romeo and Juliet?
Oh, 100%. They would do it multiple times.
Yeah, and if the universe has always existed, and in one form or another, time goes back infinitely, then eventually you would just get a universe like this, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and it will repeat plenty of times.
Which requires no God.
Yeah, 100%. Right, but to that point, right? So if we're here by chance or we're an astronomical anomaly, right? What would be the statistical chance of there being a God? To that point, to your belief, if we are an
0%
anomaly, how much greater
0%
would
chance
the
of
anomaly be?
0% chance of a God under the current model we have.
And what's the evidence behind that we're the anomaly, but that has 0% chance of happening for a God to be created or someone that we would see as supernatural?
Our current iteration of the universe is no more of an anomaly than any other iteration of the universe. Like if I like threw a bunch of cards into the air and they landed in a certain way, what's the statistics about whether or not the cards would land in this specific pattern? It's very low, right?
Right.
But it did, because you throw the cards up in the air enough, bound to be every single version of that is going to be very low, but it is just chance. So our universe currently as it exists might be statistically very low that it would come to be the way it is, but that is just the way that the cards fell.
Right, but I'm not necessarily disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm more so saying if that's possible, how is it impossible for a God to exist and for that God to have come down in the image of Jesus Christ?
I just want to say two things. One,
Mm-hmm.
Andrew, when we talk about God existing, we're saying that the burden of proof is on the theists. You guys are making a claim that God exists, so therefore you have to provide evidence. Shifting the burden on me and saying, well, what evidence do you have that he doesn't exist? I could do the same thing to you with unicorns, right? It's impossible.
Right.
Like to come up with evidence of something not existing is really difficult, because almost anything can be evidence that something doesn't exist. When it comes to evidence that something does exist, you would need something specific. Now, there's definitely no evidence that like Christ was divine. Like if you want to move to that point of the conversation, we can. If you want to talk about God's coming as Jesus, we can talk about that. But in like my biggest contention with the God argument or with the God claim is that it again, it's just there's no evidence. There's nothing that shows that the universe had a creator. And it seems much more likely, at least from the cosmological models that I've done my time analyzing, that that the universe has just always existed in one state or another.
I see. So do you believe that, would you agree that everything is life, right? That life exists in everything, right? So even though we may look at them as, inanimate objects, there are molecules moving within them. They are alive, right? Trees alive.
Life
grass
isn't
alive.
just having molecules moving in you. There's a few other.
Well, no, I'm not trying to box it down to that, but I'm saying in a sense that, things that we may not seem as quote unquote conscious, just because they're not conscious doesn't mean that they're not alive, right? So like trees are alive, the planet is alive, Earth is alive, right?
Well,
and the universe is alive as well.
Dirt and rocks are not alive because they don't grow. They
no,
don't
I didn't say dirt, I
metabolize.
said Earth.
Well,
no,
the
but
Earth,
you said everything
is
in the universe is alive.
Yeah, like stars aren't alive.
So stars don't die either.
Metaphorically,
and their energy doesn't go from one place to another.
We metaphorically refer to them as dying, but really they're just exploding. But they're not really dying because they're not living. They're undergoing nuclear fusion, but they don't metabolize. They don't.
Okay,
they don't,
so what
they
the
don't have any
question I would
hallmarks of
have
life.
the question I would have for you is, what would you define as life?
Well, I'd probably have to go with what biologists say. So let's see.
Because I think that my definition of life might be.
I guess.
Because I would never say stars are. I wouldn't say stars are alive.
Okay. So I think that I think that my definition of life and yours might be a little different because I think that you, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you're associating consciousness with life as well, because not all living beings
No,
that are conscious and they are.
bacteria, not consciousness. I'm not using consciousness. Like cellular
Okay.
organization. It's got to be made up of at least one cell to be alive. It has to undergo metabolism. Living things use energy and chemical reactions to maintain themselves. Homeostasis. So humans, for example, regulate blood temperature. Cells
I would
regulate
just say
pH and ion
I
balance.
think it's even easier. It's something living is a a self-sustaining chemical system capable of evolution, like Darwinian evolution. I would say that's
Okay.
life.
The stars aren't capable of doing that.
Okay. Right. Of course. Because they're not actual physical entities. You know what I'm saying? Like with the body and all
Well,
that stuff. So I definitely get that.
they are physical. They're
But
just not living organisms.
right. But I guess what I'm trying to explain is that, life is all around us. For example, I'll just take consciousness, right? Consciousness is all around us. Consciousness is not owned by one person, right? And of course, science doesn't truly understand consciousness to a full degree, but consciousness is not,
Consciousness
I don't
is
believe that
just
consciousness is owned by any single person. It's like air.
consciousness is just the
It's
functioning of
shared.
of the brain, and humans have it, dogs have it, cats have it, elephants have it. Everything that has a brain is able to produce consciousness. But like rocks aren't conscious.
Right, of course. Rocks aren't conscious. But I'm basically comparing consciousness to air, right? It's not my consciousness or your consciousness. It's like the air that we breathe on this earth, right? Because when we pass away, it just goes back into where it's always been. So to that point, to say that there is something that's impossible of that, like everything originating from one place, it just doesn't make sense to me. Me personally, it just doesn't make sense to say that everything doesn't origin from one place. We all origin from the earth. Regardless of how you
Hold
look
on,
at
hold
it,
on.
we all
Hold
come
on. This is
from
a
the
different
earth.
claim. This is a different claim. This is a different claim. Because I could make the
Okay.
claim that we all have a common origin, as in like the Earth. But then where's the Earth origin from? Like I could say the Earth's origin comes from a collection of dust and matter and blah blah blah. My contention is we don't really have any evidence that the universe, the complete whole system of the universe, not just the current expansion of the universe that we witness in like our framework, but the all of what is the universe hasn't always just been here in one shape or form.
Right, but I don't, and to your point that you said now and earlier, it just made me think of something. I don't believe, I disagree that the universe has always been here. Actually, I
Well,
don't agree
give
with
us
that at all
give us
because scientists can
give us
see the
evidence
universe
that it has.
growing. If the universe is growing, go ahead.
How do you know that the universe doesn't go through periods of like growth and then and then collapses in on itself, and this happens over and over and over again? The universe growing right now doesn't mean that it has a definite beginning place. It just means that it's currently growing.
But in order for something to grow, it has to begin.
Well, no, I mean, again, the universe could just go through cycles of expansion and contraction over and over again for all eternity. So the universe growing right now doesn't prove that the universe hasn't always existed.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that in order for something to grow, it would have to begin. The same thing, like even if it's expanding and contracting, water does that under certain temperatures, right? But water has to become water before it can do that,
But the
right? A
universe doesn't
cloud
have to
cannot do
become the
that.
universe. It just is. I have no good reason to think that it must have a starting point. I've been given no good reason to think that, and the universe currently growing is also not a good reason to think that it has a definitive beginning point.
But it again with science, they take the unmeasurable, right, and they take it down to small points where we actually can measure. And if everything in life shows us that anything that grows must begin first.
That's not.
Then we can take that
No.
on a bigger level of the universe. And why is that?
That was a
Trees
non
don't just
sequitur.
sprout out of the ground from nothing.
That was a non sequitur of points. One point did not lead to the other in that statement that you just made. Science doesn't make the claim that the universe at one point did not exist and then it came into existence. At best, the scientific data seems to point to that the universe because matter cannot be created or destroyed, therefore it didn't come into being.
Right, but what I'm saying is if science tells us that in order to measure something unmeasurable, we have to take a smaller amount that we can measure and then expand it onto a grander scale, right? That's what they do with everything. Everything in science is based off of that.
And
that's how theories come about, and then that's how facts come about. But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is that what I'm trying to tell you is, if in life everything that you see right now or have seen that has grown has begun somewhere. There's a process.
Man, Andrew,
Growing is not a destination.
Andrew, you are now in the presence of greatness. You're not only on the phone with me and Jovan, but now you're on the phone with Dr. Blitz, who's actually a PhD. Blitzy, come on.
We should.
So what's going on? What did I miss?
What we're talking about. So we're having a conversation essentially on beginnings of the universe and whether or not God created the universe. Essentially, if like, correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, but that's essentially your stance at this point.
Yeah.
And so is the idea that because the universe is expanding, it must have had a beginning?
Yes, because growing isn't a destination. It is a journey. Like, for something to grow, it has to undergo a process. So for the universe to grow, it has to undergo a process, and that process has to start somewhere.
Well, yeah, the expansion is the process, and the expansion could have started.
Right. And what I'm trying to say is, and this goes back to my earlier point, if our existence scientifically is a mathematical anomaly for us to have existed, for God to have created our existence would not be an astronomical anomaly compared to our already existing.
And real quick, before you answer that, Blitz, just because there are some people on stream who might not know who you are,
Sure.
Can you just give people, Blitz, just like who you are, what you do, a little bit of your credentials so that chat knows?
I mean, there's a background behind me. It probably illustrates it. I'm like the guy in the movie who's like looking at the clear dry erase board and he's writing equations and I'm that guy, except I'm actually real and I have a PhD.
You're like Matt Damon from Good Will Hunting. You see,
wasn't he kind of like a jerk?
Come in and yeah, but he was super. Well, that was because of trauma.
Okay,
and also Blitz doesn't have the cool like Boston accent, but besides that, yeah,
you were in hot water there for a minute.
Yeah, no, you're
not your fault.
Blitz.
It's not your fault, Blitz.
Yeah, so like, I don't know, man. Like, it seems like if you want to make the claim that if you want to say like, oh well, it's more likely that people would exist, that we would exist if God was real than, you know, if God wasn't real, like you can make that argument, but that seems completely disconnected from this idea that the universe had a beginning.
I understand. I guess what I'm trying to say is, no matter which way I feel like no matter what worldview you have of our origin, God would exist in that picture. Even if, not saying you guys, but if there was a person to claim that this life was a simulation, then that means whoever created the simulation, relative to our view and our lives, they would be our God. But if we're AI bots inside of a computer,
we can't even prove that there's a simulation that was created. That's the problem.
Right. I guess my point that I'm trying to explain is no matter what worldview you have, even if it is that worldview, that there is a God in that picture relative to our view, to our lives, that there is something higher than us. For us as humans to think that we just exist and just are just by chance, just it doesn't make sense. Because if that was the case, then everything is objective, and we don't see that in life. We don't see objectivity throughout our entire lives. There's good and there's bad. It's not just objective, right? And if it is just objective, then why wouldn't one of you, for example, hold true to that? When if someone bombs your next door neighbor, you're gonna feel bad about that.
Are we
But
talking?
it's just
Are we
objective.
now shifting?
It was
to
just by chance.
Are we shifting to morality now?
This is what I mean. Whenever I
No, I'm
show
talking.
up, people are like, "Oh no, I don't want to talk about the Big Bang."
No, we can
I
talk
wish you were
about
here
the Big
earlier.
Bang
I wish
because
you were here earlier, but it was wild.
we can talk about the Big Bang. I'm just saying to you, to the gentleman I was talking to before, to his point that we are just an anomaly in this mathematical equation, right? For that to be the case,
we're not
then
really an anomaly. That wasn't my point. Could you just give
okay,
your
so
argument to Dr.
type
Blitz why you think the universe must have a beginning?
In fact, you can even go back. We can even reset. Start with what you called us in about the 11 dimensions thing. Start there. That
okay.
would be more
So
interesting.
what
for
I was
Blitz,
saying
think.
was that okay, cool. Yeah, I think that
Oh, I
would be
caught
interesting
the- I
because he
caught-
does have a
caught the
PhD,
laugh
so he
from
probably schooled me on a
Blitz.
bunch of stuff. So that would be cool because I've always thought about this. But anyway, there are essentially alleged 11 dimensions, right? And we live within the third dimension, space and time, right? And in science, of course, you would know that they take, in order to measure something unmeasurable, they'll take something very small and then expand on that, something that they can see and that they can measure and then expand that. And then that becomes, that's how they're able to essentially like judge the distance between here and the moon, right? By taking from miles down to inches down to centimeters, etc. Right? That expands up into figuring out how many light years is something away. Right? So with that being said, if we live in the third dimension of space and time, and we were to look at a second dimensional being, if we were to draw any shape on a piece of paper, and there was a second dimensional being living within that world, they of course would see a line. Us on the outside, we see their world from a different view, a view that they would never be able to fathom, a view that they can't understand. If we were to put something in that shape, they would never see it, right? We're able to understand space and time, and they wouldn't understand that. If you told a second dimensional being to meet me at a pizzeria at 4, he would never understand what you're talking about. Now, if we were to expand that to the fifth dimension, how they would, or the fourth dimension, or the fifth dimension, how they would look at our world, how the view that they would see us in, the way that they would be able to operate and manipulate within our world, and then we take that up to, the highest dimension, relative to our view, that would be literally what we would describe to be a god.
Andrew, have you seen Billy Madison?
No. Oh wait, you're talking about the with Adam Sandler, yeah.
Yeah. So then you'll recognize this. What you've just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I've ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Thank you for that.
That's one of my favorite
Why?
movies.
What does that have to do? What does anything that you just said have to do with anything?
What do you mean? They said that God doesn't
all
exist,
of it
and that
was
was my theory.
wrong. Everything about it.
I had to get up.
Okay, school me. Now I'm ready for the school part.
So we don't live in 11 dimensions. At least we have no evidence of this. Our space-time is four-dimensional, not three-dimensional. We don't scale things down in order to make measurements. We don't have any reason to think that a two-dimensional being, if it even could exist, would not be able to make observations that would inform it about a three-dimensional universe. I don't know what any of that was.
Okay, so question. So, for example, just to your point, to one of your points that you made, how would a scientist like yourself be able to measure light years without quantifying it down to something very small? and then expanding.
So we use, at least for nearby things like stars that are within a few hundred light years away, we use something called parallax. In the same way that if you put your thumb in front of your face and close one eye and then open the other and then kind of switch back and forth, your thumb moves back and forth. In the same way, the Earth goes around the sun, and in June compared to, say, December, stars appear in different locations, and you can figure out how far away they are based off of the apparent different locations of those stars. We don't measure their distance in centimeters.
That's fine. Right, of course not. But what I'm saying is that came from centimeters, right? Because if there was no understanding of centimeters, of yards,
centimeters
of
are just
miles, of kilometers. Say that again?
These are just units. They don't depend on each other.
Okay. So the units don't correlate to each other at all, to any degree.
No, I mean, you can convert between them if you want, but that's just a conversion rate. That's like saying that like the yen depends on the US dollar, or like the South African rand depends on the Swedish kroner. Like there's a conversion rate, but they're not related.
I mean, they're relative to the goods that are that are valuable. That's what gives them the value. That's why some countries' GDP are lower than the others, or higher than others.
I'm so sorry, Blitz.
It's all relative to the value of that. So technically, they are tied together. Because if we all said gold doesn't matter anymore, if we woke up tomorrow and said gold is no longer valuable, then
this isn't the same
that
thing,
dollar,
though, Andrew.
the US
it's not
dollar
the same
wouldn't.
thing.
Why are we talking about economics? I was
We
giving
can
an
all wake up
example.
tomorrow and say centimeters don't matter anymore, and that wouldn't change any of this.
Okay. But also, like, so what I want to ask you is, where have your studies or your industry, right? Where has your industry thought about the Big Bang or the universe's origin?
There is no consensus.
What's that book that you brought up last time you were on here?
The one that I
keep
always
forgetting.
have sitting at the ready next to my desk? This one.
W.
Battle of the Big Bang.
Yeah. Good book.
Okay.
You should read it if you want to know more about what the current views are about the Big Bang.
I'm actually going to put it in my cart.
Yeah, I should do that. It's just, I don't know. I guess for me, I don't want to drag it out, but I guess for me, it just doesn't. I think that us as a species are extremely. I think that we, like myself included, are extremely arrogant. Because even then, when it comes to God and stuff like that, I don't necessarily believe that that God himself or itself is even a human. To think that is extremely arrogant, right? To think that out of all these, that's like saying out of all these planets, out of all this space, that we're the only ones alive.
I don't think any religion that creates an omniproperty God has ever said that omniproperty God was human.
Well, Christianity kind of does, but
yeah, they made him into a person.
I guess, yeah. I mean, if you're going Jesus, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's like saying, like, every out of all the planets, out of all the stars and solar systems and galaxies, that we're the only conscious, highly intelligent beings living. That's
Andrew,
extremely arrogant to think.
Are
Go
you
ahead.
Christian?
Yeah.
So you think that God
100%.
was human at one point?
I think that God took a piece of himself and put it in human form. That way, I believe. Sorry, I'm still reading the Bible, so I'm not super versed in it. But I believe it was Adam, or it was somebody that he wanted to. He wanted them to sacrifice their son on a mound, and he replaced their son with Jesus Christ. Say that again.
His name is pronounced Adam. That's the actual pronunciation from the Bible.
Oh, sorry. Thanks for telling me that. I did not know. Genuinely. But I think that that God gave.
I wasn't being serious.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sarcasm.
In the beginning, God created a dom and a sub.
Well, I mean, actually, in Hebrew, it is pronounced Adam. So, Jovan,
am I right?
Adam and Chava.
Shit.
Okay, good. See, now that you made him right, it makes me less dumb. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Wait, Loki, no, yeah, that is how that works.
I
Andrew,
appreciate that. Now I don't feel so dumb for believing them.
Andrew, I just gotta. It doesn't sound like we've got a real coherent. At least, like currently, there's not a real coherent position from you on this. You know what I mean?
Well, my position is that in order, like, so I have a lot, and my position is that in order for the universe to be here, it has to come from somewhere because it's growing. In order for something to grow, it has to start. There's no way that you guys can flip words or try to, there's no way to avoid that. For something to grow, it has to begin. Right? And for anything to begin, it has to origin from something else.
But the thing
Go
is,
ahead.
look, okay. Do you think that, okay, suppose that we had a balloon, right? You started blowing air into a balloon. Do you think that the balloon started to exist when you started blowing air into it?
No.
Okay.
But the
so
balloon
just
had
because
to,
something
had
is
to,
expanding,
had to be created.
just because something is growing doesn't mean that the beginning of it growing is the beginning of it existing.
But you're missing a step because that balloon was made.
It was an
In
analogy,
order for it to
just
grow,
point
it had
out
to
the
be
flawed
made.
reasoning.
Can you do me a favor? Do me a favor really quickly. Andrew, could you just back off your mic a little bit? You are clipping pretty badly.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
All good.
But I was just making
yeah,
an analogy.
I think that.
Yeah. But our biggest thing here, Andrew, is like we don't have any concrete evidence of the start point of the universe. We have a lot of theories. But like when I hear people make an argument for God and they go, well, the universe must have been created, so therefore it must have a creator. They have like there's a really big burden right here, and that's proving the universe was created.
Well, the thing about it is that everything within the universe is created by the universe. That's why everything is extremely similar, right? We don't see any block-shaped planets, right? We don't see square-shaped planets or triangle-shaped planets. They're all round.
Gravity
it
uniformly pulls everything into the center.
Yeah. Why, like, it's not like the universe made these rules.
Right. It's not that they made rules, but it's the fact that they all come from the same origin, the same way everything on Earth from Earth is extremely similar to each other because we all come from Earth and we are all limited to the I'm sorry, I don't know what it's called, but I guess the cells or the molecules that have been on Earth. We're limited to those, so there's only a certain amount of mathematical equations to create life. There's a limit of what it can look like here.
Isn't that limit
same thing? If there's a different limit on a different planet.
Isn't that limit like trillions upon trillions of numbers deep?
Yeah, but we haven't seen that in real life though, right? There's no human without lungs. There's very little living beings without a heart beating or without a nose or eyes or ears or any type of senses whatsoever.
I mean, that's empirically false, but like most living beings are bacteria, and they don't have any
heartbeats,
or noses, or eyes, or lungs.
But yeah, like fish don't have lungs, right?
Okay,
like,
and to that point, bacteria. Take all the different bacteria. You said there's many different types of bacteria. They're not similar. Like foundationally similar in a lot of ways. Why? Because they come from Earth. Now, a bacteria from Mars would look way different than one that comes from Earth because of what Earth is created from, right? So
sure, that's probably true.
If everything in our universe, right, is foundationally similar when it comes to the planets, when it comes to the stars, they're vastly spread apart, but they're very, very similar foundationally. That means they all come from the same place.
When you get a second, check
the universe,
Discord for me,
right? They're all created within this universe that has, relative to us, it's infinite amounts of probabilities, but relative to the universe as a whole, there's a limit on how many molecules and et cetera, right? So that means in order for us, for example, right, to be here on Earth, the Earth has to be here. we won't be here unless the Earth is here, right? And if we weren't in the Goldilocks zone, like there's specific
do you know how
limitations
big?
to
Do you
us
know how
being able to be
big
here.
the Goldilocks zone is? It's huge.
I hope so, because
Andrew,
I think that. Go ahead.
Have you ever heard the puddle analogy from Douglas Adam?
No, I haven't.
It's pronounced Adam.
Douglas Adam. So one day, there's this pothole and it rains and the pothole fills up with water and the puddle that forms there wakes up one day and goes, "Look at this pothole. It was so perfectly made for me." But in reality, the pothole really wasn't perfectly made for the puddle, right? It's like the pothole was there first and the puddle just filled up the pothole. In the same way, the earth isn't made perfectly for us. The earth existed here first. Biological organisms formed on the planet and evolved in it to barely survive on this planet.
Yeah, we adapted to the earth, not the other way around. The earth wasn't created for us. We adapted to it.
Right. I'm not necessarily saying that it was created for us, but I'm saying in order for us to even be here, regardless, the earth would have to be here, right? If you took all of these molecules and put them on Saturn, right? Like the molecules that created us and that we evolved into, if we were to take that and put that on Saturn, it's not going to work out, right?
Then
so
we
what I'm saying is
wouldn't
that
be
there's
here
certain
having this
limits.
conversation, but that doesn't tell us
Yeah,
that
that
there
would
must be a
suck.
God. That just tells
That would
us
suck.
that we got lucky, and that's it.
All right, I do, Andrew. We are pushing close to 40 minutes, so I do gotta end our call, and the next call
Okay.
seems very interesting. So it has been fun. If you ever want to call in and
It
talk
has.
more about specifically Christianity, right? We feel free to call in about that because I just unfortunately on the physics stuff, I think we're grasping mostly at straws here.
No, that's completely fine. That's completely fine. Yeah, I'll probably talk to you guys later, and I definitely want to talk to the PhD guy. He seems really smart.
Blitz does
and
his
I
own
want to know
streams
more about
damn
science
near
and
every
stuff.
day. Where can Andrew
All right,
find you,
guys. You
Blitz,
guys
if he
have a
wants
wonderful
to
day. Thanks for
to
talking to me.
He doesn't want to talk to me. It's fine.
What did you say? Sorry. No, I want to talk
I was
to you.
gonna have
bro.
Blitz
if
tell
you
you
want-
where to
if-
find his streams.
If you want to find my streams, just look up Blitz PhD wherever. You'll find me.
Okay, cool. Sounds great. I hope you guys have a wonderful day, man. Thanks for talking to me. You guys are awesome.
You too. Have a good one.
Blitz, thank you for being our Lord and Savior, and giving yourself as a sacrifice.
Yeah,
for this
honestly, what did you
conversation.
do? Why would you do this to me?
Blitz is Christ. Every time I have a call that might be interesting for Blitz, he finally shows up and we're on. I would
also, Dalton, did you just take a bite of that plant?
A plant? That plant isn't real. That plant.
It
That's
definitely
background
looks like
is-
you just shoved a fork into it and then.
I have a cake here that I made.
Eating cake out of a whole ass pan on stream is crazy.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, I have a pan of brownies, but I wouldn't eat that on stream.
Just before everyone calls me fat or something like that, this is a healthy cake I made with an apple, an egg, and some cocoa powder. That's it.
Healthy cake.
Wait. All that's in there is apple, cake, and cocoa powder.
And
Or
baking
apple,
powder.
Sorry, what did I say? What did you say? What did I say?
Bacon powder?
One apple, one
apple,
egg,
one egg,
like a pink lady, and then a spoonful of cocoa powder and a teaspoon of baking powder, and some little
powder, not bacon powder. Okay.
That sounds disgusting.
It tastes like chocolate apples.
Why not just make?
That's what I have.
Never mind. I truly wish Blitz you were here for the flat earther because that was crazy.
Honestly, I had a better thing to do. I was watching a friend do a PhD defense, and that was far more interesting, I'm sure.
Oh no, it was fun. Guys, if you want to call in 219-327-8005, we don't have to end immediately. We have one more person in the queue who I'm very excited to talk to. But if you want to call in 219, especially if you were one of those people that's like, I can prove God exists because of the science behind it, definitely call in. If you can prove God exists because of the Bible, definitely call in. If you're just telling me all Christians are terrified, we get it. We're going to bring up Heidi Heidi from California wants to talk about God being real because Heidi has seen ghosts. So I'm very interested to talk to Heidi. So here we go. Coming up, Heidi from California. Heidi, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Okay, I'm 76, so be kind. And I've never been into science much. And it isn't just ghosts. Do you mind if I just say what religion I was brought up in?
Yeah, what can I just get your pronouns first, Heidi?
My what?
Your pronouns. So the audience knows how to refer to you.
Oh. Jesus Christ. Mrs., or you can call me Heidi. Mrs.
Well, so would you prefer the
widowed.
audience refers to you as he, she, they, or something else?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forget that stuff is she.
Okay,
Yeah.
no problem. No problems at all, Heidi. Okay, so yes, you can definitely tell us what religion you were brought up in.
Okay, my mom was an atheist. My husband was an atheist, agnostic maybe. My parents' family were into Christian Science, which believes that you are part of God. And if you're really in tune, you won't get sick. Fortunately, they were smart enough that if they did get sick, they went to a doctor. So, first to address Jesus, okay? My personal belief is that Jesus was exactly like Buddha, and perhaps Muhammad. I don't know anything about Muhammad, so I can't have my own opinion, in that they were incredibly enlightened and almost to the point of being God themselves.
Okay. I wouldn't
I'm hearing
necessarily
my
say
own
I have
self
any.
being back.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you hearing yourself?
How do I? Yeah.
I'm wondering how. The only thing that you should be getting is my microphone, Heidi. Let me just double check what's feeding.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, it might be
My
something
son
on
is
your.
a techie. Hold on one second.
It might be something on your end because the only thing that I've got pumping into you is literally my microphone.
Okay, hold on one sec. Let's see if I can. I don't want to bore your audience. God. Here, Ethan, can you fix this? I hear myself back.
No.
No, okay. Oh, okay. Well, I'll just keep talking, and then if you want to cut me off, you can.
Okay.
So my own personal experience has been that because I haven't been pre-programmed basically by anybody, my own experience has been that I have experienced about 5 times in 76 years ghosts. And the ghosts don't appear as white shadows or anything. It's like I moved into an apartment, and the first day I sat on the toilet, and it had a wooden bathroom door was closed, and somebody knocked on it. Scared me. I knew all the doors were locked, the windows were closed. Somebody knocked on it. Flew up, searched the entire place, nobody. And the stuff only got worse. And no, I didn't see a white figure, but things were flying through the air, all over the place. So I knew the girl across the way. They were court apartments, what they call them. They're little. And I said, did somebody die in that apartment? I'm getting things flying. And she said, well, yeah. She said a really old lady had been living there 40 years, and she did. So I moved out. And the reason why I'm bringing up ghosts at all is because it tells me that this isn't the end. It's,
But
you know,
Heidi, how do you
nobody
know that
can
what
prove it.
Heidi? Well, okay, so there's a few things
Yeah.
going on here, right? You're telling us this experience that you had. There's literally no way
Yeah.
for either Blitz or myself or Dalton when he returns to verify that this happened, right? So we have to take you on your word for
Well,
it.
sure. No, of
And
course
then-
of course there
Yeah,
isn't.
but then
It goes back many generations, though, which I didn't know.
on the flip of that, like,
I'm sorry.
how do you know that what you experienced was ghosts and wasn't? Did you rule out every other thing it could have possibly been?
Yes, with one exception. And that is, I believe in the power of the mind. And I believe that people are telekinetic sometimes. And basically, it's some sort of electricity in their mind. I don't think it's a ghostly thing. I think it can be telekinetic. But there are some things that, you know, and all of my ghost experiences except one were like that. I also have had my husband was a witness, and he screamed to one situation because
Do you
he
think
doesn't believe
Heidi,
in
that
it,
people
right?
that are telekinetic like can control it?
No,
Okay,
no,
so
I
it's
don't.
just
Well, I
something that
don't know.
happens.
You know what? I don't know. Maybe, but not me.
Do you
It
know who
happens at the strangest times.
Do you know who James Randi is?
No.
So James Randi was a pretty well-known skeptic. He didn't believe in essentially anything paranormal. He it ended up becoming $1 million prize if anyone could prove any sort of paranormal or supernatural ability or thing. No one ever claimed that prize. Thousands tried, but no one was ever able to do it. So like when we talk about like, well, maybe something may argue like, could people be telekinetic? I doubt it. I mean, wouldn't we have proof of it already if this was the case?
Well, okay. I understand your standpoint. But then again, on ABC 7 News about 30 years ago, they said, oh, we're at a house where a young man who's 13 years old is supposed to be making things flying through the air, and it was live, right? And this glass at the top of the stairs suddenly flew from another room, flew down and bounced down the stairs. And he said, oh, my God, I guess we're witnessing it right now. Okay? So, I mean, and it's only the only people who would believe me would be people who were with me when it happened, right? There's two things that I have witnesses to. So that's okay. I understand your standpoint. I can understand why nobody would believe in God because I was sort of raised that way. But I do because different things have happened to me that it proved to me that there's something else, shall we say. And then my husband gave me an example of what could happen to us when we die. If you take the soul or the spirit, you know, the basic essence of whatever we are, and our body is like a TV set, and our spirit are like the picture waves. They go to the set, and suddenly you can see a picture. Suddenly we are alive, we function. You damage that TV, the picture waves don't die. They just go on looking for another television set. And I thought, well, that's a fairly decent way of explaining. I think we travel to a different dimension, frankly. You know, I don't think most of us don't stick around. I think another thing is I have a memory from when I was 2 days old. And I remember being myself, just as I am now, except no words and no comprehension of anything except the person holding me was safety. And something was
Heidi, I just
coming
don't know how
towards
any
me
of
in a white...
this. I don't know how any of this proves a God.
Okay, God. That's really, really almost impossible for anybody to prove to anybody who doesn't believe it. I agree with you. I can't prove it to you. I can only prove it to me and to people who have witnessed things with me because I do have a scientific basis. And until you do experience it, or when you die, if you do go someplace else, then you'll know for sure, right? One way or the other, or we won't.
But even if
your
let's say ghosts are real, right? How would that prove that God is real? I would actually probably say the flip. That proves it's not.
Well, it depends on what you mean by God. My belief of God, there was another religion called the Church of Religious Science that simply believed that God was sort of like a universal mind of everything in the other dimension, and which is what I was thinking Jesus and Buddha were part of, is that they could bring that down into themselves. Sort of what George Harrison was trying to accomplish, you know, or people of that faith trying to actually get in touch with God within themselves and bring it into themselves. So now I've just talked so much I can't remember your question. I'm old, sorry. What was it?
It was just how any of this proves that God is real.
Oh,
It seems more like it seems more like it just proves that you've had experiences that you can't explain.
Exactly. There were a couple of them were witnessed. But let me think if there's any possible
Dalton,
way
can you take
I
over?
could
I'm going to go
prove
grab
it.
a quick bite.
That story actually had a point. The point is that I think at 2 days old is what the essence of a spirit is, because I asked my mom, did something happen when I was 2? Yes. A doctor came in and burned a mark off my head without anesthetic, so it traumatized me. But I remember just having no words and only thoughts of what was me, and that's what I think is the essence of each person's spirit that goes on. It has just gone in the baby, but I can't prove it to you. Okay, you're right. I can't prove it.
Yeah, I was going to say, how do we come to how do we determine that this is an actual real memory that you have versus one that your brain has concocted?
Right, that makes sense. Well, simply because my mother confirmed it. It happened. But then, you know, my mother's dead, so I can't have her call you and tell her, yes, I witnessed this. So, you know, you know what? I don't think anybody could be able to convince true atheists that there is a God. I think that they have to experience it.
So there's no evidence for a God that would be independently verifiable in any way? Is it all feelings based?
Give me 1 second to think about that question. I don't think so. Not unless you experience it yourself.
Why
because remember,
does this God want me to have does this God want me to have a knowledge of it?
No, I don't believe in that kind of God. No, I don't believe in that kind of God. There may be a judgment. I'm not so sure. I don't believe in that kind of God that makes you do things or created the world or whatever. I don't believe in Adam and Eve. It's silly. To me, it's silly. I'm sorry to all the people who do believe that.
When it comes to the concept of like spirits, I think ironically enough, the idea of the human soul is the most dead idea in all philosophy. That there isn't anything that was once attributed to a soul or spirit that we can't explain through some naturalistic mechanism.
Not sure
Like
that's true.
Like with the analogy you gave about the TV, we can prove that those like waves exist. Empirically, we can prove that those waves exist and that the TV is receiving information from elsewhere. We can't do that with the human body. As far as all the data is concerned, it seems like the brain is producing the consciousness, not merely being like a conductor or some outside force.
Yes, but they can't really prove, can they, how it works. They still haven't been able to prove that.
But it seems to be quite interesting that
And
physical...
there is something called preternatural. Preternatural, meaning that things happen that seem like they're supernatural that we haven't been able to prove, but will one day be able to prove.
Well, yeah, but like there was a time in human history where we thought lightning was preternatural and that it was the power of the gods, but now we fully understand that it's completely natural. It has nothing to do with the supernatural. And I'm pretty sure, I mean, every single time we thought something was supernatural, every single time we found an answer to it, it was always natural and it was never once a god or the supernatural. And I don't think we have any real good reason to think that the conscious experience of human beings is going to be any different, especially since it seems like if the soul, if it was a soul that was immaterial, I wouldn't expect something like a drug, for example, a physical drug like a antidepressant, to have any effect on my emotions or my will or any of that. But yet, my consciousness, in some level, is affected by natural drugs, which is not what I would expect for a spirit.
No, I wouldn't think it would affect the spirit because I don't believe that. It's hard to explain. I don't believe that the brain is part of the spirit. That's the difference. I
Well, I
can't
mean,
prove it to you. I
it
don't
looks
think
like
anybody will ever be able to prove that God exists, or that it's because we're each human beings with brains, and we each have to figure out for ourselves what the
here's the maybe this is
yeah,
the
they're
question I
like
need to ask
puzzle
you, Heidi.
pieces.
What does the
Okay,
spirit do in the body?
nothing.
So it doesn't
It's an
it
essence,
doesn't contain.
basically an essence of ourselves, and the brain. The brain. I mean, I don't really think very technically or scientifically. I never have. I'm more of an artistic, different kind of a person. But I don't believe that spirit does, except just that sit as the essence of us. That's all. And that the brain learns as we go through life. And, the people become serial killers, probably have a different patternings from what I've seen in their brain. And other people do other. That's why it's hard for me to believe in right and wrong. If somebody's
Does
born with a brain, well, go
does
ahead.
the spirit, you say, contains the essence of a person? Like, does the spirit contain my memories, my personality?
No. A little. I can't explain it. It's like I was 2 days old, and I know what it is, and I know and I can still feel it as part of myself. I can't
I
explain
think
it,
I think you're
and
able
neither
to
could I prove it to you, could I?
you're able to feel an innate sense of self, but I don't think we really have any good reason to think that or even if it's true that you remember something from when you were 2 days old, that could also just be like exceptional memory. I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily true,
Oh,
but it
sure,
wouldn't lead us to believe that
trauma
there's
memory.
it still wouldn't lead us to believe that spirits exist.
Oh, spirit. No, well, I can't prove that because, you had to be there, right? And the near-death experience with, people all over YouTube, you'd have to, you could always argue that it was that last moment in death that was going over different wiring and giving them a really good time. You can't really prove it.
That
But
all
if
the evidence, I think all the evidence does seem to lead in that direction. We have data and evidence that supports that quote unquote near death experiences are just your brain being flooded with all sorts of natural chemicals that are giving you a good trip,
that's what I was
so to speak.
talking about. Yes.
But we
Yes.
never have like true death experiences. Like no one ever comes back from brain death. And like you could prove a spirit exists if you had a brain dead person who was able to like
Well, but
communicate with you and all that kind of stuff. But we
there
never
was a
see anything like that.
neurosurgeon who just wrote sorry. There's a neurosurgeon who just wrote this whole book about how he was dead for like, I don't know how long, a long time, and he had a near-death experience. And that's not just the chemicals. However, then you have to take
I mean,
his word.
we know the time
So,
has to
I
be
mean,
less
you
than
really
7 minutes. So, like,
Near death experiences are not being dead though, Heidi. That's why they're called near death experiences. The person who's
That's true.
experiencing near death don't actually die. We have zero um, and, evidence of anyone who's ever experienced brain death who has come back to life.
Well, I have a therapist who I got very recently because my husband died, and I was talking to her about some of the ghost stuff, and she said, "Oh no, I completely believe in that." And she has a PhD in psychology, and she said, "I was a hospice nurse for a while." She said, "And I saw all sorts of things." So, I mean, that's the kind of person you need to interview. But then, even then, she couldn't. She could not convince you. Nobody will ever be able to convince you because it's not of this world, is it? It's not of this dimension. You know, CERN may be screwing up everything, proving multiple dimensions simultaneously happening at the same time.
We were doing so good.
But I hope that doesn't exist.
It doesn't.
Wouldn't you hate to think that in your past life you'd made a whole bunch of stupid decisions and you could have done the right ones in a different life? Anyway, okay.
No, I just mean that CERN's not doing that. That's all.
Anybody. Okay, I don't believe, gentlemen, that anybody could convince you. Okay, because you would never take their word. You wouldn't. You wouldn't
Heidi,
just believe them.
Heidi, just to wrap up, and then we are going to move on to the next call.
Right.
It's really hard for us to just take someone's word because that's not verifiable information. There's nothing we can take from there. If you tell me, like not you specifically, if I have somebody who comes up to me and is like, yeah, I spoke to God, God is real. And I have another person who came up and said, well, I spoke to a different God and that God is real. Who do I believe?
Of course. I understand the absolute scientific standpoint. Being brought up the way I was, believe me, I do. But if you eventually will experience something that you cannot explain, no matter how scientifically you analyze it, then maybe you might believe something a little bit more. Okay?
I would just believe that I haven't learned the science behind what happened yet. But Heidi, thank you for calling in. We are going to move on to the next caller.
All right. Thank you for being so polite with me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, Heidi.
Bye-bye.
Guys, our next caller is a Mormon.
Oh,
anyone know anything about Mormonism?
Like individual planets Mormonism?
Like magic underwear Mormonism?
Exciting.
Oh, you mean like we're all going to get our own planet in heaven?
Yeah.
So coming up next is Dustin from Utah. Dustin from Utah calling to tell us that God is real because of Mormonism. Dustin, can you provide us your age and pronouns, please?
Yes, I'm 23, and my pronouns are he, him.
Okay, great. Now, Dustin, you got 3 people here today who don't believe in God. Do you have evidence of God's existence?
Mm-hmm. I do. It's the Book of Mormon. It is the greatest evidence of God, I think, right now.
Oh boy.
I can't wait to hear it.
Hold us our hands.
When did horses get introduced into North America?
Yes, so in 2022, there was a study that found horse bones that were pre-Columbian and post-Ice Age. That is an old argument. It's not an anachronism anymore.
What kind of horses?
But if you guys I actually don't remember the type. I don't have
question.
The article in front of me.
I have a better question for Dustin.
Yes.
Dustin, when did God become chill with black people?
Ask that again? I didn't hear you.
When did God become cool with black people?
When did God become cool with black people? So, I guess, could you explain your question for me?
Yeah, when did black people become okay per your religion?
Why is Jovan black?
You can't just ask why somebody's black.
What you're referencing to, I actually just did a little research project for a school assignment on African Americans and the priesthood. Is your question like why were Mormons racist and then not racist?
Yeah, specifically, what did Mormonism teach about black people prior to 1978?
Yeah, so after the succession of Brigham Young from Joseph Smith, Brigham Young took the popular Protestant doctrine, which was used to justify slavery, that African peoples were descendants of Cain and therefore cursed from having the priesthood. And he took that story from Genesis and also similar stories in the Book of Abraham and the Book of Moses in Mormonism. And this idea that black people were descendants of Cain came about. This idea that they were like sinners in the premortal life is actually something that Brigham Young never taught and was a later development of the doctrine as it progressed. But as the church sought a revelation on the issue, they saw that it was not only an egregious interpretation of the scriptures, but also that it wasn't true. And it's not
Joseph
black
Smith said it was
skin,
true.
because
Is the book of,
no, he
is the
didn't.
book of
But
Second
it wasn't black.
Nephi
One second.
like
It
legitimate?
wasn't black skin. Sorry, go ahead.
Is the book of Second Nephi considered like an authority from God for you?
Yeah, so you go into Second Nephi 5, chapter 5, verse like I forgot, but that's so. If the Book of Mormon is supposed to be about Native Americans, the Joseph Smith and his people would have said that their skins are red, so it can't be about
Well, no, it doesn't
African
say red.
Americans. It's also
And he had caused the cursing to
yeah.
come
So
upon them.
that's my point.
It says
That's
they
my
had
point.
blackness
It's
came
this is a
upon them,
Hebraic idiom.
not redness, blackness.
Yeah,
the Lord God
that's
did
exactly
cause
my
a skin
point.
of blackness to come upon
A
them.
skin of blackness is a Hebraic idiom that's replete in the Bible and also in ancient Near Eastern texts. It's an idiom. It means to be cut off with God
Where?
or
Where?
You can't
Where
just
in
call
the
me
Hebrew?
an idiom.
Job 30:30.
What was that?
Job 30:30 would be an example in the Bible of where this idiom is also in the Bible.
What 30:30?
Job 30:30. So Job's lamentation that he wishes his skin to become black upon him.
My skin
Do you want me
turns
to read it to
black
you,
and
or do you have
falls
it pulled up
from
in front of you?
my skin turns black and falls from me, and my bones burn with heat. It's talking about his skin becoming black, and my bones
Yeah, it's a
burn with the
lamentation. It
heat.
means to be cut off. It means to be cut off from the presence of God. It's a limit. Do you know what a lamentation is?
I know what lamentations are. Yes.
Yeah. So this is a theme in the Bible, and also in just generally ancient Near Eastern texts. Like I know there's an Assyrian.
It sounds like he's saying that the sun has
I
turned
don't
his
remember what it
skin
was. Doesn't matter.
black. My skin
Yeah,
turns
but
black
he's
and
not
falls from me,
physically
and my
turning.
bones burn with
He's not
heat.
physically turning into an African American, right?
Well, no, his skin just becomes black from exposure to the sun.
Yeah, but no one's skin does that. It's obviously poetry, right? You can just look up like black skin Hebraic idiom. You'll find out all about this. It's not like an uncommon thing. And so that's what's in the Book of Mormon. And the reason why I brought up the redskin thing is because, remember, to the early Mormons, to Joseph Smith, these are the Native Americans, and they think that their skin is red, not black. And so it's
Why are we talking about red?
It's a problem with the because the Lamanites are supposed to be the Native Americans in Mormon tradition. So,
But we're
it's
not
important
asking
to take
about the
these,
color
like,
red.
verses
We're
in the Book
asking
of
about the
Mormon
color black.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it doesn't make sense for the Native American skins to be black in the Book of Mormon, because that's not what the Mormons believe about Native Americans, is that their skin is black. They believe their skin is red. I'm just saying that this is to suggest that this is like some racist verses is to ignore the scholarship of the black skin idioms throughout the ancient Near East, which Nephi would have known about, being educated and being able.
If it's not racist, why they have to clarify in 1978?
Well, that's not about the Book of Mormon. That's about the priesthood ban. And it wasn't a clarification. It was a revelation saying that African Americans were allowed to hold the priesthood. And again, it's not black skin, because Polynesian peoples have always been able to hold the priesthood. It's specifically because they thought that African Americans were descendants of Cain, specifically for that reason. So it's not black skin. It's African Americans. That's what they thought. Again, I would like to discuss, though, the evidence of the Book of Mormon as the evidence of God in the 21st century.
Sure, go ahead.
So the Book of Mormon, very simply, came to us out of a rock and a hat, and it stands today as a witness of Jesus Christ. It's replete with Hebraisms. It has physical evidence that we've found in the Old World, not in the New World where it takes place, but in the Old World. And it invites the reader to have a real relationship with God. So have any of you read the Book of Mormon?
No. So part of this Book of Mormon was translated from of what kind of Egyptian?
Oh, Reformed Egyptian. I don't know if we have. I don't know exactly like what kind of Egyptian it is today. But in the first verse of the Book of Mormon, there is an Egyptian idiom.
But there
there's
is no
also
such thing as
Hebrew
there is
Egyptian.
no such thing as Reformed Egyptian.
Well, that would just be like a word
And
name fallacy or whatever.
didn't
because
Joseph Smith pull
whatever
this from
Mormon meant
from
when
a
he said that.
Joseph Smith pulled this from an Egyptian work that was a funerary text that had nothing to do with Abraham.
No, that's the Book of Abraham. That's not the Book of Mormon. We can talk about that too, but that's a different
Didn't
thing.
he produce the book? Didn't he produce the Book of Abraham?
Yes, he did.
So the same guy who produced the Book of Abraham produced the Book of Mormon, and the Book of Abraham is indeed a forgery, as the text he quotes from is a funerary text that doesn't mention Abraham or Isaac.
Yeah. So our current extant example of the Book of Breathings is not is actually unique and different than all of the other Book of Breathings that we've found. The people who saw these scrolls talked about them as if they were great scrolls that rolled out the length of the room, and yet we only have fragments because most of them were destroyed in the Great Chicago Fire. And there also is an apocryphal book called the Testament of Abraham, which takes the judgment scene in the Book of Abraham and midrashes it into a story about a vision that Abraham has. If you want to learn more about that, you could read Stephen Smoot's recent book from 2022, published by BYU, called A Guide to the Book of Abraham. Those are all old arguments, again, but I'm here to talk about the Book of Mormon.
But it seems like weird that we have this book, which comes from this con man, who also produces other texts, which we know is a forgery.
So it's not a forgery. That's what I just said.
No, it is a forgery. What is the
Wait,
permit
hold on.
for?
Just to get to like the very base level here. What physical evidence do you have that the Book of Mormon?
The Book of Mormon.
True?
That's what I'm saying.
What the Book of Mormon is the claim.
Oh,
It's not the evidence. It's the claim.
So yeah, we can talk about the witnesses, right? There's 3 people who claimed that an angel saw to them. They all had the same vision. I find it hard to believe that it can be some sort of hypnosis, because there's no examples of hypnosis where all the people in the hypnosis saw the same exact vision. And it was replicated
I have a
twice
bunch of
because
written down physical evidence of people claiming to see mermaids. Do you believe mermaids are real?
Yeah. I feel like it's a little bit of a red herring.
How would it be a red herring specifically?
Yeah, because this is a spiritual vision. This is an angel coming to them. This is twice in the same vision, right?
That doesn't tell me
even
how
though
what
some
I'm
of
saying is a
these
red
people
herring.
would leave. Yeah. I mean, even though some of these people leave Mormonism, they still will never deny this vision that they had, right?
That doesn't tell me
a couple
how
of them
what I
will even
said
come
was a
back.
red herring.
Because you're talking about like a fictional beast where the differing accounts will be
Well, I would say the beast is
contradicting,
not
or
fictional because there are written down accounts of multiple people, way more than 3 people, seeing mermaids. So what do you mean it's fictional?
seeing a mermaid, or this would be more equivalent to just seeing an angel in general. I'm talking about specifically an angel coming to show people the book.
This would be equivalent to people seeing an angel, and then here you are talking about people seeing an angel.
In general, because this is specifically about the Book of Mormon, right? And
so you've not been able to
do you believe that the plates existed?
No, I believe there is no evidence of these plates existing. Just like I don't believe there's any evidence of the 10 Commandments, the tablets
that's why
of
I'm
the 10
bringing this
Commandments
up.
existing.
Yeah, so even anti-Mormon scholars like Dan Vogel will admit that plates did exist. This is not like a Latter-day Saint only claim. Plates did actually exist. There's people that saw the plates.
I mean,
there are
maybe there were something that people saw, but whether or not the plates existed is a completely different question from whether or not they were, forgeries by Joseph Smith or something else.
Oh, ancient, yes. So what I would do then is I would look at the text of the plates, or the supposed text of the plates, right, to see if those texts themselves are actually what Joseph Smith claimed they were, which is an ancient text.
Again, how do you
of,
prove this isn't a forgery?
Well, we would just go to the text itself, right? So, like, what kind of evidences would we expect to see in the text itself? Maybe we'd
So our
expect to
evidence
see,
is our evidence for the text being true is just the text.
Yeah, well, the text makes verifiable claims, right? The text it should be in styles of ancient languages, right? And so
What
we should go to the
verifiable
text of the
claims
Book
does
of
the
Mormon.
text make?
So on Lehi and Nephi's journey from Jerusalem, escaping their little mini exodus, they visit a place called Nahom upon the trade routes that they're going down the southeast of the Arabian Peninsula. And we've dug up this place called Nahom. This is an archaeological discovery that we've made since the Book of Mormon has existed. Joseph Smith could not have known about this city because it was not on any maps, because it was buried, because no one knew it existed at the time. And so Joseph Smith guesses correctly on this trade route that Nephi and Lehi take. You can just look this up too. There is a place called Nahom, exactly where it's supposed to be. Also, they say that they leave the coast off of a very, very lush coast, which was totally super silly in Joseph Smith's day.
Are we saying that ancient Israelites crossed the entire ocean to reach America?
Yes, it would be a miracle claim. Again, I'm focusing on the
magic. So magic.
I'm focusing on the Nahom evidence
because there's no evidence that Israelites.
I'm giving you hard evidence right now.
Had the evidence, and there's no evidence that Israelites had seafaring capacity to do this. So we're appealing to magic.
Okay, if you're going to ask me if there's evidence of every single claim made in the Book of Mormon, I think that you and I can both agree that that's not.
I just want to point out. The
do.
place that they found in Yemen, right, has been verified by quite literally nobody to be the same place that the Book of Mormon is talking about. And in fact, there's a lot of like evidence.
They're
that
both named Nahom. They're both called Nahom.
No,
That's like
no,
yes.
no, they're not. No, they're not. The
Yes,
Semitic
they are.
root,
NHM.
the Semitic NHM could mean a lot of different things because ancient Semitic languages didn't write out their vowels; they wrote out consonants.
I know.
So
I'm
it could
very
have been
aware.
Nahom,
I'm
it could
very
have been
aware of that.
Nahim, it could have been Naham, it could have been a lot of things. You're
But
assuming
that's also
not
how
stop
Semitic
talking. I don't know,
roots work.
Dustin. I don't know why you're speaking right now. Dustin, I don't know why you're speaking right now.
Okay.
You're not
I'm
proving
sorry. I
anything. You're
apologize.
saying here's something that could be this thing. So I'm going to fit it into the block. I'm going to fit this circle block into the square hole because I want it to be this thing.
Okay. Let's think about it again. Lehi and Nephi and their families leave, specifically going southeast along a trade route on the Arabian Peninsula from Jerusalem, and they bury someone that died on their journey in a place called Nahom. Okay, and on that trade route is a city dug up called NHM. Like you just said, the vowels aren't in Hebrew like that in Old Hebrew, and so it would just be NHM. Okay, that is a hard evidence for the Book of Mormon, whether you like it or not. That just is.
It's not really all that. It's pronounced Nim is the name of the place. NIHM.
Yeah, it could be. We have the English translation in our Book of Mormon for like how, because that's just not how words work. Like there's
as a Hebrew speaker, I know how Hebrew works, and this place isn't called Nahum.
The Mormon bat signal was sent out, and we got a Mormon who's ready to step up to the plate. Well, an ex-Mormon who's ready to step up to the plate. Yeah, give me 1 second. Because obviously none of us have read the Book of Mormon, so all we can do is say, no, you're wrong, because all of this shows you're wrong.
Yeah, so I would just invite you to read it. So then another... Yeah. No, I got way more evidence.
Hold up, Dustin. We got an actual expert coming up, it looks like.
Do you know their name?
Be a crazy stream. Well, give us a second. It's a surprise. But you can keep going. You can keep talking until they get here. Go ahead.
Okay, since you know Hebrew, there are other Hebraic idioms in the Book of Mormon. So, like, just to give an example of what this looks like in the Bible, God shows Jeremiah an almond tree, and he says, "What seest thou?" And he said, "An almond tree." And he's like,
"Was Joseph Smith familiar with the Bible before he wrote the Book of Mormon?"
I would say no, he was not. Again, though, I wasn't done making my point.
Wasn't he a Christian? And he prayed to God about what church he's supposed to go to. He told
Yeah,
me he
but
doesn't.
Bible
He's not.
literacy is okay. Also, it's just kind of a straw man because it's not the same Hebraic idioms that he's using in the Book of Mormon as in the Bible. When you take the Book of Mormon and you translate it into Hebrew, you get some of these idioms. That's what I'm saying. And
Idioms.
so when
What idiom
I
is?
can just
What
turn
Hebrew
to
idiom is found in the Book of Mormon? And how do you know that's a book of that's a Hebrew idiom if it's not found in the Hebrew Bible?
Robert. Yeah. So Robert Ballin, he's very versed in Greek and Hebrew, and is able. He's the one who pointed these out to me. He's a scholar on the internet. He's written multiple books. And so a quick example is in the story of murder in Helaman 9. We have when the judge had been murdered, he being stabbed by his brother by a garb of secrecy, and he fled, and the servants ran and told the people. So this would be an example of one of those idioms, garb and garment, and betrayal and treachery being of the same root. And it's like the example I was trying to show you in Jeremiah. So the Book of Mormon is replete with these Hebrews, like Zarahemla and compassion, or Jershon and inheritance, or it's replete with these.
What are you on
idioms.
about?
And these are testable claims. Yeah, that's why I was trying to explain the Jeremiah thing so I can get you to understand it better so I wouldn't talk past you. So
Would you mind sharing these Hebrew words with me?
Oh, I don't know how to pronounce them. I'm just showing you that they're there. We had a Hebrew speaker among us, right? And so maybe they'd be able to even help me out with this, right? And so we can go to those verses.
You're muted,
if you
Jovan.
want.
Oh, I'm here. We got a Book of Mormon expert on stream with us right now. So,
what are we doing?
Well, what's their name?
Everybody say what up to Jimmy Snow.
Ayo.
Hey,
I mean, I'm no scholar.
Jimmy Snow, what do you know?
Remember,
former believer.
we don't know. I don't know jack shit about the Book of Mormon. So better you than me.
All right. Well, the good news is, guys, it isn't true. It's just Bible fanfic. Reformed Egyptian is not a real language. It's made up. Is there a way where I can sit? And still
I'm
be
doing
centered?
it. I'm doing it right now.
All right.
I'm doing it right
Can
now.
Oh yeah.
Am I still here or no?
Yep.
No.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, you are.
You are. And
You're still
are.
here.
You're Schrodinger's debater.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
as your Book
start
of
from
Mormon
your
expert,
start from your beginning. Start from your beginning. Give your thesis, and Mr. James Snow will target.
Yeah,
it.
my thesis is just that the Book of Mormon is the greatest evidence of the existence of God, and Jesus Christ being His way and His Son for us in the 21st century. And that's my thesis, and that's why I wanted to call today.
Definitely not. Because the Book of Mormon at its core still requests of the reader to use faith methods to verify it. So even the Book of Mormon doesn't present itself as something that could be like a hard evidence. It still wants you to search your heart and see for yourself that it's true. It's very much a Luke, I am your father situation. I don't have the DNA test.
So
just look into your heart. So you couldn't say that it's evidence unless you're saying faith is evidence.
Yeah, so the Book of Mormon can claim that and can want that for the reader, and it still have evidences contained within it. Those aren't mutually exclusive ideas.
But it
I'm
won't
aware
have evidences
Moroni's
of
promise.
the truth of the Book of Mormon. By the way, it doesn't even have good evidences. Like the Bible
why
at
not?
least takes place. The Bible at least takes place in places we know the people at the time writing in and stuff were aware of, in actual locations. The Book of Mormon,
the Book of Mormon
for all
starts
of
off
its
in the
history.
Old
Whoa,
World, and we
wow,
know
that
where
wasn't the end of my
Jerusalem is, right?
sentence. The Book of Mormon claims to be on a continent that has a lot of features of upstate New York and has a lot of rivers and land masses that Joseph Smith was aware of, and yet takes place somewhere allegedly in Central or possibly parts of South America. Maybe it was more like Mexico area. It has all of these things, and yet they can't actually place where it happened. Not to mention it has a teleporting hill. Like the Book of Mormon literally contains a hill that teleported. so that Joseph Smith could
Yeah,
access
you're
it.
talking about Hill Cumorah. Yeah. So
Right.
that's your. I mean, you filled your claims with a lot of wrong ideas. So just common human anthropology is that civilizations build themselves next to rivers. Like that shouldn't be against the Book of Mormon.
I'm
I think
sorry,
it's actually
is
impressive
that what you
Joseph
think
Smith
the
would include
extent
that in
of the familiar land masses are and landmarks are, and the way that everything's written out, where if you actually draw the stuff in the Book of Mormon, you think that what I'm saying is it was next to rivers, and the Book of Mormon claimed next to rivers, and Joseph Smith was next to rivers. It must be amazing to still be a true believing Mormon and think that that's the level of counter apologetic to this nonsense.
No, that you're playing apologetics for atheism. That's not a. You're like pandering to the audience. No.
Hey, what does the word apologetics mean? Would you
the
define
claim
it
I was
for me?
responding to? Yeah, I mean, apologetics has a certain connotation that's a little bit negative, where people will just make it barely reasonable to believe their already a priori accepted truth claims. So, like,
I mean, the basic
would-
definition is systematic defenses of religious faiths. So, what were you saying about me
That's what I would like
doing
it to be.
apologetics for atheism?
That's what I would like. Oh, I would say atheism is a religion. I would say
right.
that.
Okay.
I'm still being consistent.
Word. All right. Let's get back to the argument now that we've established you don't understand much about anything.
Okay.
What's it?
yeah,
I
that's
think you
just
don't know what
like
the definition of a
poisoning the
religion
well.
is. Which deity or system, which deity do I point my worship toward? Because apparently you think it's a religion.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know which
The definition
deity
of religion?
you worship, and I'm here to talk about the Book of Mormon.
Oh yeah. Okay. You're right. Let's not define the terms that you're using so loosely, because it might challenge that.
Can
shit.
you tell
Anyway,
us how
so
this moving
back to
hill
the Book of
was
Mormon.
real? Can we find out about this moving hill?
So yes, the moving hill that he's referring to is the Hill Cumorah. In Mormon 6:6, it says that Moroni buried all the plates that his father gave him in Cumorah, except for the plates that he's writing on. And so what he would like to suggest is that when the saints start calling the hill that Moroni buried the plates in Cumorah, he is going to say that, where's all the other plates? It comes from a misreading of the Book of Mormon, and then he's going to dogmatically.
Tell me, where did I get that misreading from the Book of Mormon? Where did that idea come from? Was that created by the atheists?
I didn't say you got the misreading. I didn't mean you got the misreading.
Nor did I say
The
you
Latter-day
said that.
Saints
I
got the
asked,
misreading.
where did I get it from?
Because the Latter-day Saints will think that the Hill Cumorah is the hill that Joseph Smith found the plates on, and it's not in the Book of Mormon. It's not that hill.
Where did I get the idea from that the Hill Cumorah's contents were transported to a hill more local to Joseph Smith, again in an area that more matches the geography of what the Book of Mormon is?
I don't believe that account. I don't believe in that.
Okay,
account.
well, just so people know, the kind of the thing he's avoiding and saying is, I learned that at church. Because that's what they taught for years. In fact, it isn't until post CES letter, and it isn't until post fairmormon.org. It isn't until post then that they started rewriting all of those things and going, oh, that's probably nonsense. This is kind of, so now we're going to say, we're not going to establish anywhere. And in fact, I have to add that things happen that weren't written in the Book of Mormon with Moroni and these books and these abridged versions. And I have to ignore that other things were claimed to have been buried in Cumorah that were present in the Hill Cumorah that Joseph went to. It's interesting.
If the
it's really
Mormon
interesting.
Church finds out something that they believe isn't true, they're not allowed to change their minds. Is that your thesis?
No, the Mormon Church won't change their mind on things that they find out aren't true. They will lie about what they ever said before, and then they're like, no, this is like the forever thing. I mean, we're talking about the church who years ago said Mormon doesn't describe us. It's a slur, and now they're suing a podcast for using the word Mormon in their name.
Okay, I can just whole cloth reject that, predicated upon the blacks in the priesthood ban list, because that's like, well, the
you can? Okay, great. What did the church used to say was the reason why blacks were banned in the priesthood, and what do they say now? You're saying they
Yeah,
didn't.
yeah.
They
So
don't
there's
change.
different phases of thought. I mean, we talked about this earlier on the podcast today, but there's different phases of thought. So originally, you have Joseph Smith ordaining black men to the priesthood, and then you have after the succession of Brigham Young, you have Brigham Young using the typical of the day Protestant.
Is this a rhetorical
apologetic
tactic that you're
for-
trying to take so long to say? The church used to say God decided to lift the absolutely valid curse that was on black people. He decided around the 70s it was time to be done with that. And now they say, you know, we don't know. There may have been things, and they say we never actually said that thing about the curse. Did the church actually teach as doctrine that black people were cursed?
I don't remember finishing
Cain?
speaking.
You're right, and I didn't
I don't
care
remember
because you
having
were going
finished
off.
speaking.
I don't care if you're going to go off on try and do this timeline story.
Okay, that's not how
to basically
conversations
gish
work,
gallop
though.
of
That's not how
I'm going.
conversations
Yeah,
work.
no. This is how this conversation works. So they don't allow people to gish gallop because they think they're going to give a fake history lesson.
I'm not
You
gish
only
galloping.
needed-
I was
You
giving the
only
same thing
needed
that I
2
said before.
sentences to answer my question, and instead you think you're going to take us
I
on
don't.
a church
That's
ordained
not true.
History lesson.
I know,
and I'm not down for
issues
it.
don't exist. Issues don't exist in black and white spheres.
What was incorrect about what I
That's just
stated
not how
about
it
their
works.
old
That's not how the
position
world
versus
works.
their new position?
Because Brigham Young taught something different than the people after Brigham Young, who taught something different than after them. who
What
taught
was
something
wrong
different
about
than
what I said?
In the
That the church
70s.
taught that the curse
Because
was
it's not a
present
singular answer.
and valid, and that in
The
the
church-
70s they
the church
decided
does not represent a singular ideology.
the perfect church of Jesus Christ,
'cause
God's true church. Wow, what another non-Mormon. It's so fucking funny when you guys, this happened when I got on with Justin's thing and we got a Mormon on. They just lie about what the church says and what the church represents.
I promise
the church
you, I believe everything that I'm
absolutely
saying. I
represents
absolutely promise you, I believe everything I'm saying.
Yeah, and the church won't endorse you, and the church will never say this guy debates on our
I don't-
side because
don't-
you actually say things
I'm
defiant
not
of the
here.
church.
I'm not here to represent the church. I'm here to convince people about the existence of God using the Book of Mormon. And you're yelling
So-
at me, telling me about
So to
how.
be clear, then, Dustin, you're saying you want to use the Book of Mormon, which is the book of a church, but not by representing that church's beliefs, apologetics, and representation of it. But in fact, you want to convince them on the Book of Mormon as seen through the what is this guy's name? Dustin, as seen through. You want them to accept the Book of Mormon as seen by Dustin, not the Book of Mormon as seen by the Mormon Church. You want a single representation. You're going to come here and debate Mormonism, and then when Mormonism becomes inconvenient for you, you're going to go, that's not the church. This is me. I don't debate the church's points. I diverge from the church. The church is going to endorse
represent
me.
the Book of Mormon
Just do
any
me.
other way. I could not represent the Book of Mormon any other way than my own.
Well, you could represent it
belief about
truthfully.
That makes no
Even
sense.
you guys have
Well,
literally a
I
person.
believe what I'm saying.
You guys literally have a scholar at the Mormon Church who is an active tithe-paying member who is being weirdly embraced by the atheist community, but who admits
Are you talking
that
about
that the
who are you
Book of
talking
Mormon is a 19th century creation. Dan McClellan. It's a
Are you talking
19th
about- Dan
century
McClellan?
creation. I'm talking about Dan McClellan,
I know he
active
believes
member
that.
of the church.
I actually love Dan McClellan. I love
Great.
Dan McClellan. He is active. I think that he's really bad on this issue.
I think he's really
yeah,
bad for
I don't
the
have any
atheist
problem. I watch his
community. I
YouTube
think he's
videos
a
all the time.
fucking grifter who is literally trying to pretend he's a skeptic, despite the fact that he goes and he pays his tithing and holds a temple recommend and
Yes,
participates in your bullshit
his pinned
sacrament.
video
I
on
think he's
TikTok is saying that he's not
an
an
atheist grifter.
His first video.
I know he's not. I
his-
know he says
his-
he's not an atheist. The way he presents himself is as though he's like a sort of traditional Mormon is my tradition.
Yeah,
but it's not like I'm supporting the church. And when you guys send a super chat, 10% of it is going to the queer hate group that is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which is exactly what's happening.
Yeah, so can you just help me understand what
Today
talking
is
about
fun.
Dan McClellan has to do with me representing the Book of Mormon as being an evidence from God?
Well, except you're not representing the Book of Mormon. You're representing the Book of Mormon as understood by Dustin. You've already said that you are
That's
diverging
all I
from
could do.
what the
That's all I
what the
could
act-
do.
No, you could actually represent the church's version of everything. In fact, to suggest,
Why would I?
as an
I don't
active
even.
member, to suggest that you have the more valid interpretation and that's what should represent, would suggest that, in fact, Oaks needs to step down because you're the Latter-day Prophet.
That's just not how it works.
How our church
The-
works?
It's
Guess
me,
what, buddy?
actually.
I'm not even an ex-Mormon. I'm a Mormon. It is how our church works. I just don't pay tithing like that
Holy cow.
grifter.
All
I
right.
know. I'm a queer
Let's
atheist
not-
Mormon. It turns out Who do you have to fuck to not be to get excommunicated anymore?
Do you
Apparently
believe in
has
the
no answer.
Do you believe in the
anymore.
truth claims of the church? Do you believe in the
Definitely
truth claims
not.
of the
No,
church?
no, definitely not. Definitely not.
Okay,
The
then you're
Mormon
not a
Church is
Mormon.
absolutely.
So don't,
Yes, I am.
My
I'm a
religion is not
baptized
your
member of
costume,
the
bro.
Church of
My
Jesus
religion
Christ
is
of
not your
Latter-day
costume.
Saints. If the Mormon Church doesn't want to excommunicate me, clearly they are comfortable with me representing them. They know who I am. I'm a public figure. I'm a much larger public figure than many of the public figures they have
We don't care
excommunicated.
about
And by
you.
the
We
way,
don't care- we don't-
way, Mormonism is mine. They don't get to take it away. Even if they do excommunicate even if they do excommunicate me from the Mormon Church, I will still be a Mormon. I was raised as a Mormon. I have more in common with Mormons than I have other people because of the common cult upbringing. You can excommunicate me if you want to try, and I will still say I am a Mormon because you can't take it from me. It's mine to give away
I couldn't
if I like.
excommunicate you. I'm in no position to excommunicate you.
I know
but
you can.
My religion is not your costume.
First of all, your
Not
religion
your
isn't your
so
religion isn't
don't-
the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, because you're sitting here saying that you reject the things you disagree with them, and you don't represent them, and you're representing just yourself.
Does the Mormon Church claim to be infallible, Mormon expert?
Does the Mormon Church claim to be infallible within certain contexts? Yes.
No, the answer is no. If you just look
I'm sorry.
it up,
So
anyone
wait,
just Google it.
does the
answer
Mormon
is no.
Church has the Mormon Church claimed or not that when the prophet speaks, you can take that as God speaking?
I believe that there are errors in the DMC.
I'm sorry, that was a yes or no question.
I can't accept it yet.
Does the church teach that when the prophet speaks, you can take it as the word of God?
No, the church doesn't say that.
You are a liar.
The church says when
It
he's wearing a
absolutely
prophet
does.
hat, when he's wearing a prophet
You are
hat,
a liar.
he's speaking as a prophet, but sometimes he's
You
speaking
are
as
a
a man.
liar.
Do
You are a
people not
liar.
say speaking as a man?
You are a liar.
That's a yes or no question. Do people say prophets can speak as a man? Is that a yes or no? That's a yes or no question.
Yeah, people say that. Do the prophets?
Oh, does the church say that?
People in the church say that. Does the church actually
Don't
have
lie
that?
to me, brother.
Hey, go ahead. Point to me in the church handbook where it says that. Go ahead and point to me where things contrary to what they have absolutely said at General Conference, which, by the way, the talks are then transcribed, put into the
DNC1.
ensign, which is
DNC1.
also represented as the modern day scriptures from God. So you show me where either at the
And they
level
are.
of a
And
General
scriptures are
Conference talk
infallible? Wait,
or
scriptures are
I already
infallible?
said within certain contexts they do teach infallibility, because if they
No,
teach that
they're-
at times,
in no
if they
certain
teach within
context.
certain
DNC1,
contexts, the
in
prophets.
as much as they erred.
What is with you thinking that you can ask me a question and not let me answer it? It's crazy. If they teach within certain contexts, when the prophet speaks, he is speaking the
asked
word
me
of
where
God,
it
then
was
they
in
are
the-
in fact
in the-
teaching infallibility.
No, that's not true. If there are errors in the Book of Mormon, errors in the Bible, errors in the DNC, how much more are there errors in General Conference talks? That's
How are there?
absolutely not true.
Wait.
DNC1.
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you not remember the General Conference talks about the Book of Mormon being the most perfect book? Are you taking issue with that? That it isn't the
That
most perfect
implies
book?
that there are errors in it. The most perfect,
The
or
most perfect
correct
book.
would
Oh,
be
you
the better
think
word,
most perfect book was them
implies that there are
highlighting
errors
actually.
in it.
Interesting, because I also remember growing up and being taught that the only errors were sort of arbitrary, like spelling errors, that nothing doctrinal, nothing, anything you would have to worry about. That if you read it, you would misinterpret it.
Conference, or was that
Did I walk
membership?
into an alternate timeline where perfect things could have flaws in them?
Apparently,
It says most correct. It doesn't even say perfect. It says most
Hey,
correct.
Of the two of us, I'm the more perfect Mormon, just so you know. But it has no commentary on
that's-
actual perfection, obviously. I'm the most perfect Mormon, actually, of any Mormon you've ever met.
What is teleos? Just means complete. That's like the idea is completeness. In like
You are an
theological
entirely
terms, but it's
dishonest
neither here nor there.
interlocutor when it comes to
I'm here
Mormonism. And this is what Mormonism does. Mormonism teaches
I
you that if
believe
you
what
get...
I'm saying is true, so I can't be being dishonest.
I never,
I
excuse
believe
me,
what
that's
I
not,
actually
excuse me,
believe what
I
I'm
was
saying,
actually
so I
about
can't
to
be
explain to
dishonest.
you how that is, how that doesn't change anything. Mormonism essentially teach you, get yourself into the state where you think you're feeling the Holy Ghost. And it's a sort of very excited, especially for men, it's a sort of very excited state. You get this sort of pleasant pressure in the upper chest. And once you're in that state, then you're speaking from the Holy Ghost. So anything you're professing is truth, and it's guided by God's hand, because as a person who is not just entitled to the priesthood, but
not
entitled to actually call upon the Holy Ghost, you can't be bad. So as long as you're just feeling the Holy Ghost, the
not
words
true.
you're saying are true, whether or not you know they're true or not. It's not a matter of whether you believe it or not. You cult believe in it. You cult believe in things that even as you lie, even as you're being dishonest, you feel like you're telling the truth because you're essentially testifying to God's perfect word. Sorry, most perfect word.
I felt the Holy Ghost once.
Most correct.
Also,
I would prefer if you said
also
most correct.
Telios doesn't mean almost perfect. It just means completed, perfect.
Yeah, well, I'm saying it's not the most perfect book. It's the most correct book. I don't know. As a Mormon expert, he should know this. I don't know why he keeps saying most perfect.
Because the church said most perfect in general
No,
conference.
it says most. If you just open up the Book of Mormon to the introduction, it says most correct.
Great, and the prophets have said most perfect. I literally was there. Hinckley said it, as well as others. He said it sounded like that dude from The Simpsons. It is the most perfect book.
I actually do think I remember that in the TV interview.
That's very sweet of people, though. It's very sweet of them to let somebody like Gordon B. Hinckley, 5'6", sounding like he hasn't gone through puberty, be prophet. You will say of all the cults out there, they don't worship hypermasculinity like a lot of the churches, do.
This is like a high school cafeteria with just insulting people for things they can't control. Do you believe in?
I was the
insulting
best
people
at
for things they
roasting in
can't
the high
control?
school cafeteria. I appreciate that.
It's just because I was there.
I don't do that. So I don't do that. But
no, you don't. You just come on and you blatantly lie while not feeling a thing about it. Because again, Mormonism doesn't teach you to regulate.
I'm not lying if I believe what I'm
and
saying.
Consider whether or not you are telling the truth.
Wait. I just want to, from what he just said just then, people can believe in a lie. Like you could be sure. Let's say you could still be lying, but you believe in the lie.
True.
That they wouldn't make Jimmy inaccurate.
I would describe the lying. I'm describing the way like a shitty lawyer will lie, where they're like, okay, I know what the truth is. I know the problem that I'm running up against. Like an evil lawyer. I know the problem I'm running up against. So I'm going to try to be very choice with my wording and never use wording that I can be taken to task for. I can always go, no. I said the sentence this way, but the actual meaning of that sentence is the opposite of what I actually said. And so it's kind of more of a matter of, it's not that they are intentionally going, I'm deciding to lie. I'm going to say the words that get me to where the next step is. And then if there's a problem, I'm going to pretend that I had a different meaning for those words, and I'm not even going to be auditing myself as I do it. I used to go on exchanges with the Mormon missionaries. I used to do the thing. I wasn't able to go on a mission myself.
What would you like me to affirm? What would you like me to affirm right now to get you to believe that I'm being sincere?
Sure, that the church is not that the church doesn't lie about what their old beliefs, hasn't blatantly lied about what their old beliefs about blacks in the priesthood are and what they are now.
I don't even know how to tackle that.
Yeah, I know. So see, you won't affirm things. You won't affirm things, and you know that that's true. You know that
true history. It's not true.
You know that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints used to say it was as doctrine, and absolutely, when the Mormon Church has taught that when the prophet not just speaks, but certainly speaks as though it is from God, says it is from God, says it is a matter of doctrine, as your super racist first real prophet was, because the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is not the church Joseph Smith started. It's the church Brigham Young started. Joseph Smith realistically started the RLDS church, but they have basically gone off and become nothing.
So Joseph Smith was trying to make a temple-based church, and the RLDS church
Joseph
is
Smith
not a
said his
temple-based
son
church,
would be
so
the
it's
next
not true.
prophet, and that didn't happen.
Hey Jimmy, speaking of liars and lawyers, don't we have court documents from like 1826, State of New York versus Joseph Smith, saying that Joseph Smith used seeing stones to do treasure hunting?
Hang on, let me go back into TBM.
Mormon expert, let's hear about what was the
and you know
consensus on
what? Jesus Christ was crucified after a court proceeding also. That's how we know it's true. We're not just the most persecuted, we're the most prosecuted. That's proof it's true.
I would never say the things that you're saying. That's a characterization of me.
Okay, great. So do you accept that Joseph Smith was in fact a treasure hunter committing fraud? Because that's what the court docs say. Or are you going to do your silly, like, the way they signed his name in the court
whoa,
documents,
whoa, whoa.
it was
To
different?
use a seer stone. To use a seer stone in American law already implies fraud. It doesn't matter whether it works or not.
So you do agree then that Joseph Smith
implies
was
fraud. And the
so when
person
Joseph
he was
Smith, so when
using it
Joseph
for
Smith, so when Joseph Smith was
testified that he
using
was able
seer
to do it
stones, so
in
when
that
Joseph
court.
Smith was using seer stones and dowsing rods, you agree then that it was fraudulent, that God wouldn't have been taking him to treasure
I agree
unrelated
that
to the
US
restoration
law,
of the church.
I agree that U.S. law required that it be fraudulent.
Nope. See, this is the Dan McClellan bullshit thing. I acknowledge these things that will suggest. I'm asking you, when Joseph Smith, unrelated to restoring the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, as the story goes, told people he would be able to use his powers to find them treasure and find them things they were looking for, and then didn't, and was subsequently prosecuted for it, do you agree that in those times he was committing fraud, or do you believe he actually was doing his magic stone shit?
I believe that he actually was doing his magic stone stuff, and that it is fraud according to U.S. law. Those are not mutually exclusive
You believe
claims.
there's stone magic?
Wouldn't
Yes,
it
I
not
do.
have been fraud if he had simply found the treasure he promised that he would find?
Why did the person he was doing it for testify in court that he was able to do it?
Because people
In
back
that-
then,
in that
including
court
him and his
battle.
family. I'm sorry, are you going to let me finish answering the question? People back
Sorry,
then,
no, go ahead.
people back then, including his family, believed in essentially witchcraft. He thought he had the magic powers.
Yeah,
Why
American
did he
folk
sue?
magic.
Hey, why did he sue?
He didn't sue. His son sued.
Great, why?
Because
Did Joseph
using
find
a
the
stone
treasure
is
or not?
obviously fraudulent.
Wait,
There's
wait,
no-
wait, wait.
there's no
what,
record of
what
it either
statute?
way.
What statute?
There's no record of
stated-
it either way. Why would he have been prosecuted if he found it?
Wait, I really want to know what statute
Well, there's
states that just
also no
using
record
one
of
of
whether
these
or not the
stones.
prosecution went through.
Dustin, what
Or that
statute
he was
Yes, there
states
is.
that using these stones
Yes, there is.
is inherently illegal? I'm very interested in that statute
I don't.
because I can't find
don't
it
remember.
anywhere.
I'd have to go back to read the
I'm
article.
showing that
I'd have to
using
go
one
back
is
to read the article.
generally
If you-
legal and it's protected under freedom of religion and belief.
It's going to be a New York thing. It's not going to be a United States thing. But I would just continue.
I'm showing
digging.
it's
I
only
forgot what it was
fraud
called.
if you charge money for it.
He probably was charging money for it, but I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
Did he find it? Did he find the treasure?
According to, I think it's Josiah Stowell. He's saying that he was able to actually use the seer stone.
Actually, according
So,
to
I
them,
don't
it
know one way
was
or the other
nothing
whether or
of
not he found
value
that
was
treasure
actually
or the treasure.
obtained.
Yeah, during that time of the court proceedings, but the person he was doing it for was absolutely convinced that he could, and testified that he could use the seer stone.
No.
Right.
Testified that he believed he could use the seer stone because he had shown previously that he was able to find a small amount of ore and a feather.
To be clear, the
Yeah,
court
so
document
whatever
says
Joseph Smith did was able to convince him.
It says he pretended to tell by looking at this stone.
In New York, seeing seer stones themselves are legal, but using them for paid fortune telling is illegal.
Bro, he found a
Yeah,
feather
that's
though.
probably where the fraudulent claim comes from.
That's penal law.
Bro, he found it, but he did find a
165.35.
feather. I withdraw. Guys, he found a feather.
You commit
Blitz,
a crime
we
if you
haven't really
claim
met
to
yet.
tell
How are you, dude?
fortunes, find lost property, or influence.
kind of rhetoric,
I guess he found a
kind of
feather.
rhetoric
Money or
you're
property.
using in this discussion is not super helpful.
Yeah. No, this whole discussion I think has been
It's,
super
it's
duper
for the
helpful.
audience. It's not for the, it's not for the discussion. It's
Here's
performative.
the thing, and it's not my debate. I was just told I could come in and essentially crash it if I wanted to. They're welcome to direct me any direction they
Yeah,
want.
you're doing a poor.
My goal,
you've been doing a
my
poor
goal.
job
Excuse
of
me,
that,
Dustin.
so
Dustin, my
you're more
goal
than an expert.
was to show, and I think I've done that when you try to actually talk to Mormons, they will be dishonest as fuck. And you've literally been so dishonest. You can say, I haven't been intentionally
only said
lying
things I
because
believe.
I've never said words that I didn't plan to change the meaning of as soon as I get called on them.
Let's take
And
a
I
quick-
think that
let's take a
anybody
quick,
watching who's like,
that's
the Book
just
of
not how
Mormon is
language
true,
works.
this guy's literally saying Joseph Smith maybe did find the treasure even though he was prosecuted because they never documented that he didn't. They just
And he wasn't
prosecuted him
convicted.
for it.
Let's just
And
take
he
a
wasn't
quick let's just
convicted.
take a quick poll of the people in here. Dalton, do you think Jimmy's doing a poor job?
Nah, fucking, he's
Blitz.
eating it up.
I think he's doing fine.
This is
Oh,
I don't even think I'm doing good in a
chicken
formal
sex
debate
fallacy.
capacity, but that wasn't my that wasn't my goal.
Yeah, this is like
By the
identity
way,
politics.
I can point out a dishonesty you just did a moment ago. You said he wasn't convicted, but a moment ago when we talked about whether or not he was prosecuted for not finding it, you said they
misspoke.
never, excuse me,
I
I'm not
didn't lie, I
done.
misspoke.
They never actually directly showed that he did or didn't. That's not a part of it, but the guy did believe it. So when it's convenient, you speak very indefinitively, and it's when it's convenient for you definitively. Let's be so clear, people.
I know,
there
but
are
things don't
arguments
exist
about
in
whether or not
definite
he
and
was
indefinite.
convicted, and there's actually very good evidence that he was convicted. However, Mormon apologists
But there's no
like to
evidence
go
that he was
like,
convicted.
ooh, there's a little bit of deviation here. So because there's no document that says convicted of, and here was the penalty, our friend here just said he was never convicted, which isn't the same thing. So the lack of definitive written down in the words you needed evidence, good for him to say, how do we know what happened before, when it was why was he prosecuted in the first place? But when it's about whether he was convicted or not, well, he definitely wasn't convicted because of that lack of evidence. Interesting. But no, you're totally honest. You're an honest guy.
I don't know why he wasn't convicted. I don't know why he wasn't convicted, but he wasn't. And you and I both know that he wasn't.
Hey,
So
what
to
is the
suggest
end of
that
the
he-
Purcell
well, he probably
documents?
was,
When they
already isn't a
reconstructed
definite
the
claim.
Purcell, when they reconvicted the Purcell document, what did it end with?
I don't remember. You should tell me, Mormon expert.
It's funny that you're using that. I already said I wouldn't even consider myself a Mormon expert, just familiar. And you keep restating the terms, but you have shown you don't know your own church pretty well.
I don't know the ending of the court document of Joseph Smith being
So
convicted.
wait, do
as a
you
convict for
actually
a
know
Stone.
whether or not there
Why
is
would I
evidence
need
of
to know that to be a
documentation that
Mormon?
he was convicted? Do you actually know
Sorry,
that?
start again.
Because you
I
said
missed the
there
first part.
wasn't.
That there wasn't a conviction? To my knowledge, there was not a conviction.
Interesting,
I
because
thought-
all you said
Hey,
was there
if I'm
wasn't a
wrong-
conviction, but when they reconstructed the Purcell document, it actually suggested he was found guilty.
That's new information to me. And again,
Great,
I
maybe
didn't
you
learn
should speak
any of this
definitively
from
if
the
you
Mormon
haven't
Church.
researched your claims before you say something like he was never convicted. Maybe you could speak more carefully, like, as far as I know, he was never convicted.
I could only mean that as far as I know with everything I say, but I came here today
No,
to discuss the Book of
excuse me.
Mormon,
No, that isn't
not to
true,
get
because you could,
gish-galloped,
for example,
not to
you
get
could, for
gish-galloped. It
example,
is
have
true.
actually consumed evidence that showed definitively he wasn't convicted. The case was thrown out. The case was what, and that's sort of what is suggested when you say he was never convicted. Not there's a lack of evidence of his conviction. Not I haven't seen evidence of his conviction. In fact, the statement he was never convicted, despite having the word never in it, is a positive statement. Don't make positive statements unless you have evidence for the positive statement. Pull them back to neutrality at the very least, or negativity if you can support that evidence as well. You are once again terribly dishonest, and this is the way you've been arguing from the onset, and then defending. Yeah, but that's just the way I do it.
That's poor rhetoric, because I'm not being dishonest, because I believe what I'm saying. And I'm sorry if I didn't speak to you in enough
Yes, you
probabilities
absolutely.
for you
Yes,
to
you
understand
cannot.
that I'm only speaking from what I know.
Do you think I've been dishonest?
Yes, you're.
And do you think I don't believe
I've
what
had
I'm saying?
discussions like this.
Do you think that I don't believe what I'm saying? Or do you think I do believe?
No,
what I'm
I
saying?
don't.
You think I don't believe what I'm saying?
I think that there's probably a reason why you steered away from the Hebrew idioms in the Book of Mormon. I think that there's probably a
no,
motive
the main reason I steered away from Mormonism in general, it is definitively, obviously, objectively, and demonstrably untrue. So whatever apologetic you want to bring in to go, but isn't this conspicuous? Isn't this strange? Doesn't matter. The church,
from the conclusion that the Book of Mormon is false.
Nope, I didn't start from the. Excuse me.
I understand.
Excuse me. I didn't start. Excuse me, Dustin. I didn't start from the conclusion the church was false. I started from the conclusion the church was true.
No.
And I
I
began
said
a
Book of
journey.
Mormon is
Excuse me. I'm not done. I started from the conclusion the church and the Book of Mormon was true. It was, in fact, when I went, it's so obviously true to me that surely I will be able to make a case and build up a case where I will be essentially the best, not literal missionary, because I wasn't allowed to go for health reasons, but the best missionary ever. Because if it's this obvious to me and I have a gift of articulation, which some people claim I do, I'll be able to put those together and I'm going to be able to make it obvious to everybody else. And then it was through research. I didn't read the CES letter until I already knew the church wasn't true for like 10 years. So literally, it was through my own exploration and going, I can prove this thing is true to other people, that I discovered the church is nonsense. And by the way, Dustin, I'm glad you're engaging in debates, because one day
letter is egregiously
you
nonsense.
may go, all you will have to do is go, okay, what if I just give myself permission to frame the church and what it teaches in its existence, beginning with, what if I just let myself actually wonder, what if Joseph Smith made it up? And that'll be the day you lose your faith too.
Are you assuming that I haven't done that? Like, are you
Yes.
just telling me my experience?
Yes, definitely. Yes, definitely.
Assuming that I haven't
You
done
literally,
that.
excuse me, a minute ago, are you going to complain about that? A minute ago, you literally said to me that I don't believe what I'm saying. I have granted you that I think you believe what you're saying while being dishonest. And I was going to demonstrate to you that if you believe I at least believe what I'm saying, you in fact do understand a person can be dishonest and believe what they're saying. A minute ago, you said I'm dishonest and I don't believe what I'm saying. I granted you that. You won't grant it back to me that I believe what I'm saying. And so now you're going to complain about me making assumptions about you and your experience and whether or not post-baptism you have ever actually gone, let me take everything I know and all of the doubts I have, and that you've even collected enough doubts, because it's not like the church is going to let you, all the doubts I have, and now frame them with the umbrella that what if Joseph Smith made this shit up? Yeah, I absolutely do believe you haven't done
I am my own authority. I am my own authority on my beliefs, not the church.
And yet
okay?
you wouldn't,
Get
and
that
yet you
straight.
wouldn't grant that
Second
I
of all,
believe what I
done
know.
that. I definitely
Great.
have.
And a
done
minute ago, you wouldn't grant that I believe what I'm saying. So why would I return to you? By the way, I'm an ex-Mormon amongst. I'm a Mormon and an ex-Mormon.
Yeah, you're a Mormon expert.
And having.
I know.
And once again, bringing up the phrase I've never described myself as, but I am an expert on ex-Mormonism because I've now actually had communion with thousands of them. And it is an experience that generally is the one that breaks your shelf. It is the one that actually you go, and generally the thing that happens overwhelmingly amongst us is there were times where I acted like I was being skeptical and times where I was going, if the church isn't true, nothing's true. But it wasn't until I truly gave myself permission, truly said I'm allowed to frame this like Joseph Smith is a liar. That's the time it broke. And yes, I do absolutely believe you haven't hit that
little
yet.
atheist testimony.
Sure, in the name of
You
Jesus
want me to
Christ,
bear
amen.
my testimony to
In the
you?
name of Jesus Christ, gay men.
There you go.
In the name of Jesus Christ, I once
That's what I'm
fucked him in
saying.
his hand.
That's what I'm saying. This
by
is
the
just-
way.
All right. Well, we're Dustin. That's 55 minutes for you. We're out of time. We're gonna move on now.
All right. Thank you for giving me the
stole
time.
your
I love
time.
you guys. Have a great day. Thank you, Mormon expert.
You don't love us. You don't have to. More
don't
lies.
love
He doesn't
us.
love
Do
us.
you?
That's such a dumb bullshit thing Mormons say too. They absolutely do not love you. They only see you as a means to an end. If you're in the church and paying tithing, they want you to just stay quiet and keep doing that. And if you're out of the church, they either want to use you to convert other people or see if they have a chance to convert you. They don't know what love is. I grew up in a family. I have 12 siblings that is Mormon. My parents never even learned how to love their kids, let alone non-Mormons. Shut the fuck up
Anybody
about I love you.
have any experience with Episcopalians?
I'm actually an ex-Episcopalian also. I'm just kidding. All right, I'll let you guys have your show.
What? I was gonna be
We have an
blown away.
Episcopalian on the line, so I wanted to see if anybody had any experience and wanted to talk to an Episcopalian.
No, but if there's Episcopalian on the line, Episcopalian, just so you know, I will tell you that Jesus isn't the Messiah because he didn't fulfill any prophecies. If just putting out that challenge.
Good old Dalton in his anti-Jesus ways.
Yeah, fuck that
He
guy.
just doesn't love the Lord.
This has been a
Nah,
crazy
let him get nailed
stream.
again.
We keep throwing up the bat signal every time somebody brings up a topic that we're not as well versed on.
I'm still cycling on the hypocrisy of, did you just presume my experience after telling me he doesn't think I believe what I say I believe?
Also, did you know that his religion is not your costume?
I'm literally dressed as Jesus right now, so I just don't have my shawl.
That's not. Where are the
but, like,
holes? Where are the holes?
Bear witness, sluts. I plugged them up for Cinco de Mayo. I gotta get it rubbed off.
Cinco de Mayo. I think you mean May the 5th. Okay.
Revenge of the 5th.
Not in my America.
We don't use that Spanish taco up in here. I mean, I could bring up
Trumpo de
Dan.
Mayo.
Dan wants to talk about Episcopalian, specifically Episcopalian versus Christianity. I don't know what that means.
Episcopalian is a denomination of Christianity.
Let's find out what
Aren't
he
they
means.
usually pretty nice? Don't we usually like them?
He said he's calling for a friendly debate, so
isn't like wasn't the
They are the more liberal form.
Yeah, I was gonna say the pastor that Trump got really mad at was an Episcopalian, right?
Yes, they are the liberal branch of Anglicanism.
I'm gonna switch to listening because, like, I don't want to ruin more calls for you guys. I'm happy to ruin your Mormon calls, but I feel like I in no way am I as qualified as especially the two of you guys. So I'm gonna go back to just listening. But I appreciate you inviting me on.
all right, Jim Jam.
Jim Jam.
Yeah,
I love
that's my nickname for Jimmy. What if I just keep him there though? Like we just keep
just keep him muted up. Just kidding.
just keep his video. Just keep his video right
I
there.
mean, like, let's be real. Like that's what I'm doing. I'm here as a
spectator.
The Robin of science, perhaps.
The Robin of science.
Maybe the Batman of science, even.
Yeah,
yeah. Why would you make yourself Robin when Batman is still available?
Robin's cool.
Over Batman?
I mean, Dick Grayson.
Look, I'm
is pretty
already
cool.
here.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to send out the bat signal anymore. Like,
True.
you sent out the bat signal. Batman was busy. You sent me.
You can be the Dick Grayson of science. Cool as
Let's
fuck.
bring up Dan from Alaska. Dan from Alaska, you're on with Jovan, Dalton, and Blitz. What are your age and pronouns, friend?
I am 38 and he, him, as you could tell by my voice, my friend.
Well, I couldn't tell actually until you told me, but that's fine. Dan,
well, sometimes I like to wear a skirt, but it's a Scottish thing.
Cool.
okay.
I think those are called kilts.
Whatever floats your kink, I guess. Dan, what specifically did you want to talk to us about today?
Well, I'm lifelong Episcopalian, St. Matthew's Church, King James Bible. I have no problem with any religions or denominations, and I really like to describe Episcopalians as really lazy. Can I swear?
Sure.
Really lazy fucking Catholics.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm a lazy Catholic. No Pope in my life. Been going to the St. Matthew's Church my entire life. Raised in communion. Was never an altar boy. Never got touched either. But I mean, it's just because my busted face. Now, as far as proving God is real, that is something that's taken on faith. And as far as, let me see what your other questions were here. Sorry, I got to pull you up on my phone here because I know you had a list of questions there on the YouTube.
The Christian God is good. The Christianity is true. The Bible is historically accurate. Jesus was resurrected. Those are the convince us points.
I like you soundboarding me there, by the way. I do like that.
We sound bored of you? Was that what you said?
Well, I was just pulling up the questions.
Oh, soundboarded you. No, Dalton just told you what the topics were.
Yeah.
Okay, I can agree with one.
Well, we're asking you to convince us of one
Oh
of these
wait, no,
five things.
that's a delay. My bad.
Oh, that's gonna be annoying.
Let me close out YouTube.
Oh, he's still
that was a delay. My
he was
bad.
still watching us. That's what was happening.
Yeah, that was all on me.
Okay.
I do believe God is fallible.
Okay.
Am I using that word correctly?
Sure. I mean, you think God has flaws? I agree. God of the Bible God of the Bible, full of flaws, general dickhead, also big screw up. So
I can agree with that 100%. I like I said, I'm here for a peaceful, calm, friendly conversation.
Well, what do you disagree with us then specifically on? We don't believe God is real. We don't believe the Christian God is true. We don't believe Christianity is true. I'm sorry, we don't believe the Christian God is good. We don't believe the Bible is historically accurate, and we don't believe Jesus was resurrected.
Okay. Well, I would not so much argue as, like I said before, on faith. I do believe that God is real. I do believe that some churches mean the best. And I'll be honest, you had a Mormon on a minute ago, and like this Mormon kid came out because I got into a car accident in the middle of winter, and it's 40 friggin' below outside, and I couldn't even fuel my house, and he came out and helped me. So, I mean, I appreciate that.
Is Christianity
While I do
true?
not believe in the I wasn't there.
Dan, did you just want someone to talk to today? Because it's not a debate if you essentially essentially agree with
No,
us.
I can just I take it on faith.
Okay, but what of the things that we are claiming do you disagree with?
Like, let's pretend like your desire here is to convince us that one of these points are in fact true. Pick one and let's do that.
Okay, well, I do believe. Full disclosure, I have been day drinking because it's my day off. So
What have you been
That's
drinking?
a hell of a
fully
disclosure.
disclose that.
What you been drinking, Dan?
I think I might start day drinking pretty soon.
It's a good time to start drinking, my friends.
What's in the cup? Whiskey?
Vodka.
You're a vodka man.
No. Yes,
You
dark.
like that?
Oh,
You like
that's my alarm,
that
sorry.
communist alcohol?
Actually, I get most of my stuff made here at a distillery in Alaska.
Have you ever heard of seasonal affective disorder?
Well, yeah, I deal with it every year, man. It's dark for like 6 months at a time, and then it's daylight for 6 months at a time.
Have you considered taking I think it's vitamin D to supplement during the winter?
I was going to make a dick joke, but I'm not going to make a dick joke because I'm not gay.
Okay.
But,
I didn't know you couldn't make. I didn't
well,
know
at least
straight
as
people.
far as I
Apparently
know,
not.
I'm not gay.
Apparently you're not allowed to.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a rule.
But
all right.
I ask because seasonal affective disorder can be
trying
very
to-
handy, or taking vitamin D supplements can be very handy for seasonal affective disorder. Not that it's a cure, but it at least ensures that you are not vitamin D deficient.
How much have you had to drink so far?
Say that one more time.
How much have you had to drink?
Let's see. This will be my 8th shot.
Wow, you got me beat.
Which is actually normally half of what I normally drink.
Wow.
So you got 8 shots deep and wanted to call in to debate God.
That's crazy, comrade.
I'm
in danger.
Plus, yeah,
Just gonna
no,
add that
I'm
to the
in
soundboard.
danger. Fuck. I guess what do you guys think of the Episcopalian Church? Like,
I think
stepping away from the Catholic Church, stepping away from the Pope, basically
I think
just being lazy.
that, like most Christians, they believe in a lot of bullshit for no good reason.
Okay, I can agree with that.
You just wanted some
definitely.
You just wanted some
I
friends
bet you
today,
do.
didn't you, Dan? That's all right. You just wanted some friends.
Now,
No?
stepping away
Oh, okay.
from the Christian church, and
To be clear, Episcopalians
try
are in fact a
Was that
Christian
just-
church.
Wait, did I just hear you drinking more? Did you take another shot?
Yeah, that was my 8th one. That was the last one.
Okay.
Brother.
But yeah, you're telling me.
You're committing a DUI right now.
I'm sitting in my driveway in a private parking lot in Alaska.
You're debating while under the influence.
Well, but you're also behind the wheel now. You just admitted to us.
Jesus
Oh
fucking
yeah, you
Christ.
can't actually. I'm pretty sure you can't even be sitting in a car that's off. Right.
Yes, you can on private property. I can drive around my entire property in
Please
my
don't.
side by side.
Yeah, maybe don't test that.
Plastered
Maybe we
shit.
don't test that theory.
Anyways.
Well, no, I can. It's literally legal. I mean,
Please don't.
Yeah, let's not do that,
So
Dan
was-
boy.
So was owning people at one point, but people probably still shouldn't have done it, you know?
Was Jesus resurrected from the dead, Dan?
Dalton, why are you trying to have a legit? He's 8 shots deep.
I haven't got any food
I do
in the past
believe
out.
I do. Okay, that's fair. I'm not even going to argue that. I am intoxicated, so that's totally fair. But I do believe Jesus was actually resurrected. However,
Why?
I don't think it's the white Jesus we have in all the photos.
Okay, so
Photos?
Brown Jesus was resurrected.
No,
Why should we think
paintings.
that's true?
Paintings. I'm sorry, paintings, not photos. Paintings.
I was gonna say,
apologize.
like, if you got photos, man, I
Freudian
might be
slip.
Christian tomorrow.
Huh?
Dude,
Maybe
if
just
I had
Dan-
photos,
Dan-
imagine how much
Dan.
those would sell for.
Dan. Dalton.
Yep. I
Dan,
will
listen to me,
let
listen to
you
me.
go.
Dan, please. Dalton, Blitz, and myself will be live next Wednesday in the evening doing another theist/science debate board. Feel free to call in then, but the rule has to be you had to have had 0 alcohol.
Yeah.
Okay?
Next Wednesday.
Next one. What time did I say? Does anybody remember?
In the-
You
you
didn't tell
said
me
in
a
the-
time.
you said
Sometime in the
evening.
evening.
I just said the evening. I didn't give an actual time.
Oh, I think he said 3 actually. 3 or 6 p.m. EST,
6
which I guess is 3 p.m. for me.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So we'll be live at
Right-
6 p.m.
right
Eastern. I don't know what
now-
that is in Alaska time.
Right now it is 12 p.m.
So then that
Cool.
means it would be. I can't do math. 2 p.m. for you, I guess. We'll be live
4?
around 2 p.m. Okay.
Okay, yeah, Eastern Standard Time. Okay, yeah. Can't guarantee I will call, but I will not call if intoxicated.
Okay. It seems like a good
Also,
rule of
please
thumb.
don't be intoxicated. It's not good
Yeah.
for you.
Trust me, I'm getting sober this summer. Liver failure.
You're 8 shots deep with liver failure.
Yeah. Level's about 900, 3 times what it should be.
Maybe you shouldn't wait till the summer?
Well, it's just starting to be summer, and well, I live alone all winter. Have to take care of my dad's house.
Guys. All right, Dan, we're gonna let you go. We're gonna let you go.
Hey,
Please get
you,
sober.
Thank you for having a polite conversation with me. I hope you guys have a lovely day.
Okay, Dan, you too.
You too, buddy.
All right.
Fuck.
What has today been?
It's been one hell of a stream, gentlemen.
Holy shit. That's all we got for today, guys. Holy shit, brother.
What a world to be alive in.
Yeah, you guys, me, Blitz, and Dalton will be back on Wednesday. Maybe Wednesday just becomes Theist Wednesdays. I save all the Theist calls for Wednesdays. We'll try to make the board also like more specific, like something like science disproves God or something like that to really get them to call in.
They'll hate that.
Yeah, I don't think they'll like that one. Like I said, we had like 3 calls that you would have been perfect for earlier this stream. But
such a shame.
Yeah. But I think people liked how many people. Maybe we can even still get Justin to show up next Wednesday, and then we'll have 4 people. It'll be
honestly, you need like a panel of like 8 and then just like beat people to death. Not to death. Beat people metaphorically to death with subject matter experts.
Well, I'm thinking we do like, because Jimmy likes to do the golden mic, where every time somebody donates a specific amount of money, which one of us gets to speak changes. That could be fun. But then somebody would donate and they'd be like, now Jovan, explain relative physics. And I'm like, huh?
Yeah. Oh, it'd be cruel and unusual. It'd be funny though.
Guys, thanks for joining. Chat, thanks for listening. This VOD will be up tomorrow. If you want more of my content, yesterday's VOD just went public on my VOD channel, Jovan Bradley VODs on YouTube. So you can literally hop from here to there and you get 5, 6, what's that, like 7 hours of straight Jovan. If you don't want that, 7 hours. If you don't want that, we'll see you in Discord, the Discord tonight at 7 p.m. for our first ever open discussion. We're going to be talking about functional communism. Dalton, you're probably going to go live, but if you want in, just let me know and I can throw you an invite to the Discord server. And yeah, other than that, that was our show today.
1 hour for every shot Dan has taken today. Wonderful.
I feel so bad.
Blitz and Dalton, where can people find you? That was crazy.
That was crazy.
You can find me on YouTube and TikTok at The Bible Guy. That's just it. I am The Bible Guy. Trademark coming soon, I'm sure.
You can find me wherever you want to at just look for Blitz PhD or Dr. Blitz. Either one will work. Or you could go to my website, which has all of the links, which is just blitz.phd. Which is like a great website name, by the way.
Yeah, no, you got a fucking killer one right there. There was some dude who's watching when I was live on Instagram as well, who was talking shit like about us the whole stream. I bring in Blitz and he's like, "Oh, see this fake fucking PhD, blah blah blah," and then like messaged me like, "Hey, I just won't watch these anymore out of respect for what you do." And I'm gonna respond and be like, "No, fuck you. You don't get to like question credibility, talk shit, and then be like, oh, I just won't watch. Eat shit." But yeah, I thought that was funny to tell you guys. Anyway,
it is pretty funny.
I'll see you 2 next week, and thank y'all for being here, and thank y'all for watching, and TTFN chat. Bye bye.